on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting, you're gay. Okay,
God, I hate women so much.
Is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Is it a very special day because it's a new merch day? Is that the reason? You might be thinking to yourself, because it's 3/21/2025 is it so special that you're late. Not bad, Murat. Not bad, Murat. Salam alaikum salam. Is it a very special day because dude, I'm doing my intro. What are you doing? That's crazy. Mirage is like tuning in here. All right. Is it a very special day because Mirage just entered the fray? Is it because it is Kiko Machine's birthday? No, none of those reasons are the reasons why it's a very special day. Let me tell you why it's a very special day, folks. You already know why it's a very special day. It's Friday.
You know we finally here, right?
You already know what it is.
It's Friday.
You already know what it is, baby.
Sunday, what? It's Friday, baby. It's Friday, Sunday, what? It's Friday. It's Friday,
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what it is. It's Friday, it's Friday, it's Fry Slay, it's all of those things. It's Fry Gay. It's the one day of the week where it is one day of the week where it's actually a time for a celebration, a jubilee, a sense of autonomy, a sense of safety and security, a feeling of purpose, a feeling of being a human once again after sucking a man's dick every single goddamn day in your place of work. You get to feel like a human. A right that our forefathers fought long and hard for. Ladies and gentlemen, the vibes will be immaculate. That's right. The vibes are going to be immaculate because it's Friday today. It is 3/21. It's Friday, March 21st. And regardless of what the Trump administration is doing in terms of undermining civil liberties and ruining America's next generation by, I don't know, maybe abolishing the Department of Education or whatever, it doesn't matter. We are still going to be having fun. Hey, I met you at the Birdie Rally. I told the chat to give you more subs. It was awesome meeting you. Thanks for all you do, man. Hell yeah. Thanks for farming subs for me. Big dog. TR gündemine değinecek misin bugün? Hayır, konuştum daha önce. Arkadaşlar niye bana böyle gelip bağırıyorsunuz bilmiyorum. Konuştum. Uzun bayağı konuştum hem de Türkiye ile ilgili. Geçen gün. Anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Are the tariffs on your merch for Canadians? I think I have BDS on you. No, it's not. This is the one. It's the one American merch is that it's Canadian BDS approved. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. Kai's such a good model. We need dog merch. Okay, you're not gonna get dog merch, but you're not gonna get dog merch. But this merch line, by the way, has something unique, has something special, and I'll get into that in a second. But before I do that, obviously, this is personal news time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Pipe Green between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, and a lot has taken place. Obviously, last night, I ended the broadcast. And after ending the broadcast, I got on a flight. And on the flight was another person that actually, you know what? I'll tell the story in a brief moment. Look, March and I pack the stuff up, pack the remote desktop up, and we get to the JSX terminal. Okay, JSX is the charter flights that they have that's like basically a little bit more expensive than a normal commercial flight, but then you get to not have to deal with an entire LAX situation. You can fly into Burbank Airport. It's for rich folk. It's not a real like private jet thing. It's like a European puddle jumper. Anyway, now the new meta for me and March is that we check the cockpit to make sure that there's at least like a woman or a non-white person in there. So luckily that was the case, both going to Las Vegas and also returning from Las Vegas. Now let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. I heard that's great for the earth. Dog, it is literally for 60 people. It's a normal plane. They just sell it as though it's like private. It's a fucking normal flight. It's like a European puddle jumper. If you've ever been in a fucking European short-term puddle jumper flight, it's, you know. Anyway. But that's not the point. It is a commercial flight. So we get to the terminal, and I see a dude raw dogging cucumbers, Trader Joe's organic Persian cukes, okay? And he's also raw dogging, like bulk and breakfast style, raw dogging freaking tomatoes, little rose grape tomatoes. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, and I'm like, what? Who is this monster? No, they're not peeled, which is fine. The Persian cucumbers, you don't have to peel. You shouldn't peel Persian cucumbers. Huh? No, bir dakika. Yok artık Murat. Okay, sure, in a second. Oh, you pushed it. Now the door's gonna... This man comes over here and just like... Here, you got to pull him up a little bit. Yeah, so they align. Anyway, so this guy is just like, I'm watching this dude from behind. He's just like eating. He's kind of brawling. I'm like, what the hell's going on right now? Like, this dude is crazy. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Anyway, we get on the plane And this dude's got some red glasses on. It's like some blue light glasses or something. I don't know what it is. And I was like, wait a minute, this guy looks kind of familiar. Turns out it's freaking Andrew Huberman. Okay. And I was like, oh my God, the cucumber warrior was Andrew Huberman. Okay. So at least like he, walks the walk as well as talking the talk. Like he genuinely believes all the crazy stuff that he has on his podcast in terms of like the red light glasses and all this stuff. Yeah, Andrew Cukerman with the cukes. Andrew Huberman. So yeah, Andrew Cucumber Man. And I was for those of you who don't know, he's a very famous podcaster. Like my mom knows who he is. Like he has like a lot of play for people over the age of 35. Like if you're over the age of 35, you've definitely seen this guy. He's like a Stanford neuroscientist who then became like an alpha podcast guy. But in any case, all you need to know is he's a Stanford neuroscientist, but he's also simultaneously like aligned with like the Tesla crowd. So, yeah. Oh, March is in here. He said, oh, you mean our friend Andrew. So yeah. In any case, there's a lady sitting in front of me. And because like the seats that were, the seats that we're sitting in are still kind of tight for my long ass legs, I accidentally push her, right? She turns around and says, don't worry, I didn't bring my strap on with me today. And I was like, that's a wild thing to say. Turns out, lady's a old porn star, former porn star, right? It's cool, whatever. She's sitting between me and Andrew. And I turned to Marsh, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna get this dude on the podcast. And Marsh is like, don't do that. Just straight up. He was like, why? Marsh said, why? I said, nah, I'm gonna get him on the podcast. Because I'm always thinking about fear end. So yeah, he was the voice of reason. It failed. Okay. He tried to do a crit check. He tried to do a speech check and it failed. Voice of reason failed in my brain. Immediately, I'm like, I lean over to her and I say, hey, would you mind tapping the shoulder of the gentleman in front of you? So she does. Okay. She does. He turns around. I'm like, are you Andrew Huberman? He's like, yes, I am. And I was like, well, I'm Hassan Piker. I also have a podcast, which is bad entry point into the conversation, but it is whatever. It is what it is. So, and I was going to spark up a convo to see if he would be down to, come on the Fear M podcast or whatever, right? And then this lady literally severed the convo with a serrated knife. Okay? Basically decided, no, it's my time to shine. Turns out she is a massive. I don't know where your motorcycle keys are, dude. If that's what you were going to ask me, I have no idea. And I don't know how to answer this question. I don't have your, no, I don't know where it is. Anyway, she's a massive Andrew Huberman fan. It turns out she's a stan. She's like, listen, I'm a former porn star. I got multiple immune deficiency issues. I love your healthy lifestyle. She starts like pulling out like different episodes of the podcast. You know what I mean? It's like if I was sitting in front of Hideo Kojima or something and I start talking about like random things that he did, random Easter eggs that he did in like the PSP series, Peace Walker, right? Like she's a Huber head. Okay. And she had she just basically was like, no, it's my time to shine. I'm going to tell Andrew what's what. Like I'm going to tell him how much I appreciate his commentary. And I was just like, all right, whatever. I'm going back to playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, she was hubed up on a Thursday afternoon. Okay. Hubed the heck up. All right. I guess two reasons I'm mentioning this. One, it's a funny story. Two, we got to put an end to podcasts, dude. We just got to. Podcasts are such a burden on modern society. I've realized, like, far too many people listen to far too many podcasts. In any case, yeah, tariffs on Shure microphones. That's what I'm running for. I'm running for office, and that's what I'm running on. But yeah, God damn, she was such a big fan. And then he reignited his interest in me in a second. She basically was like, "Oh, you want to have him on your podcast, right?" That's what she said. She also tattletaled on me. She was being a tattletale, like making it seem like I'm some random dude who's just like also an Andrew Huberman fan or something. And I'm just like, oh my God, my hero, my icon. I would love to have him on my podcast. Like it was just like, I got little bro so hard by freaking Andrew Huberman. But then I recovered. I recovered it because I was like, oh yeah, well, because he was talking about what he was doing in Vegas and I was talking about what I was doing in Vegas. I was like, oh yeah, I was in Vegas for the Bernie rally. You know, I just interviewed Bernie and AOC. And he did something that has I think, like, it causes like an immediate ick in me. Maybe I'm being too much of a baby for it. Maybe you guys will agree with me. But he was like, oh, what's your X account? And I immediately went, like, it's just like I had a physical reaction to someone in the real world calling Twitter X. Like, it almost like, oh, like it hit me. I was just not ready for it. You know what I mean? Because I see it online. I see it in the replies of Elon Musk. But like, when someone in the real world like hits that X, I'm like, I don't know how to deal with that. So I hit him back with the, yes, I have a Twitter account. Like, immediately. Like, boom, boom, riposte. Okay. And then he was, and it was like a almost contentious back and forth. We were now mentally sparring in the marketplace of ideas. He was Mr. X, I was Mr. Twitter. Okay? So he hit it back with, is your interview with Bernie Sanders on X? And to which I immediately responded with, it's on my YouTube page, but I bet there's some clips on Twitter. And we just kind of did that, like a little stand battle, you know what I mean? Like, it was one of those, yeah, it was one of those moments. It was one of those moments where it was basically like hold on. It was like this. It was like this. Okay. It was like this. We come in, I recognize that he's a stand user. And in my mind, I was thinking, like, you can always tell when someone is a stand user, right? And I said to myself, yada yada doza. And our stands started fighting one another, you know? That was him checking me. But yeah, he asked me about my politics, and I was like, because he was trying to, he did the classic podcast thing. And now I feel like being a podcaster or just having a podcast is like right coded, kind of is like weird. But he asked me about like how this musician that Bernie Sanders apparently has been touring with that is like controversial or something. I don't fucking know. Apparently she's trans, and it's one of those things where you're like, this is information that I don't know about, and it, you know, why do you know about this information? Like, it just tells me where you're getting your news from. You know what I mean? Yeah, Laura Jane Grace. Yeah, apparently she was she's trans, but she also was like saying, you know, God. She's saying something about God. I don't know. I looked into it a little bit. I couldn't figure it out, but it's like, yeah, a musician did some music and Christians were upset or whatever. But it's like, why does Andrew Huberman know this? Like, what is his algorithm, right? So he hit me with one of those, and I was just like, I don't know what that is. But basically, I was like, listen, I'm I'm to the left of Bernie, and he was shocked by that. He didn't even realize there were people like that on the planet, I guess. But yeah, no, I was like, no, there was a mariachi band this time in the Vegas, in the Vegas rally. There wasn't like, there wasn't any, there wasn't a musician by that name at the rally. But yeah, we just had like a little bit of a back and forth little conversation, and he was like, I'll check your stuff out. So if he's in the chat right now, Andrew, I would love to have you on the pod or on the stream at one of these points. Okay. It would be great. So yeah, that's my little story. I don't know if he actually followed me on Twitter, or maybe because I said, Twitter instead of X. Maybe he didn't follow me. Oh, he seemingly has not followed me. I'm gonna follow him though. I'm gonna follow him, even though we have the same number of followers, it seems, on Twitter. I probably got more motion than he does, but that's not a big deal. All right, not a big deal, Andrew. I know you checked out my Twitter account. You saw the metrics, and you probably were thinking to yourself, all right, this guy knows how to use X. You didn't say he's looking for you on X, but you're on Twitter. Anyway. So that was a little back and forth. Came back home, hung out with the family, went to sleep, woke up, worked out, ideology.shop, launched the merch, and that is and we're here, There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Ideology.shop, new merch alert. We got new merch alert. That's right. It's live. It's alive. Get him while it's hot before it gets sold out, because I don't want to hear from you guys talking about, oh, I didn't get it this round. I didn't get my merchandise. Can you re-release this? Can you re-release that? I don't want to hear it. Okay? Can you please? Also, we have a baby tee as well. That's new. We finally have a baby tee for the ladies, because the ladies have been asking for it. So we got a baby tee as well that's cropped. The Chaos tee comes in both a baby tee, a women's version, and also just like the regular unisex one. I just wanted to defeat the misogyny allegations by hitting you with the baby tees, There's also available ones still in stock that didn't get sold out, I guess, that are deep sale. Some other ones from the last line as well. But yeah, this is the new line. It's mostly just like whatever vibe I'm feeling. You guys might have noticed. What? I found them? Oh. Whatever vibe I'm feeling, whatever I'm angry about, I try to pour into whatever the line that we're making. And this time it's more so about misinformation online. These are tough, Unc. Yeah, you can see more photos on my Instagram. I posted on there as well. As always, whenever we do a merch line, whenever we do a freaking merch line, I do a Insta drop as well of some of these photos. Many of them are also online already. Okay. Some of the t-shirts that I'm wearing are XL. Some of them are larges. The tops that I'm wearing are larges. Like this top that I'm wearing is a large. But yeah. That's where we're at. Giant Kaya plushies. Stop goofing around on. That's actually not a bad day. Bad idea. You need to make lying is OP, please nerf. Yeah, maybe next time. You should make long hoodies and sweatshirts. Yo, at the Bernie rally, I actually saw some ladies wearing the merch, and they had actually cut the bottom of it, which I think is like pretty solid. Like if you think it's too long, you would just like cut the bottoms of it and make it into almost like a first time watching during a drop. Why does he pose with guns in the photos? Don't have a problem with it. Looks sick as hell. Just curious. It's just like random shit. I like to have, because it's like super simple, I try to do like props at least to try to make it more interesting. And some of the props are guns. I brought a sword this time. Symbolic lavas. I don't know. Just like random shit. Yeah. My wife took some creep shots of you yesterday. I saw someone on TikTok that filmed me at the rally from behind. But yeah. Same reason blowing up people in video games is fun, but real life sucks is fun for pretend. Oh, this is the... I think I like this already.
We need a movement with the quickness.
What the hell? What the hell? Unable to verify? What the hell? Select two objects that are the same shape. I'm doing it. Why is it not letting me in? Let me in. Yeah. I saw this. Hassan Piker sighting at the Bernie AOC rally. It's me reading chat. Always reading chat.
We gotta take the power back.
Free my mans. Yeah, the rally was awesome. The rally. Wait, who took this photo? That's so funny. They're deporting him for making moms too horny. Breaking news: rich socialist streamer abuses Spanish producer for practicing his faith of having a siesta after a hard day. This motherfucker is sleeping, bro. This motherfucker is sleeping. That's crazy. Are you EP?
It's a larger venue that was needed given that the...
Sleeping on the job, yeah. Do you see this Bernie clip from the rally?
Goes out and robs a 911. You got 911s here? All right. Somebody goes out and robs a local store.
Wait.
You know, if somebody goes out and robs a 911.
911. Secured my girlies t-shirt. Thanks for all you do, boo. But yeah. That's it. That's the go get the merchies. Go get the merch. Dump your entire paycheck to it. I'm kidding. Obviously, don't buy it if you don't have the opportunity to buy it. But yeah, this is it. This is what we got. This is the merchy. This is the merchandise. Hope you guys enjoy it. This hoodie that I'm wearing is also a large. They just, for the photo shoot, they gave me large ones this time, unfortunately, because I've like slimmed down quite a bit. But I always go with like a much larger size on the what do you call it? On the sweatshirt and the hoodies and whatnot. But I wore larges this time. And some of the shirts are XLs on me and some of them are larges on me. Don't know who this model is or what her sizes are or what size she's wearing. I'm sure it says it in the May 30s. Machine wash cold with like colors. Tumble dry low. Do not iron. This meters. Baby tee with mid-leg crop fit. Full length sleeves. Thick binding collar. Okay, it doesn't say. It says it on the picture when you hover over. Is Ramadan? Don't scroll up. Do you know her politics? No. You guys need to stop being freaks, dude. Seriously. Like, you can't. No, I don't know. She's a model, Chad. Why would I know her politics? I didn't. Y'all literally, I'm done. Like, we had such normal. I had 2 normal conversations with like media and voters yesterday, and chat lost their freaking minds the entire time. Like, they just could not comprehend what it's like. And it's. Like, we do behave in a very, as a community, as a hive mind, we need to get better. We can't behave like this, okay? It's just like very odd. It is a very odd way to operate, dude. You built this community. I know it's, and I yell quite a bit to try to like rein it in, but it won't work. It don't work for some reason. But regardless, where were we? All right, we'll talk about the Bernie stuff. Obviously, I guess there's a funny edit there as well. There's also an NPR segment on me. NPR did a segment on me talking to Andrew Morantz, who wrote the article for the New Yorker magazine. But yeah, that's it. Those are the stories. That's my day. I'm eating poorly, as you guys experienced yesterday. You already know, and that is at least like translating to bigger gains. I'm gaining weight, but I'm also gaining muscle because I'm putting up decent numbers on here. Look at that. Stop and go. Stop and go. Okay. No bounce on that. You feel me? Not using. No bounce on that. It wasn't that heavy. It was like 420, I think. 420 blaze it. Yeah, I'm opium. Unk is tapped in. It's a trap bar one. It's not the.
My life is out of control. I'm telling you, nobody's safe. I've been living my life limbo. My ice came with a tree. So high.
So folks, I'm live. Yeah, but there it is. There it is. All right. Huberman shook. Yeah, Andrew needs to see that and recognize he probably can outlift me. If we're being real, he most likely can outlift me because I think he does TRT and stuff, and he's got a lot more experience lifting. So I don't know. Not to bring drama over here, but this showed up on my IG. That's so funny. Not to bring drama here, but also here's some drama. Is the funniest way that chatters will like sneakily, thinking that they're being sneaky, bring up drama. There's already enough people inside of the community apparently very frustrated with me, with my AOC Bernie interview that took place for 10 minutes, 10 whole minutes. You know? All right, let's see what Cutie Cinderella was saying.
I think it's good that someone like Hasan, who is like big man, like handsome, famous guy, people are like, oh, he's autistic.
Autistic. Hello? You can come in? Hello, you can come in? Sorry, I had to open the door. She said autistic. Anyway, all right. Let's get into it. You didn't ask Bernie if he was single, though. What is this? Ask him if he watches the pod. Ask him if he's single. Wait, you didn't ask. What the fuck? Okay, first of all, he's not single. And secondly, of course he watches the pod. Kaya, what are you doing? Place. Nice to see you. Nice to see Cutie finally warming up to you after all this time. The interview with Sig is so cool to talk to some of my lib family and be like, streamer got to talk to AOC and Bernie. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the fighting cowboy thing. Did I blast off already? No, I didn't. I forgot to blast off. All right, let's do it. That's crazy that I forgot to blast off this entire time. We're 45 minutes in. I'm too focused on silliness. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. Let's blast off. There's a lot to talk about, obviously. Trump destroys DOE. Hire me as a social media manager? What are you talking about? All I do is social media management. Hire me as a social media manager. Yeah, let me give you my stream key real quick. And my passwords. All right, Trump destroys Department of Education. Bernie plus AOC rally recap. Trump. Elon gets the China war plans. New merch line dropped today. Get in now. What in the hell is that bottle? It's cold brew concentrate. I dilute it with water and I drink it. Straight to the dome. Why is shipping so much? I don't know, dude. Why are you asking me these questions? I genuinely don't have any idea or any knowledge of how any of that stuff works. That's why I work with a company that handles all that. Hire me to be chill and hang out? No, I'm good. Thank you. You can trust me because I don't care enough this life to be malicious about things or towards people. Trust you with what? DOE is the Department of Energy. The ED is the Department of Education. I know. I said DOED instead. You know what? I'm going to edit it. Education. I was on NPR. There it is. Why don't you know this, Papa Abi? What do you mean? I do know that. I know DOE's Department of Energy. That's why I said DOED. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you should shout out your merch on your community comments on YouTube. Maybe. Yo, they banned a scientist from coming into your country. I know, the French one. I know. Also, that's not how you spell scientist. But it's funny. Yeah. Scientist. Bro, we need the Department of Education more than ever before, okay? We need scientists more than ever before, and we need a Department of Education more than ever before. Like, there's dudes in here that don't know how to type scientist, dude. Oh my God. We are so cooked. Open the schools. Open the schools immediately, okay? Do you see Al Jazeera got value tainted? What do you mean? Patrick but David went on Al Jazeera? They recently chained a Canadian Hannibal Lecter style. Even if she had a visa, she only got released because the media attention it got. Nice. That's great. Very cool stuff. All right. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it started. There's so much to talk about. Trump takes questions from reporters after announcing fighter jet contract. He's finally giving Boeing a new fighter jet contract. He's trying to save Boeing. I guess we'll start there. Dropset is a story about innocent Venezuelan goalkeeper that got deported to El Salvador. Yeah, I covered. There's a new story like this every day. Basically every day there's another insane story like this one from the Trump administration that is seemingly working on basically deporting whoever they can with no care or consideration to their background, no care or consideration on whether or not these people are actually even remotely criminal at all, where they're from originally. You know, they're just, no matter where you're from, you're going to El Salvador, you're going to the slave labor camp. Doesn't really matter. And we just keep finding out that, I mean, this is like accelerated war on terror stuff, because a lot of Americans are probably not aware. A lot of Americans are probably not aware of this, but like, this is, if you were in like Dearborn, right? Post 9/11, this is what they would do to you. If you were like a random Muslim guy, the government kind of did this, not to the same severity, not to the same degree. Like, the numbers are much higher now, but they definitely would just be like the principles were kind of similar, where they would be like, yeah, you're a terrorist. We have suspicion that you're a terrorist. You're going to Guantanamo Bay. We're basically going to torture you. Right. They'd be like, oh, you're, third cousin once removed, once was in the direction of Afghanistan, once sneezed on the border of Afghanistan. He's Al Qaeda, and so are you. You're going to Gitmo. Now there isn't even like any association whatsoever. They're just like, oh, we saw a tattoo and you were doing like hell yeah, rock sign. You're a part of a gang that we have now declared a terrorist gang that's doing terrorism, and you're going to not Gitmo, but this time you're going directly to you're no longer going to Gitmo, you're going to El Salvador, the for-profit slave labor prison. It is truly repulsive, it's truly terrifying, and it seems like Americans are kind of sleepwalking through this process. Like, they're walking in the direction. Maybe they're goose-stepping in the process in that direction. It seems like they're, it's not even a sleepwalk. It's more so a goose step, really, where I'm seeing a lot of people champion this administration's truly repulsive and truly insane behavior. Yeah. So that is where we're at in the Burger Reich. And there is a lot of fear in the air. There's a lot of instability in the air. There's a lot of understandable anger and resentment in the air. All of that and more. But that is where we're at. So New York Times reporting that a highly secret game plans potential war for China. Yeah, I know. I saw that. We'll talk about that too. But let's get started. Trump takes questions from reporters after announcing fighter jet contract.
To be serviced much better than it has in the past. It's been a mess.
Hasan, maybe talk about what we can do. Dude, I don't know where to begin with this because this dovetails into the Bernie AOC conversation as well. Okay? The only thing I can tell you at this stage is to protect your own, know your rights, and explain to other people, especially people that are marginalized, especially people that are, for example, could potentially be. Hold on. Doors open. Doors open. Okay. Dude, Murad is here, and there is so much motion happening in this house right now. My little primitive brain cannot handle the in and outs. It's just like him and his buddy are here. I think he wants to go biking or something, and it's just like, oh my God. All right. In terms of what to do, what is to be done, I think that this is the time to organize to the best of your ability and defend people in your immediate vicinity. Try to shelter them to the best of your ability from these kinds of government actions. And that's it. Like, I don't know. I don't have any real answers besides you have to organize. You have to make sure that you know your rights. You have to make sure that other people know their rights, and don't open the fucking door for ICE agents. Like, that's it. Get to know your neighbors. Join DSA. Join PSL. There are a lot of organizations out there. Try to get people to become more aware of what this administration is doing. It's a unique time, I think, for American history, where for even the past couple of decades, while things have gotten significantly worse year over year, it has never been it's never been this glaringly obvious, the erosion of civil liberties. Like, it's been a slow burn, and I think this is like the final, the logical conclusion to all of this harm. And it's understandable that people are frustrated in this moment. And I think I get the frustration that even leftists have on Twitter, even people in my community have with AOC and Bernie, which are now throwing these rallies together. And I've thought about that as well. I've thought about like what they can do, what they must do. Because if all of these rallies and if all of this awareness campaign is simply to just like sheepdog people back into the Democratic Party without the Democratic Party being genuinely changed, like structurally changed in its entirety, in its direction, in its focus, in its policy making capabilities, and in the ways that the Democrats actually fight back against the Trump administration, unless the Democratic Party is drastically changed and restructured to have a bold, dare I say, radical vision of change that they follow through on, where the AOCs and the Bernie Sanderses of the Democratic Party are like the centrists, okay, where they come across as like, and there are people that are to the left of Bernie and AOC within the Democratic Party, as you guys know, when it comes to foreign policy, for example. Like, if that does not happen, then we're cooked. We're completely cooked. I don't think AOC and Bernie are trying to sheepdog people, to be fair. I don't think that is like the classic take from Hammer Sickle Twitter, is the notion that like these people want to be a structural hurdle to a third party. They're not being genuine. They just want to like cut the progressive momentum, cut the wind from its sails, and like move them or redirect them back into the Democratic Party to fundraise for the Democrats. And I don't think that that is the case. I think what they're trying to do is to showcase to the rest of the Democrats that there is broad popular momentum behind these kinds of initiatives, behind like advocating for change in a way that average neoliberal Dems will consider to be radical, but that radical change is actually not so radical. It's common sense, right? That's the Bernie meta. He's been saying that for years and years, and that's why he's so effective as a communicator, and that's why he's so popular. That's why he has broad popular momentum, as we've seen over and over again. And I think these rallies are not so much to bring people together and then immediately direct them to a point of action, but instead, at least in this phase, it's to show the Democrats, the rest of the Democrats, that like if you do this, like you have to do stuff like this to basically change the structure of the party. Otherwise, it's cooked. Otherwise, you are cooked. Now, having said that, will that be successful? I don't think so. And I've been thinking quite a bit about what they could be doing more than what they're doing right now. And I think having issue focus in the organizing would possibly be a better idea for both AOC and Bernie Sanders. This is something I've talked about quite a bit. This is something I've thought about quite a bit. Because if they were issue specific in their rallies, in their organizing, I think that would be a little bit more that would be a little bit more impactful, right? What do I mean by this? Organize with a union directly outside of a work stoppage. Organize around the Mahmoud Khalil situation. Organize with teachers and do a rally specifically for teachers, like issue specific rallies. I think could perhaps be a little bit better to demonstrate messaging discipline. These are the types of things that they have done. Like Bernie has certainly done this many, many times over. Bernie used to do trips to Canada from Vermont. He would bring all these old people together, and they would literally go to Canada to get cheap pharmaceuticals. So Bernie is not a stranger to doing stuff like this, because it not only demonstrates messaging discipline, but it also shows like a very specific issue that has to change. And it also basically shows like not that far away, across the pond, across the invisible border right there, they have people that are doing it better in terms of pharmaceutical pricing. So it's a win-win-win. You're helping people. You're also getting your message across. You're showing real tangible results, and you're genuinely changing people's lives for the better in the process. It's a perfect idea. It's a perfect way to do it. And I think that they need to do a little bit more on that front, perhaps. Perhaps they need to do a little bit more on that front. I think that would put a more positive spin, because I saw that even in the rally itself, these people are excited to hear Bernie. They're excited to hear AOC. They like Bernie Sanders. They like AOC. And even at the rally itself, there were people who were like, what should we do? Like people kept saying, what can we do? What should we do? And I think that's important.
Conscious, becoming conscious.
Yeah. I think organizing is important, but I think we have to also mobilize on top of organizing. Because the reality of the matter is there's a lot of discontent for the Republicans, and there's a lot of discontent for the Democrats as well. There's a lot of anger and resentment towards the congressional Democrats as well. Here's Kaisa, who is a HasanAbi head who sometimes posts the kawaii memes, says, bro, I'm at a congressional town hall and people are heated and basically begging for leadership from Democrats and wondering why nothing on the news or social media represents them. Oh God, the congressperson said he believes in decorum. Someone said that's the problem. Yeah. People, I think, are angry. They're arriving at the position that people in this community have had for quite some time. Like, this is the anger, this is the frustration that I've had for years with the Democrats, right? Fight back against these fucking Republicans. Actually follow through on an agenda that genuinely changes people's lives in a positive way. Demonstrate messaging discipline. Associate with like a select few legislative agenda items that are successful, popular, and keep repeating it over and over and over again. Hammer that point across, and then do everything you can to push that legislative agenda. And I think the Democrats have never done that, but people are finally waking up to the reality that the Democrats are not doing that, and they're very, very angry. I guess the example I will use, is Zoran in New York. He's running for the New York mayoral race, and he has done a phenomenal job with this. Obviously, he's not getting enough media attention, enough mainstream media attention, and unfortunately, the New York mayoral race, much like every other goddamn race, is like hard locked by mainstream outlets. Hard locked by mainstream outlets, and when you don't get a lot of media attention, like the amount of like media attention and institutional like machine Democrats, the amount of power machine Democrats have, like Andrew Cuomo, where they could just like immediately organize a rally and bring in like a bunch of key unions is something that a lot of people don't recognize. Like fighting the good fight. You platforming Zoran can possibly get him in the race? No, I'm going to do that. I'm probably going to fly to New York because I don't want to do it over Discord. Like they want to link up over Discord. I don't want to link up over Discord. I want to do something in person. Like this is one of the few instances where he's been on CNN, but that's not enough. You know what I mean? What I'm talking about is machine politics. A lot of you guys are maybe even, no matter how knowledgeable you are about politics, you probably don't see a lot of the invisible ways in this, in the invisible ways in which machine politics works in New York, right? Michael from Pennsylvania can give you guys an even better inside look into this with Pennsylvania specifically. But like, I'll give you an example. I didn't really cover it, but like Andrew Cuomo was entertaining running in the New York mayoral race for quite some time. He kept saying, he kept dipping his toes in. He kept saying like, oh, I'm going to run. Will I run? Probably. You know, they would send out feelers, and every time they sent out feelers, the media would cover it because Andrew Cuomo is a person who is obviously very famous. Now, he was unceremoniously kicked out of his gubernatorial position for doing a metric ton of sexual harassment over the course of many, many years. But what's interesting about that was the first rally that he held. Do you want to know the first rally that Andrew Cuomo held after saying he was going to run for mayor? It was a Women for Cuomo rally. Okay? These are the protesters that were outside of the Women for Cuomo rally, but that's the reality. He did he went and he did a fucking Women for Cuomo rally. And he got a bunch of powerful women in New York to link up with him. Okay? And then here's another thing that they did. Here's another thing that he did. They held another rally the next day with unions for Cuomo, right? To present himself as like pro-labor union. They went to that rally. A bunch of union rank and filers were at this rally, right? Turns out a bunch of smart labor reporters went in and asked them, like, what are you doing here? And they were like, I don't know. My union said that this was like a meetup. And I believe that they were giving benefits for attending it. And they had no idea that it was like a pro Cuomo rally. Yeah, it was the Carpenters Union Hall in New York. So, like, this is the type of stuff that Andrew Cuomo has the power to do. This is what I mean when I say machine politics works in incredibly nefarious ways, where if you were basically in charge of New York politics, that entire machine for quite a while, you have the opportunity to go to union leadership, find union leaders that are on board with your agenda because you'll give them some kind of legal kickback when you're in power once again. So you can just like call up favors and have those union leaders bring in rank and filers to do a fucking photo op. All the while, the media carries on the message. Look, women are not that angry at Andrew Cuomo. Maybe he's just Italian, and maybe he wasn't doing, sexual harassment to every woman that was in his vicinity, right? So this is how it works. This is how it works. This is a disgusting machine. This is a machine run by vultures and lecherous perverts. And they have no interest in any of the issues that they advocate for. And people who do have a genuine interest in making change for the working class, those are the people that unfortunately get owned in the process. And Zoran is a perfect example of this. I don't think he will, right? I don't think he will get owned in this process. But like, it's always a hard fight. And when people ask about AOC, for example, like how does she sneak in? She snuck in. That's how she got the role. She was able to destroy the what is it, like the head of the Treasury, I think. He's like the third most powerful Democrat in Congress because he was in a safe district. He thought he was totally safe. He thought there was no way that he could get primaried. And that's precisely how AOC was able to win. That's precisely how the initially. Whoa, what? What the hell was that? What just happened? Did it F? It was a mini F? Okay. Anyway. Just as Democrats were able to secure a bunch of W's in primaries all around the country because they were able to basically showcase, honestly, who they were at a time when people were obviously resentful of establishment party politics, but in a way where the Democratic Party was not expending resources. So the safer the seat, the bluer the district, the easier it is for a progressive person to actually undermine undermine the Democratic establishment candidate, no matter how safe they feel they are. But the more people focus their attention into these smaller races, the more money gets dumped into it, the more mainstream media focuses on these little races every now and then, the harder it gets for genuine progressive left candidates to win these races. And I think Zoran has a really big hill to climb in this regard. Does that make sense? It's not just about individual donors and fundraising, chatters. I'm telling you right now, okay? It's not about that. It's not about that at all. I don't think you understand how much play you get from earned media. How much play you get from earned media when MSNBC is talking about Andrew Cuomo every fucking day. CNN is talking about Andrew Cuomo every day. I don't think you get it. Like, mainstream media, especially in races like this, still matter quite a bit because most normies that would love Zoran's ideas, Zoran's opinions, like they're not going out and voting. A lot of people are not going to vote in the New York mayoral race. And the ones that do are just going to go for name recognition. Like a big chunk of people are just going to go for name recognition, the ranked choice, and they're going to go, okay, I know Andrew Cuomo. Isn't he like a sex pest? I don't know. Whatever. Boom. He's number one. Like that's usually how it works. He has all the energy. I'm not being defeatist at all. I think he has a good shot. I'm just simply explaining to you how hard it is for someone like Zoran to win a race like the New York mayoral race. Okay? That's precisely the reason why I want to link up with him and help him in any way I can. So that's where the situation is, and I think that there are also a lot of people that there's like spoilers on the ticket there for Zoran, just like there's spoilers. There's the Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo knife fight, which is good because it's like vote splitting there. And then there's also the Brad Lander Zoran kind of fight, and it seems like Greg Kazar actually. Greg Kazar went and endorsed Brad Lander for mayor, and Brad Lander in other circumstances would be fine, right? If Zoran wasn't in the race, then he's like a fine candidate in comparison to everybody else, okay? But with Zoran in the race, he is not fine, okay? Not only does he have no motion, but every progressive, in my opinion, should be pumping Zoran as hard as they possibly could. I know ranked choice voting makes vote splitting less of an issue. Yes, I understand that. But there's still, you should still endorse and offer name recognition to the best of your ability to the top contender in this regard. And I think that like this is a major mistake. Going and endorsing Brad Lander is a major mistake. In my opinion, it's because Brad Lander is not anti-Israel and Zoran is. No, I know. The Israel stuff is like, I know a lot of people. I think, especially liberals, like the broader liberal movement, does not think that like Palestine is all that prescient of an issue. But because it is at the intersection of so many glaringly obvious inequalities and so many forms of systemic oppression, whether it be Western imperialism, whether it be racism, whether it be Islamophobia, that I think a lot of people just like a lot of people discount how important the issue is for so many different factors. Like the Democrats really need to drop this Israel shit, like this unconditional pro-Israel shit, especially at a time when Israel is not so poppin', okay, for understandable reasons. Like it is very, very dumb and very, very short-sighted, and it is classic. It's classic Democratic Party cowardly behavior. Anyway, you got so political, HasanAbi. I started watching you for your basketball skills and your cute dog. Yeah, sometimes I get a little political around these parts. Yeah, you already know what it is. So, union members were, this is what I was talking about earlier. Union members were asked to attend a rally at Carpenter's headquarters to support our union without being told it was, in fact, a rally for Cuomo's campaign. Here's the text blast sent out to union members a few days ago. District Council 9, brothers and sisters, we are attending a rally event at Sunday, 3-2 at 10 a.m. This rally will count for the March VOC for painters and tapers. Come out and support your union. Please share this message and remember to bring your DC9 ID. Text stop to opt out. Like they didn't even tell them that this was a fucking Cuomo rally. It's so gross. The other reason why I'm talking about Zoran is because I think he is doing all of the right things. he has a tremendous hurdle to clear here because it's a race that a lot of people are paying attention to because it's a race that has national significance. New York is a major city. Obviously, that's not the reason. That's not the only reason why this has national significance. There are a lot of players in this that are nationally known figureheads, whether it be Eric Adams or whether it be Andrew Cuomo. So that is the reason why Zoran not having a lot of the same instruments at his disposal in the way that, for example, Andrew Cuomo has. He has a major hurdle to clear here in a race that has a lot of players that have more name recognition than him. Obviously, this is in our circle. We know about him, right? Because he's been doing a great job. But not every single person in here lives in New York, right? In terms of like winning the mayoral race in New York, there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people you got to talk to.
The city needs someone to lead it that is willing to fight the Trump administration, not collaborate with it in the manner of Eric Adams or that which Andrew Cuomo is running.
I think what the general public sees is a Democratic Party that is more interested in defending people like Mahmoud Khalil than they are victims of crime here in New York City, than they are Jewish students who have been subjected to vile anti-Semitism across these college campuses and universities, or than they did seeing Democrats refuse to stand for a 13-year-old boy who's suffering from cancer who was made a Secret Service agent. That's what the juxtaposition is right now. That's what the American people are seeing. And they're looking at it and they're going, these people are out of their minds.
Go ahead. Well, you know what I think also the New Yorkers are seeing is a Jewish student by the name of Grant Minor, who was the president of the United Auto Workers local on Columbia's campus that was just fired by Columbia administration for participating in those same protests. These are students that deserve their rights to be respected. These are ones that deserve to be recognized by those of us who aspire to be leaders across the city.
I got to leave it there.
I'm being so for real when I say this. I don't think a single Democratic voter or a single voter in New York in the mayoral race gives a shred of a fuck about whether or not congressional Democrats stood up and clapped for the 13-year-old cancer kid, okay? If you think that that is like what's going to win you favors in the New York mayoral race, like you are the most delusional person on the planet. I mean, this guy's got no motion anyway. A little bit like it's so funny to be like, why don't they care about this kid? It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Yet another circumstance where it's like, if you ask the average person, if they're like podcast brain, maybe they fucking heard about it. But like, honestly, I don't think most normal people give a shit. Like, they have no idea what happened there, okay? Jesus. All right. Anyway, here's another great moment from Zoran.
How many more New Yorkers will you detain? How many more New Yorkers without charge? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan?
When we asked Tom Homan, all he had to answer for that cruelty was a smirk. Because there is no answer for taking a man from his pregnant wife, who is due to deliver their newborn child in a month, from their Columbia University apartment, a day after that same man, Mahmoud Khalil, wrote to Columbia University and said he feared for his life. The cowardice that is on display across our city and our state is unacceptable. New Yorkers are looking to us. They are looking to their leaders for courage and for conviction. And what they are finding instead is collaboration. And that is just simply unacceptable.
How many more New Yorkers? How many more New Yorkers will you detain? How many more New Yorkers?
Why are we not seeing more Dems like this? I mean, you can't sit on your ass and collect checks if you do stuff like this. It's hard. You know, it's hard to do that. Democrats just don't really care about this stuff because why would they? Andrew Cuomo versus Zoran is a great analog for why Democrats don't do stuff like this, right? They don't do stuff like this because they're Andrew Cuomo, Why would they do that when they could just like call up the union leaders that and call in a favor from a sympathetic union leader to just like put together a silly ass union rank and filers for Cuomo campaign stop, and then that gets a lot of hits on Politico. Better question. Why should we risk losing a leader like this to the machine of the Democrats? I don't know how to answer your question because I don't know. Like, obviously, he's the one who's making this decision to put a D next to his name. I'm not going to sit around and be like, why are you associating yourself with the Democratic Party? The reason why is because, especially if you don't have name recognition, because Zoran doesn't have any name recognition, you have to use the well-established Democrat name in a well-established Democrat enclave like New York City. That's probably the reason why. You know, I'm sure people have other opinions on the matter, but it is what it is. There's a reason why the Working Families Party, which is a relatively strong party in New York state politics, still collaborates and operates within the confines of the Democratic Party. I don't care what gets him across the finish line, as long as he gets across the finish line. Does that make sense? That's the play here. But yeah. Have you thought about interviewing him? Yes, I'm working on setting something up. Don't worry. But as you guys asked me, like, who's doing a good job of like putting up a strong fight, simultaneously galvanizing voters and making it issue specific, Zoran is doing a great job on that front. Now let's get back to the state of affairs at the national level. Donald Trump.
Releasing that because many presidents have gone through it and they haven't released. And I said, release. We even released Social Security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted. They said, sir, what about Social Security? People long gone, but they're long gone, so I can't imagine. But I said, if you don't delete it, if you do delete it, we have people are going to say, why did you delete it? There's something in there. So we gave Social Security, we gave everything. And the rest is for you to look at, Peter. You're going to see whether or not you see anything. But we've given it. We're doing it with Dr. Martin Luther King, too. They're preparing all of that. They're going to release everything. And
that's crazy. Okay, that's wild. Wait, what do you mean? So he's going to release the files on MLK's assassination? Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way are they going to release the full files. There's no shot. I guess maybe because he hates the FBI, right? Maybe he's like, yeah, that's right. I hate the FBI. They came after me just like MLK. They killed him just like they tried to kill me.
Whoever else they want. I mean, you know, we have nothing. We really have nothing to hide. We should.
It is amazing how much play podcasters get. Like, it is we are living in the podcast world, dude. This is the podcasters' universe. We are just simply living in the podcasters' universe.
Shouldn't have, you know, when a lot of time goes by. But with the Kennedy files, in particular, they were going crazy on them. I don't think there's anything that's earth-shattering, but you'll have to make that determination. In those, it's 80,000. It's actually 88,000, and we have some additional things, as you know, come out today. And for that, you can go to the offices and you can see whatever you want to see. Everything is out there, totally open. The additional stuff is available later on today. You go over to the offices and you can have it immediately. And you'll make a determination.
And on something else, these Tren de Aragua guys, because of your executive order, they are designated as foreign terrorists.
Yeah.
If ISIS or Al-Qaeda foreign terrorists were operating here in the United States, cops would probably be shooting first and asking questions later. And so what is the difference between terrorists, between somebody like an ISIS or an Al-Qaeda operative versus a MS-13 or Tren de Aragua?
Well, these are people that focus on destroying people in their homes. They're not as international in that sense. They're a group of thugs. They come from Venezuela.
Why don't we shoot first and ask questions later about people that we suspect as being Tren de Aragua terrorists? I don't know. Maybe because half of the people that you're locking up have no association with Tren de Aragua whatsoever. And it would be absolutely psychotic to just gun random people that you suspect of being Venezuelan down in the streets. What the fuck is this question? This guy, douchey, it's douchey, right? I think it is douchey. It sounded a lot like him. I like that douchey's question is basically, hey, why don't you start gunning down random people that you suspect of being brown, okay? Why don't we just start gunning down random brown people? Nice, dude. Thanks.
They come from the prisons of Venezuela. They're very, very dangerous people, but they didn't look so dangerous when the guards took care of the situation from El Salvador. And I want to thank the president. He's a friend of mine. He's done a great job. But I just can't imagine that the Democrats are taking this issue where they want to have them back. So now they have men playing in women's sports. They have transgender for everyone. They have open borders. They have all of their crazy policies that are, I think, 95-5, not 90-10, okay? And their new policy is, let's bring Tren de Aragua back into our country. Let's bring the worst. These are the worst gang members there are. They looked amazingly frail, though, by the way they were handled. It's very amazing. They weren't, when they were in Colorado cutting the fingers off a man because he made a phone call to the police, they seemed a lot tougher then than they did when they were having their head shaved and they were in shackles. They're tough people. They're bad people. We don't want them in our country. We can't let a judge say that he wants him. He didn't run for president. He didn't get much more than 80 million votes. And we just can't let that happen. It'd be so bad for our country. I won on the basis of getting criminals out of our country that were let in. It was called unforced error. They were let in by Biden, incompetently let in, and let in by the millions, actually. 21 million people. I believe it's 21 million. And that's not even including the gotaways. But these are rough people. We want them out of our country. And I won the election based at least partly on that. And that's a big part, yeah?
I don't know if you saw this. Tim Walz is now saying about Trump supporters, and forgive me, I'm just reading a quote from Tim Walz, I think I could kick most of their ass.
Oh boy, he'd be in trouble.
Is there any way to know?
Well, he's a loser. The guy's a loser. He lost an election. He played a part. Usually a vice president doesn't play a part, they say. I think Tim played a part. I think he was so good.
Yeah, he did. The part he played was being back-pocketed into oblivion. If Tim Walz had been unleashed, I think the chances of the Kamala Walz ticket would be significantly better. Okay? Straight up. I will stand on that. You might not agree with everything that Tim Walz did on the campaign, and I think personally that there were a lot of mistakes, especially mistakes in terms of not letting him communicate in the ways that he wanted to. Some of that we actually heard about, like the whole weird thing. Right? They stopped him from doing that, which was stupid. But there's also other issues. I think if left to his own devices, if left to his own devices, he would have done a significantly better job talking about immigration, but he couldn't, step out of line with the top of the ticket on that front or with the Democratic Party. He couldn't, I don't know what his genuine perspective would have been in terms of the Israel stuff, but judging by his actions in Congress when he was a member of Congress, like, he was anti-war. He was one of the select few openly anti-war Democrats, like one of the last bastion of like the anti-war Democrats out there. I don't think he loves Israel as much as people claim he does. He was just very clearly forced into that position. Maybe it's copium. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Walz was an Israel fanatic. First of all, if you judge Democrats off of, bruh, stop coping, I need everyone to understand something, okay? I am speculating here because I know more than you do about his fucking track record. And the reason why I'm speculating in this direction is because you don't know his track record in Congress. You don't know that at all. I'm analyzing what he has done in terms of, like, when he had legislative power, okay? Yes, he absolutely did come across as the bog standard pro-Israel Dem when he was running for VP. He also basically went back on a lot of his own personal policies in Minnesota and his own policy prescriptions when he was a congressperson in the Democratic Party when he was running alongside Kamala Harris. I know. And you could easily say he should have demonstrated courage as the vice president. I agree. It probably would have even salvaged the reputation of the ticket if he actually did step out of line. If there was a little bit of controversy surrounding Tim Walz and Kamala Harris not actually on board with the same agenda or whatever. He didn't do that. He probably should have. That would have genuinely been helpful for the Democrats, whether they recognize it or not. But he wanted to be a team player. He wanted to be Biden was the strongest candidate we had. Yeah, we should have ran Uncle Brandon again. You're right. He is. He's the strongest. These guys are truly terrified of broaching the issue of Israel. Like, the way I know that. Like, I know no matter how progressive they are, unless you're like a Rashida Tlaib or an Ilhan Omar, okay, most Democrats shit in their diapers when the issue of Israel comes up. Okay? Even progressive Democrats like Bernie Sanders and even progressive Democrats like AOC, you would think that the entire Democratic caucus has blackmail on them or something, the way that they operate. Okay? I know. I see it. I see it every day. It is absurd. It's not, there is no issue, I think, within the Democratic Party that is so directly at odds with the base's demands than Israel. Like, the Democratic Party is overwhelmingly, at this point, the Democratic Party's base of support overwhelmingly says Israel's gone way too far, okay? It ranges from two-staters to the person that does not know what the fuck Israel even is, but just hears about it in the news and goes, I don't like all the baby murder I've seen that my children keep harassing me about, okay? And yet, in spite of all of that, in spite of the genuine momentum shift on this key issue, Democrats are terrified of stepping out of line. It doesn't make any sense. It's very stupid. You're living out a little? How is this living out? I'm saying that the Democratic Party across the board is directly at odds with its base, okay, on this issue, on many issues, but specifically with Israel. It's like such an obvious gimme. It's such an obvious, easy-ass point of contention that they could stress to expose the hypocrisy of the Trump administration in terms of claiming that they're fucking free speech, pro-free speech, but then simultaneously undermining that. Claiming that they want law and order while routinely violating laws and creating disorder because you have hurt the feelings of Israel. Like, this is a foreign country. What are you talking about? There are so many ways that you could communicate to the broader public, reach across the aisle even, something that Democrats love doing. It is the easiest gimme of all time, and yet Democrats are asleep at the wheel or shitting in their diapers, basically. They just don't want to fight this fight at all, and it's very frustrating. Even purely on electoral strategy grounds, it makes no sense that they are so uncomfortable on this issue. They're so scared about just saying enough is enough.
Bad that he hurt her, but she hurt herself, and Joe hurt them both. They didn't have a great group, but I would probably put him at the bottom of the group.
Have you heard that Biden wants to get back involved for Democratic politicians, fundraising and campaigning against your policies?
I hope so.
Mr. President, there are several families. Mr. President, there are families from some of the people.
Who are you with?
I'm with La Nación newspaper from Argentina. There are families from some of the people that were on those flights to El Salvador that claim that they're not criminals, they're not members of Tenderagua, of MS-13. What can you tell them, and what guarantees can you give them that everyone in those planes were actual criminals, terrorists, as you said?
Well, I was told that they went through a very strong vetting process.
Did they?
And that will also be continuing in El Salvador. And if there's anything like that, we would certainly want to find out. But these were a bad group. This was a bad group, and they were in bad areas, and they were with a lot of other people that were absolutely killers, murderers, and people that were really bad with the worst records you've ever seen. And but we will continue that process, absolutely. We don't want to make that kind of a mistake.
Is the U.S. planning to give up the position of NATO's Supreme Allied Commander? And if so, why?
NATO is something that I saved. NATO was gone until I came along. In fact, the previous Secretary General, very good man, both of them are good. The current man is fantastic. But both of them have said, if it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't even have a NATO, because we were paying the cost of almost all of the countries. And now they're paying. I said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to continue. You hurt us on trade. You do bad things on trade. And then on top of it, we're supposed to pay for your military. And because of what I did, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO by countries that just weren't paying. They were delinquent. They weren't paying their bills. So NATO is solid. They're strong. But they have to treat us fairly.
Are we going to give up the...
Because, look, without us, NATO's not the same thing. And I can tell you, I've been having very good discussions, as you know, with President Zelensky and with President Putin. And President Putin will tell you that without the United States, he wouldn't be worried. But he is worried when the United States is involved. And I have to tell you, I've dealt very well with both gentlemen, and we have, I think we have the confines of a deal. I hope we have the confines of a deal. I'm doing it for two reasons. Number one, and by far most importantly, thousands of young people, and they're not American people, they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, are being killed every week, thousands a week. And also the United States has paid, because of Biden, $350 billion on a war that should have never happened. If we had a competent president in this, sitting right here, that war would have never happened. It would have absolutely never happened with me. And it didn't happen. For 4 years, it didn't happen.
Mr. President, do you think you have the authority, the power to round up people, deport them, and then you're under no obligation to a court to show the evidence against them?
Well, that's what the law says, and that's what our country needs.
No, it doesn't.
Because we were, unfortunately, they allowed millions of people to come into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. So you ought to ask, did he have the authority to allow millions of people? Did Biden have the authority to do something that's unthinkable? Have open borders where millions of people poured into our country, totally unvetted and totally unchecked, just as you would say. And many of those people were criminals. Many of them were from jails and prisons and mental institutions and gang members and drug dealers and very dangerous people. Many were murderers. We have 11,088 that we know of murderers they murdered. Of that number, at least half killed more than one person. They're in our country. They're in a location near you. Biden...
Okay, dude. Just what is the purpose of having these sorts of press conferences if you know you just get to say whatever you want to say? No one is gonna be able to course correct here. He's just straight up lying. Like the questions that came before this basically undermine this position that he's trying to keep repeating. Hey, why do you keep saying they're like all murderers when, you know, it's clear that a lot of these guys are not even criminals at all? They have no criminal records. Something that the Department of Homeland Security has also admitted in their briefings. Why do you keep saying that? And he's like, oh, they're vetted. They're vetted so well by the DHS. It's like, okay, but the DHS's own vetting process shows that there's very little evidence. And if there was need, if they had done the perfect vetting, then they'd have a strong case for deportation in the court system. If they had clear evidence, hard, tangible evidence on terrorism grounds, then you could take it to a judge and the judge would sign off on it. The entire point of this conversation is that you don't want to go to the judge because you know you don't have any evidence. And the DHS is openly stating that they don't have enough evidence to deport these people. And a lot of dummies will come into this chat and still say, well, coming here illegally is a crime. Yes, dumbass, I know. So is fucking jaywalking, okay? Shut up. You don't understand what you're saying. There are crimes that warrant deportation. Trump knows this. You don't. That's the reason why he lies about the severity of the crimes. Do you not understand that? The problem is these people did not come in here illegally. Many of these people actually came here legally. They came here because Trump invited them. First, Trump ruined their economy deliberately and then invited them here and gave them temporary protected status, proper documentation to work inside of U.S. borders. You are too stupid to understand any of this stuff. So you just go, coming here illegally is a crime. Y'all crazy? I'm getting death threats with this? Stop fucking crying, okay? Shut up. Shut up. You're imagining death threats that you're getting right now. Shut up. I hate this shit. Conservatives come in here and they're like, sorry, sucks to suck. People that actually have the proper documentation, that have had that documentation removed from them like that, who are getting deported to a fucking slave camp, deserve to be sent to a slave camp. Doesn't matter. No due process. Don't give a shit. And then you immediately go, oh, people are being mean to me. Shut up. God, I can't fucking stand the soy right, dude. Holy fuck. Bunch of pathetic crybabies. Oh my Lord, dude. Unfucking bearable. Constantly advocating for more death and more destruction, more harm to others that have less than them, and then immediately going, oh, you're being mean to me. You're being so mean. What did I do other than advocate for an insane process of just like randomly grabbing people off the fucking street that previously had the proper documentation and then shipping them off to an unaccountable, serial human rights violating slave labor colony? What happened to civility? I was just simply being a fucking Nazi. Why can't I just advocate for a little bit of fascism without even recognizing that that will inevitably hurt you? Huh? Bir dakika veremem şu anda. Vereceğim birazdan. Dur.
Allow that to happen to our country. And his people that really ran the country. And the person that operated the auto pen, I think we ought to find out who that was, because I guess that was the real president. So when you ask me if we have the authority, did Biden have the authority to allow millions of people to come into our country? Many of these people hardened criminals. at the top of the line who have caused tremendous damage in our country. You see them in New York City fighting with our police. I mean, literally having fist fights in the street with our police. These are tough, hard criminals. Many of them came out of jails, and not just South America, from all over the world. They came out from Africa, from the Congo. They came out from Asia, not just South America, but many from South America. These are hard, tough criminals, and we have to get them out. And a judge sitting behind a bench someplace got a nice appointment. You can't take that away from the people that are responsible. Now, in this case, Marco Rubio has a lot of big decisions to make, and he's a fantastic person, a great man. I think he'll be our best. I think he has a chance to be our best Secretary of State. He's been doing incredibly. He works so hard. He's gone to so many different countries already, and he's got the authority to get bad people out of our country. And you can't stop that with a judge sitting behind a bench that has no idea what goes on, who happens to be a radical left lunatic.
Do you think the judiciary is
You guys today are denying this New York Times report that Elon Musk was going to be shown a 20 to 30 page presentation about a theoretical war plan against China. Why not just show it to Elon?
Because I don't want to show it to anybody. You know, you're talking about a potential war with China. Now, I deal with these people all the time, and I'm dealing with Pete. I'm dealing with these gentlemen on numerous different airplane purchases, and I think they're all going to be great. But I don't want other people anybody seeing potential war with China. We don't want to have a potential war with China, but I can tell you if we did, we're very well equipped to handle it. But I don't want to show that to anybody. But certainly you wouldn't show it to a businessman who is helping us so much. He's a great patriot. He's paying a big price for helping us cut costs, and he's doing a great job. He's finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. But I certainly wouldn't want, Elon has businesses in China, and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. But it was such a fake story. The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. And anybody read that story, people...
Yeah, it's a fake story. But also, Elon Musk would like to prosecute the leakers. That's what you do with fake stories. The New York Times is pure propaganda. Also, I look forward to the prosecutions of those at the Pentagon who are leaking maliciously false information to the New York Times. They will be found. It's simultaneously a fake story and also, why did you release this information? We're going to prosecute you. Yeah, I can't believe they're leaking false information. The fake news is at it again. This time, the failing New York Times, they said incorrectly that Elon Musk is going to the Pentagon tomorrow to be briefed on a potential war with China. How ridiculous. China will not even be mentioned or discussed. How disgraceful it is that the discredited media can make up such lies. Anyway, the story is completely untrue. I wish it was, though, honestly, because as I described yesterday, it's a win-win regardless, because either A, Elon Musk is a secret Chinese asset given his factories in Shanghai and will leak the war plans to China immediately, or Elon Musk is not a Chinese asset, but simply an incompetent billionaire who will accidentally leak that information in an effort to flex on Twitter for some of his dumbest followers, and will undermine those plans regardless. The moment that you got Elon Musk looking into it, I mean, we saw what he did with Doge, right? Can't wait for that level of competence to be a formative fixture at America's next chapter of Cold War against China.
Laughed at that story. Who would do such a thing?
Yeah, remember when Doge leaked a black site on U.S. soil? That was fun.
The first thing I did is I called Susie and I called Pete. I said, is there any truth to that? And they said, it's ridiculous. No, he's over there to talk about costs. You might want to address that, Pete. But Elon was over there today to address costs. Doge, thing called Doge, which you've heard about. Pete?
That's exactly right, Mr. President.
It's so funny that annoying autistic kids or adults that want clout online is probably one of the most consistent ways that the Pentagon ends up leaking classified information on Discord servers. And then you basically have the leading, annoying, narcissistic, thin-skinned, autistic man who wants fucking clout online to be in a meeting like this. Like, you literally looked at the War Thunder forums, you looked at that other Discord leaker guy, and you said, let's get the current version of that into one of the most important meetings that we could have about our most significant foreign adversary. Hilarious. Awesome.
Pointed out it was a fake story. We pointed out it was meant to sort of undermine whatever relationship the Pentagon has with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a patriot. Elon Musk is an innovator. Elon Musk provides a lot of capabilities our government and our military rely on, and I'm grateful for that. We welcomed him today to the Pentagon to talk about Doge, to talk about efficiencies, to talk about innovations. It was a great informal conversation. The rest of that reporting was fake. There was no war plans. There was no Chinese war plans. There was no secret plans. That's not what we were doing at the Pentagon.
I might add that I think Elon, if they ever wanted to do that, I think Elon wouldn't do it. I think he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't want to put himself in that position.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's so good. Oh, dude. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, Elon cares about America. Oh, my God. That's an amazing take. First of all, no billionaire cares about anything but putting another zero next to their net worth, okay? I mean, Trump, if you consider him to be a real billionaire, is a perfect example of this. That is amazing. That is amazing. Ay, ay, ay.
But if you read what's out of the New York Times, it's such a dishonest newspaper. It's such garbage. It's, it used to be called all the news that's fit to print. Well, it's all the news that's not fit to print. They have fake sources, or they don't have sources. I think they make most of it up. But this was a made-up story by the New York Times. I call it the failing. It's a failing newspaper. It's failing. And they shouldn't do that. They really are the enemy of the people.
And something else.
We do need honest journalism in this. We've made such big strides over the last 2 months, but we just need honest journalism, and we don't have it. When you have a CNN, you have to watch these people every once in a while just to see where they're coming from, and it's so dishonest. MSNBC is, I think, probably worse, and they're both doing horribly in the ratings. I think they're going to be turned off. I don't think, they're not doing any ratings. You're doing well in the ratings.
Thank you.
I understand that your trade rep is meeting their Chinese counterpart next week.
Yes.
Is there anything that they can do to stop April 2nd or to roll back the tariffs that you put on China already?
Well, we can talk, but basically, I call April 2nd. I would have made it April 1st, but I didn't want to be April Fool's Day because then nobody would believe what I said, and they do believe me. April 2nd is going to be Liberation Day for America. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe. We've been ripped off on trade. We've been ripped off on military. We protect people, and they don't do anything for us. It's just so unfair for years and years. And now some of that money is going to be coming back to us in the form of tariffs. Tens of billions. It's going to be numbers like nobody's ever seen. So NVIDIA announced today, you saw that? Hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. The biggest chip maker in the world announced hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. Hundreds of billions, not millions, but billions. They're all coming here. Apple just announced $500 billion worth. They're going to build plants here. They built their plants in China. They're going to build them here. And they're starting immediately. We have investment, the likes of which this country has never seen, already announced. And they all want to have news conferences. I don't have enough time to have that many news conferences, but I would say so far at least $4 trillion. $4 trillion is coming in.
Dude, lying is so undefeated. It is crazy. Has anyone ever thought about just simply lying? Like, a lot. just over and over again. And then having an entire media apparatus, both on the mainstream side with Fox News and on the independent media side with every podcast, just go along with it as though it is the case. And it's not like I can't be, maybe I care about this too much, like from the optics side or the narrative side, because I'm a commentator and that's basically all I do. But I am truly in awe of how successful simply fucking lying is. And even if it never happens, and many of the things that they say they're doing are not real, and many of the things that they say is coming is not coming at all, it just does not matter. Like, people just move on to the next lie. It is the Elon Musk method in many ways as well. Every time you do a new product announcement, just straight up lie. Stock prices won't actually get hurt by it, even if you never follow through on them. We're not in Mars. There's no Tesla Roadster. There's no battery swap initiatives. And, you know, look how far Elon was able to get with that. He was able to basically snowball his falsehoods into still, no FSD, no brain chips. Just lie over and over again. The only reason why Elon is falling out of favor now is because of his like direct association with Donald Trump and the fact that he's the guy that they're using as a hatchet to gut the administrative state. If that wasn't the case, people probably still would think like, oh, he's the woke guy, right? Tesla, I don't know.
Car companies, very importantly, a lot of the car companies that were going to build in Mexico or Canada are now building here, because I don't want cars from...
This chatter says, where is it? There was a chatter who said, what? Oh, you can take it now, yeah. Okay, they're back again. Come in. Oh my God. So there was a chatter who said, is there a tell? Because like when someone lies this much, I'm sure there's a tell. What is Trump's tell? There is no tell. You want to know why there is no tell? Because he lies with every statement. So if everything that you say is a lie, there's no reason for a tell. His tell is just he opens his mouth. Every single thing he says is a lie. So there's no reason to try and figure out what a tell is for Donald Trump because his mouth is open. That's the tell.
Canada. I don't want cars from Mexico. They want to do it, it's fine, but I want the car companies to build here, not, they were building in Mexico 3 plants, big plants, really big plants, and they were going to sell the cars right across the border. We wouldn't have the jobs, we wouldn't have the profits, we wouldn't get the taxes, we get nothing. All we get is unemployment and empty factories. Those days are over. So now those 3...
Apologies to your American viewers for further killing any hopes of free healthcare. We flew 2 prototypes in December and it clearly terrified your military.
Places are going to build here, but many more than that. We have a big one. Honda is building, just announced a really big plant in Indiana, great state, smart place to build. And we have many car companies coming here. The steel mills are going to be booming, And many other things, many other things come with that. But we need that for defense. There are certain things you have to have. You have to have steel. We would have had, if I didn't do in my first term tariffs to stop the onslaught, because they were dumping steel in order to destroy our steel plants. If I didn't do 50% and even 100% in certain cases tariffs on steel, you wouldn't have a steel plant in the United States. And Biden was unable to get rid of those tariffs because they threw off so much money that his numbers, which didn't work anyway, because his numbers were terrible, what he did, the way he spent money was so horrible. and what he allowed to happen to energy. That's the other thing. Energy is going to be like it's never been before. Mr. Vice President is here. If you have any, do you have anything to say while you're here? He's a very good Vice President.
I'm just here to watch the show, sir.
Okay.
I think airplanes are pretty cool, so I want to go check this out.
It is cool.
Mr. President, what can you do to take off the trade war at this point, though?
Well, I'll be speaking to President Xi. I have a great relationship with him. We're going to have a very good relationship. But we have a $1 trillion deficit because of Biden with President Xi. More than that. I mean, I've heard $1.2 trillion. We have a deficit. And I've explained that to President Xi. We also have a problem where he's allowing fentanyl to be sent into Mexico and then cross the border and, killing. I think the number is much higher than the 125, 115 that I think it's closer to 300,000 people a year. And so that's a problem. But they have a tremendous surplus against the United States, and we don't want that.
Mr. President, why do you control Ukraine's power? A number of ministries have come to you asking for exemptions on tariffs. Is that something that is under consideration by you?
Well, people are coming to me and talking about tariffs, and a lot of people are asking me if they could have exceptions. And once you do that for one, you have to do that for all. So, I mean, generally, I did something interestingly during 2 weeks ago. I gave the American car companies a break because it would have been unfair if I didn't. And everybody said, oh, he changed his mind on tariffs. I didn't change my mind. I helped our, sort of big three, big four. I helped some of the American companies. And instead of taking it properly, they said, oh, he changed it. I don't change. But the word flexibility is an important word. Sometimes there's flexibility. So there'll be flexibility. But basic
art of the deal. I changed my mind. I didn't change it at all. There's many tariffs coming, but also some of the tariffs are gone. There's no more tariffs. We've destroyed the tariffs. Tariffs are the greatest word in the English language. I love the word tariff. I'm doing tariffs. Tariffs have gotten 10% higher. Tariffs have gotten 10% lower. This is how it is.
Basically, it's reciprocal, so that if China is charging us 50% or 30% or 20%, and I don't mean China, I mean anybody, any country, Canada. Nobody knows that Canada is charging our dairy farmers. They have 270% tariffs. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. They have up to 400%. They have a couple of tariffs at 400%. Nobody knows that. Nobody talks about that. And remember, with Canada, we don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything from Canada. And yet it costs us $200 billion a year in subsidy to keep Canada afloat. So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that. Because we can't be expected to carry a country that is right next to us on our border. It would be a great state. It would be a cherished state. The taxes for Canadian citizens would go down in less than half. They don't spend money on military because they think we're going to protect them. There are many things that they do, like icebreakers. They want us to provide icebreakers for them. Oh, that's wonderful. So the Canada, they're very tough traders too. I want to just tell you, of all the people, they're tough traders. They trade very tough. And, the expression I use is, some people don't have the cards. I used that expression about a week and a half ago, right? Somebody was negotiating.
Yeah, he loves his little expressions.
Who didn't have the cards, who's now, I think, saying that he wants to do it. And I think we're going to have a big deal on that very special something. We got to make a deal on that. But Canada has been a very nasty negotiator against the United States, took advantage of the United States for a long time. But nobody knows that they were getting 270% tariffs on dairy products.
Mr. President, I don't think I've heard you say this in all of the talk about Canada becoming the 51st state. Are you concerned that if they became the 51st state, they would be a very, very blue state? Very, very big and very, very blue.
No, there might be, but it would, you have that artificial line that goes, that straight artificial, that looked like it was drawn by a ruler. Somebody with I don't mean a ruler like a king, I mean like a ruler, this way. And it's just an artificial line that was drawn in the sand or in the ice. And can I tell you, Peter, just You add that to this country, what a beautiful landmass, the most beautiful landmass anywhere in the world. And it was just cut off for whatever reason. It would be great. Now, is it liberal? Maybe. But, you know, a conservative until I got involved, because I don't care who wins up there. I frankly probably would do better with a liberal than the conservative, if you want to know the truth. But just a little while ago, before I got involved and totally changed the election, which I don't care about, probably it's to our advantage, actually. But the conservative was leading against, I call him Governor Trudeau. The conservative was leading by 35 points. So, you know, so I don't know about that. I think Canada is a place like a lot of other places. If you have a good candidate, the candidate's going to win.
And I don't know if you've seen this, but the two astronauts that you just helped save from space, they didn't get any overtime pay for all that extra time. They got $5 a day per diem. For 286 days, that is $1,430 in extra pay. Is there anything the administration can do to get them, to make them whole?
Well, nobody's ever mentioned this to me. If I have to, I'll pay it out of my own pocket, okay? I'll get it for them. I'll take care of that. I like that. I think that's, I'll pay it right out of my, is that all? That's not a lot for what they had to go through. And I want to thank Elon Musk, by the way, because think if we don't have him. You know, there's only so long, even though they're in the capsule up there, that the body starts to deteriorate after 9 or 10 months and gets really bad after 14, 15 months with the bones and the blood and all the things that you've been reporting on very well. And if we don't have Elon, they could be up there a long time. Who else is...
Yeah, they would have perished. They would have just deteriorated.
Going to get him. And I just want to thank him. He's going through a lot, what they're doing to him. And these people are going to be caught, and they're going to be caught, and they're going to be prosecuted. And from what they tell me, I see this just by watching your programs and reading the news, but from what they tell me, they could get 20 years in jail, and they'll get it. I'll tell you, there's going to be no leniency, and there'll be no pardons. I can tell you that right now.
And you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe they'll go to one of these prisons in El Salvador. Do you think with the way that the judges have been issuing injunctions, it would be easier or harder to send these Tesla domestic terrorists to a jail in El Salvador?
Guys, they want to send American citizens to a slave labor camp in El Salvador for vandalism. I can't explain to you how insane this is. If you can't recognize how psychotic this statement is, like the very fact that we are entertaining it, based, dude, an administration that will remove due process and decide that you are a terrorist for vandalism will inevitably lock your stupid ass up too. I don't know how you don't recognize this. I was joking. Okay. No jokes. I thought we had another Asmund. I thought we had another Asmongold in the chat, another Asmongold follower in the chat going, yeah, based. You should have realized it's a joke, Lemafao. Do you know how many people I encounter on a daily basis that unironically says, yeah, based? Oftentimes they're also saying, like, you know, we should gun Hassan down in the streets, but you're sounding like Hitler. Straight up saying the Nazism out loud. Are you talking about Donald Trump? Because yes. Wait, you're sounding like Hitler, no joking aloud? That's what sounds like Hitler? Not Trump saying we don't care about due process. If we consider you a terrorist, American citizen or not, we're going to deport you to a concentration labor camp? I feel like out of these two things, like there's one guy who definitely sounds a lot more like Hitler
than these MS-13 or Tren de Aragua guys.
Well, I view these people as terrorists just like others. When I looked at those showrooms burning and those cars, not one or two, like 7, 8, 10 burning, exploding all over the place. These are terrorists. You didn't have that on January 6th, I can tell you. You didn't have anything like that on January 6th, which is sort of amazing because on January 6th, the Democrats were talking. Nobody was killed other than a very beautiful young woman, Ashley Babbitt. Nobody was killed. And you look at what's going on now.
Nobody was killed. Ashley Babbitt was killed. Bro, still talking about January 6th. That's one of my favorite Trump lines. Ashley Babbitt was killed. Nobody was killed. He did it again. January 6th. Nobody was killed. Ashley Babbitt was killed.
Now with these terrorists. These are terrorists, and that's an organized event. You know, take a look at their signs. Take a look.
Yeah. January 6th, not an act of terror. Very cool, very fun. Nobody was killed. Ashley Babbitt was killed. Drop penis on a Tesla. I can't even say it. Biggest act of terror so far anyone's ever seen. What is this? So you don't sympathize with people like Lake and Riley? What? Sympathize with people like Lake and Riley? What are you saying, my man? Alan Dulles was also involved in Operation Sunrise in World War II, where he might have tried to make a separate deal with the Nazis. Okay, I don't know what this guy is on about. I'm so confused. Like, you can't know about Alan Dulles and then turn around and also be pro Trump's immigration agenda.
They're all made by the same sign company. A nice, expensive job. Now, these are the people that finance it are, in my opinion, in just as big a trouble as the people that are setting the match and setting the fires. So we'll see. It's under very serious investigation by the FBI and by the Justice Department. These people are terrorists. Okay. Yeah, go ahead behind you, please.
Deal with Ukraine.
Mr. President, what do you say to American military families who are seeing Elon Musk at the Pentagon today, are hearing about Defense Department cuts, and their thoughts are immediately going to the safety of their loved ones who are currently deployed?
Well, we're making our country strong. And when they see a thing like that and they hear that story about Elon and
like, I'm not even Mr. like January 6ers were terrorists, right? But under Trump's definition, if you think like farting on a Tesla is an act of terror, then what is January 6th then? Like, this is what is so, because like, if you consider farting on a Tesla to be an act of terror, okay, then I'm sorry, January 6th is basically 11 9/11s worth of terrorism, okay? If the standard for terrorism now is like drawing a dick on a Tesla or putting a bag of dog poop on a Tesla, vandalizing a Tesla, then January 6th is like 1 million 9/11s. 9/11 itself is 10 million 9/11s. We have raised the standard. That's crazy.
China, what they should do is realize that the New York Times is a corrupt institution, because I think they're the ones. They knew that story wasn't true. Nobody believed that story. People that, when I first called, they laughed when they heard the story. Nobody believed it. That the Pentagon was giving him a briefing on what war with China would look like, and he has business. No, they made that up because it's a good story to make up. They're very dishonest people. Look, I have it with the Times, and you'll see more and more of it. To me, it's a very dishonest organization. But a story like that is made up. It's total fiction. And I just wanted to make sure. I called up Chief of Staff and I called up Pete, and I said, is there any truth to that? Absolutely not. He's there for Doge, not there for China. And if you ever mention China, I think he'd walk out of the room. He wouldn't take it anyway. So it's just a made-up story. Nobody's taking better care of the military. One of the things that I know that Pete's doing is he's talking about a lot of the civilian staff, and we're going to get them other jobs. You know, we're going to have a lot of jobs in this country, but we don't want to have wasteful jobs. We want to have meaningful jobs. And those were wasteful jobs. Those are jobs that not only military, but jobs where people don't show up. You take a look at Department of Education. I've never seen so many buildings with the names on it. You go past one after another Department of Education, and they're empty. The people don't show up. You know why? Because they have other jobs, because they're playing golf, or they're playing something, they're doing something. And we have a lot of great people, but we have to move that back to the States. We're going to make our country strong, and we're going to get people much better jobs, because we have companies moving into our country, the likes of which we've never seen before. Nothing like this has happened. And it's automatic. They don't want to pay the tariffs. How do you avoid paying the tariffs? You build your plant in the United States, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I see it. So far, I would say $4 trillion. Nobody's ever heard of them. No country's ever heard of numbers like that. $4 trillion, and those are the best ones. The biggest, best chip maker in the world. I'm not a fan of the CHIP Act, where you give billions of dollars away to companies that don't need it, and it won't bring them here. I'm giving nothing away. All they're doing is coming here. They're building because they want to avoid. Remember this on the tariffs too, because that's going to be, Liberation Day, April 2nd. It's reciprocal. If they charge us, we charge them. So somebody say, well, how much are the tariffs? Very fair. If India, as an example, has been very bad to us on tariffs, they charge 100%, 200%, whatever they charge.
Damn, talking shit about India after having a fantastic Modi glaze sesh is really messed up, in my opinion. Like, he's such a phony friend, dude. He talks behind your back.
Now, Europe just announced they're lowering the tariffs on cars. We charge, like a joke, 2.5%. That's what this country charges. Europe just announced that they're reducing their tariffs on cars to 2.5%. It's nice. But they also have non-monetary tariffs, where they make it impossible for the cars to get in, even without the dollars on them and the dollar signs. It's called a non-monetary tariff, where they put on controls where no matter what happens, because they don't want cars, they don't want the American car in their market, and yet they send us millions of cars, they send us big agriculture, they don't want our agriculture, they don't want anything from us. European Union's very tough, but now it's fair. So whatever they do to us, we do to them.
Mr. President, as Russia continues to attack Ukraine, are you planning to impose any sort of sanctions?
Well, they're fighting against each other. Yeah, I think we're going to have a ceasefire on a lot of areas, and so far that's all held very well. And getting that ceasefire, they had a lot of guns pointing at each other. You had some soldiers, unfortunately, surrounded by other soldiers, and they are going to be, I believe we're going to pretty soon have a full ceasefire, and then we're going to have a contract. And the contract's being negotiated, the contract in terms of dividing up the lands, et cetera, it's being negotiated as we speak.
What do you say to critics who say that your actions towards law firms amount to coercion?
Well, the law firms all want to make deals. You mean the law firms that we're going after, that went after me for 4 years, ruthlessly, violently, illegally? You mean, are those the law firms you're talking about? They're not babies. They're very sophisticated people. Those law firms did bad things. They went after me for years. Russia hoax. All a hoax. It was a hoax. It was Hunter Biden's laptop. It didn't come out of Russia, by the way. It was came out of his bedroom. It was all a hoax, developed by Democrats. Hillary, I don't think Biden did, because I don't think Biden knows what the hell he's doing, frankly, based on everything I see. I've seen things since being here that are so sad. What he's done to this country, what he and they did to this country, those people that surrounded him, who, by the way, are radical left but smart. He's not smart. He was never smart. But these are radical left, smart people. They totally controlled him. He did whatever they told him to do. And it's a shame. It's so sad to see what happened, what they've done to this country, both not only the inflation you saw, but allowing millions and millions of criminals into our country. That's an inexcusable act. and many other things besides that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very
Thank you, guys.
David, send you the hand. Thank you.
Good question.
The latest now on Elon Musk's expanding role in the Trump administration. The New York Times reported yesterday that he was set to visit the Pentagon to get a briefing on Chinese war plans. That may have been reversed at this point, but he is still going to the Pentagon. I want to get all the details from Martha Raddatz, Chief Global Affairs Anchor. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. The New York Times had reported late last night that Elon Musk would be briefed at the Pentagon today on top secret plans for any potential war with China, which would be an extraordinary expansion.
I like that. The only impactful news coverage on this is like low key because Elon has significant financial ties to China. Like the only reason why they care about this is because like they want to hit Elon, right? They want to hurt Elon. They want to hurt the Trump administration. And what they've decided, the most impactful way to do that basically is to, you know, tackle the issue from the perspective of Elon Musk is a Chinese asset potentially, just like China baiting, red baiting. Nice.
Beyond the Doge responsibilities, given his business connections to China and the fact that those are very closely held secrets. But overnight, a fury of denials from the Trump administration, the president claiming the story is completely untrue, and Elon Musk calling the story pure propaganda, saying leakers will be prosecuted. But what is true is that Elon Musk will be at the Pentagon today. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth denying the meeting will be about China war plans. Instead, Hegseth saying it will be an informal meeting about innovation and efficiencies. Although last night, an official did tell ABC News that China would at least be mentioned in this meeting, and the meeting would be with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It is unclear whether that is true anymore, Rebecca, but we do know Hegseth will be at the White House. Rebecca?
And we also know how important China is to Musk and his business Tesla, which had record sales there last year. All right, Martha, thank you.
A series of violent attacks on Tesla vehicles and property. Charges have been brought against 3 suspects. Our senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky is here with the details on that. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning to you, Lindsay. As Attorney General's comparing violence and vandalism aimed at Tesla to domestic terrorism, and this morning President Trump is warning anyone caught sabotaging a Tesla has a good chance of spending 20 years in prison. So far, 3 people do face arson and destruction charges for throwing Molotov cocktails at Tesla products in 3 states. Elon Musk says this is psycho, and he says he's ramping up security. There has been an uptick in threats since Musk began leading Trump's effort to drastically shrink the federal government. Trump showcased Tesla at the White House. Now, his Commerce Secretary is urging Americans to buy.
I do think it's kind of wild that Americans can only advocate for or against political issues on the basis of commodities. Like we genuinely don't have any other. I mean, I get it. Like commodities do rule our lives. Okay. Commodity production, I would say, is the underlying, like the relations that Americans have and all people have to how commodities are produced, perhaps is responsible for the way that our entire society is organized. But it is wild that like every battle that is being fought on the basis of what kind of products you consume, and what kind of products you consume says about you. This is just vandalism. Okay? What they're doing is vandalism. What people are doing is vandalism. That's what it is. Deciding that vandalism is now an act of terror, specifically against Tesla, by the way, is wild. It's just ridiculous. Saying that you're going to prosecute and imprison and potentially send American citizens on trumped up charges of terror to an El Salvador prison slave camp is I don't know. It's just the most insane erosion of civil liberties. There's just no more normalcy at all. This is normal.
Tesla stock, which has lost nearly 40% of its value this year. And George, there's no let up by protesters. A group calling itself Tesla Takedown is aiming to demonstrate next week at Tesla showrooms all across the country, George.
Yeah, and real questions about whether it's appropriate for the Commerce Secretary to be telling Americans to buy Tesla stock. It appears to violate federal regulations. Thank you, Aaron.
The president signed an executive order aimed at shutting down the Department of Education, saying he hopes the current Secretary of Education will be the last one. But there are concerns about the impact. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, is tracking the latest. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Rebecca. Well, the president says that the Education Department is, quote, doing us no good and is taking action to essentially shut it down, signing an executive order surrounded by young students. But this morning, as you said, there are very real questions about what this all means for the nation's public school children.
He's not going to cut the Department of Education in its entirety. He is going to basically cut funding to some of the most underserved aspects that the Department of Education focuses on. He can't simply just like destroy the Department of Education top down with an executive order. But I guess what he can try and do is to cut direct funding initiatives to rural schools and inner city schools that do rely on Department of Education funding. And also, I guess, simultaneously allow schools to segregate even further, even though our schooling system is fairly segregated right now. It will give the opportunity. What are you doing? Are you going to let her out? All right. Okay. This will give this will give school systems the opportunity to directly segregate with no regulatory mechanism whatsoever. Oh, also, the ones that get cooked in this process obviously are disabled students too, because like that's another part of this. It's another part of this process.
With this stroke of a pen, President Trump moving to eliminate the Department of Education.
My administration will take all lawful steps to shut down the department. We're going to shut it down and shut it down as quickly as possible. It's doing us no good.
Shutting down the department requires congressional approval, but the president trying to do everything in his power to dismantle it. It's already the smallest cabinet-level agency, and nearly half of its staff has already been laid off. The president has repeatedly promised to return education to the states. States already administer curriculum for the nation's students, and most funding for public schools is provided by state and local governments. What the Education Department does oversee, enforcement of civil rights laws to prevent discrimination.
This is what I mean. Like, it's on average is around 15% of funding, which is still fairly significant considering how underfunded our schools are regardless. But a lot of the funding for schools usually come from local taxes, right? Property taxes and the like. This also creates a class, a different class hierarchy in the way that the children of the working class get worse schooling overall because they're in neighborhoods where their schools are not adequately funded, whereas wealthy people get to live in wealthy districts, get to go and send their children to incredibly wealthy public schools. Having said that, while this exacerbates wealth disparity in and of itself, and is an area that needs desperate reform, at the federal level, the Department of Education is tasked with, yes, enforcement of civil rights and also additional funding for the underserved communities. Rural communities that voted for Donald Trump and inner cities that may have also voted for Donald Trump, but more likely voted for the Democrats.
Discrimination in schools, funding for low-income students and students with disabilities, and the process of students applying for college financial aid, a $1.6 trillion portfolio of student loans. The administration insists these services won't be interrupted, that they will be taken care of by other agencies, though they haven't said which ones. Across the country, many educators are apprehensive. John Arthur teaches 5th and 6th grade at Meadowlark Elementary in Salt Lake City, a school where many students are below the poverty line.
It's terrifying. The first thing that I want to acknowledge is the fact that nobody knows what's going to happen. And nobody knows what it would mean for sure if the Department of Education went away. But I do know that as a teacher in a Title I school, my students not only receive but rely on the funds that we get from the federal government.
But others, like Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters, think their students will ultimately benefit.
I think states are going to have more money than they've ever had with less strings because, again, when you eliminate the bureaucracy, you're eliminating those roles, you're able to give states more money.
Yeah, that's what their goal was, to give states more money for education. No, what they're going to end up doing is barely give any additional funds to the states and allow states to basically do previously de facto, now de jure segregation. Okay, legal segregation, greatly driving up the wealth disparity and the educational outcomes for the poor, that want to get a decent education. It's already super cooked everywhere in this country. Education is dog shit in this country. Obviously, even Trump recognizes that. It's just crazy that his solution to it is to make the problem worse.
Now, again, only Congress can actually abolish the agency, and right now it's not clear if the president has the votes to do so.
He's handed the keys to Elon Musk and is selling this country for parts to the richest people on the planet for a kickback. And in exchange, they will bankroll his campaigns and those of his allies. They scratch his back, he scratches theirs, and the rest of us are left behind.
So today we are here to say very loudly and clearly, no, we will not accept an oligarchic form of society where a handful of billionaires run the government.
Wasn't there a poll that showed that people without college education were more likely to vote towards conservatives? Yes, but besides that, virtually every group in this country, in terms of educational attainment, in terms of demographics, with one exception, is pro-Trump. White men with a college degree are +1 on Trump. White women with a college degree are -38 on Trump. Okay? That is the only group. White women with a college degree is the only group that is not so hot on Donald Trump right now. Outside of that, people without a college degree, very positive on Trump. Men and women. Even white men with a college degree are positive on Trump by a very slim margin, by 1 point in his favor.
No, we will not accept an authoritarian form.
I don't know what the numbers are for college educated versus non-college educated with black men and black women and Latino men and Latino women in general. I suspect that those are different. I'm talking about white people only. For the whites, everybody's hot on Trump except for white women with a college degree.
Of society with a president who undermines the Constitution.
Hasan pretending that white voters are the only blacks in the U.S. I wonder why I'm pretending that. Perhaps it's because it comprises 64% of the voting bloc, or even higher percentages of the actual people who do go out and vote. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm pretending. Yeah, or it's perhaps because I'm racist. That's the other, that's the reason. It's around 70% of all voters. What are you talking about?
Every day and is working aggressively to take away our freedom of speech and freedom of assembly.
Furious voters voicing their outrage at.
Yeah, here, Steve Kornacki, white men, white women, and the gap within the gender gap. New NBC polling data illustrates the cultural and political gulf separating white men without college degrees and white women with college degrees. The gap is massive. Here.
And their attitudes on cultural issues like you just talked about there, and also political issues in general. And what we found is, look, the white vote itself, you're looking here at the 2024 election, white voters accounted for 71%.
It wasn't 70. I apologize. It was actually 71% of the electorate. Hasan, why are you talking about 71% of the electorate?
Percent of all votes that were cast last year in the presidential race. So it's a giant group, but when you break the group down a few layers, two very different universes, political and cultural universes of white voters emerge. This is when you break it down by education. Do you have a college degree or not? And gender. And let me show you what I mean here. Take one of the questions from our poll. This is a basic one. What's your opinion of Donald Trump? Is it positive or is it negative? Now, among all white voters, it's 52% positive, 45% negative. He's mildly popular, Trump is, among all white voters. That big group is 71%. But break this down by gender and education. White men who do not have at least a 4-year degree, a bachelor's degree, so blue-collar white men, generally speaking here, 69% positive for Trump, 28% negative by a 41-point margin. Trump is popular with this group. Now take a look at the other end of this spectrum. We're talking about white women who do have at least a bachelor's degree. This is a more economically upscale demographic here. And look at this. It's night and day. 29% positive, 67% negative. Trump is
net negative by 38 points for white women with a college degree.
.38 points underwater. What that means is between these two groups of white voters, and these are each a very big chunk of the electorate, that difference there, plus 41, minus 38, adds up to a 79-point gap between how these two groups see Trump. And it's not just Trump. Take a look at this from our poll. Again, looking at these two groups on just a variety of names and topics and groups, your opinion of J.D. Vance, night and day, Elon Musk, DEI we asked about, as you just talked about there, DOJ, the Democrats, the Republicans, the Ukrainian president. Again, the gap here from the high 50s all the way up to nearly 80 points, just completely, starkly opposite political universes that these two groups inhabit. And when you go a layer deeper here, we talk about white men, no degree, white women with a degree. There are two other groups, obviously, and you see them here. These are white men with a college degree, white women without one. But what you see is those two groups are much closer to the median. So you see what an outlier these other two are. And you also see this. White women with at least a college degree, the only group of white voters that really kind of is on the left politically, aligned with progressive causes, democratic politics. Give you an example here. It's that DEI question, right here, that we asked about in our poll. We had two big statements we read to voters. Basically, do you want to continue DEI programs or do you think they should be ended? And again, look at this divide here. White men, no degree, end it. White men with a degree, end it, they say. White women, no degree, end it, they say, by double digits. And then white women with a college degree, completely different by a nearly 40-point margin, they say, to continue DEI. So this is one of, it's not the only, but this is one of the areas here, sort of a cultural hot button where you can see it's that group of white voters in particular who are aligned on the progressive side, who are aligned politically, we see, with the Democrats, and who are important in pushing the Democratic Party. We've seen the Democratic Party move left on cultural issues. This is a big reason why right here, just as we've seen the Republican Party go more blue collar in its messaging, this is a big reason why.
Total, complete, and utter messaging.
Now with me now is Michael McFaul.
The very fact that this is a significant point of contention for like a random white working class dude living in West Virginia implies that the Republicans have put their dick on the table and just smeared it all across every aspect of American culture. The notion that you're like, oh yeah, I hate DEI, like a lot of people will say this is just a relitigation of white supremacy, and white supremacy has always been a primary motivator for a lot of poor people, white working class people in general. Sure, fine. But the counter to that is tangible material changes that will help people, and earnestly advocating for those material changes. Actively communicating to the population that this DEI shit is just like a way to get you on board with the agenda of billionaires. But you can't do that if you yourself, inside of the duopoly, are also serving the same masters. This is a major problem with the Democrats. This is precisely the reason why the Democrats that are the most popular are ones who say, we don't want the corporate-backed candidacies. We don't want the watered-down policies. We want to change people's lives for the better. This is the issue at the heart of the Democratic Party. And instead of addressing this problem at the root cause of the Democratic Party, the Democrats are looking to rebrand neoliberalism again and repackage it. And it's so obvious, to me at least, that all of these think tanks and groups and you know, people who enjoy Twitter or whatever they're all going along with the abundance mindset or whatever Ezra Klein is now presenting as like the new solution for the Democrats. I haven't read the book. I haven't been a part of this discourse. Part of the reason why I haven't been a part of this discourse and simply observing it from the outside is because I think it's utterly irrelevant until it becomes the only thing that's relevant, because it seems like that is the push that the Democrats are going to make, judging by how many of the Democratic Party operatives and liberal media is like totally on board with Ezra Klein. I don't know if he is. I don't know if his advocacy is something beyond neoliberalism. But the people who are defending it aggressively are the people who do love neoliberalism. So it makes me feel like it's just a new way to rebrand it. The Abundance faction will enter the battle for the future of the Democratic Party by initially organizing 3 core groups. The Abundance faction, the book came out literally a week ago, and there are already policy think tanks that are operating on this new meta. The book just came out. How is there already think tanks that are on board with this and have internalized the message from the book? Did these guys read the book already? What is happening? The abundance faction will enter the battle for the future of the Democratic Party by initially organizing 3 core groups. Intellectuals and activists motivated by a different set of issues than those that have animated our politics over the last 50 years. A segment of business alienated from a radicalized Republican Party and drawn into the abundance faction's congenial policy agenda, and socially moderate and economically activist, growth-oriented. The Democratic Party has to torch every think tank and rebuild it from the bottom up that speaks like this, instead of changing its focus away from the small business voters to the working class. It's the working class. You have to just stop saying, oh, there's small business owners out there who have fantastic opinions. They're the backbone of the American economy. Stop. Working class, everyday Americans. That's who your focus should be on. They are the overwhelming majority. People on the left should browse this whole piece from last year at Niskanen, because with some hubris, it articulates pretty much the whole game plan for this anti-faction faction of elites to try and take over the Democratic Party and squeeze the left out, the real goal. Oh, this is the article initially from Ezra Klein that came out, I guess, a year ago, and then the book is based on that article. Is that what it is? Because it's like a collection of articles. Organizations like the Niskanen Center, the Foundation for American Innovation, the Breakthrough Institute, the Inclusive Abundance Initiative, the Abundance Network, the Abundance Institute, the Institute for Progress are growing into a coherent network. Real neoliberalism hasn't been tried. Neoliberalism cannot fail. It can only be made to fail. We will eventually do real neoliberalism one day. And once we do, we will unshackle the true potential of America. You do not understand it. You don't understand it. You don't have a high enough IQ to understand real neoliberalism. Yeah. What we have at our hands is crony neoliberalism, a corporatism, if you will. What we will have in our hands eventually is real neoliberalism. It will happen. It must happen. A House Democrat told Axios that a colleague called them after a town hall crying and said, they hate us, they hate us. One member was asked at a town hall, Democrats are too nice. Nice and civility doesn't work. Are you prepared for violence? No, we will not do labor militancy. We will not do any sort of real resistance against the growing fascist movement in this country that is already here. What we will do instead is real neoliberalism and the same things that we've been doing. I don't know enough about the abundance stuff, so I can't speak on it too much. Like I said, I haven't read the book. I haven't even read the synopsis. I'm not familiar with it. But I think Ezra Klein is a very smart guy. I will say that. And because of that, I am fearful of what the Democrats will do. I didn't say I agree with him. I just said he's a very smart guy. And I don't like when very smart guys that I don't agree with or align with ideologically get to have so much space within this now very vulnerable Democratic Party, and then they turn around and use the newfound attention that they have on themselves to rebrand the Democratic Party, to make the Democratic Party basically keep doing the same shit that caused the Democratic Party to be vulnerable to begin with. Especially at a time like leftist position of Obamacare, which was a heritage think tank policy designed in the 90s as a counter to actual socialized medicine because they were truly afraid. So they wanted to create the right-wing Heritage Foundation, came up with a solution to be like, here, we'll just use this. It was first implemented by Mitt Romney. What is this? Ban or not? Did you see the glorious unveiling of the new F-47 fighter jet today? Can't wait for the first produced unit to do some live field testing on one of those terrorist groups you actively support. Download the self-deportation app and go back to Turkey, you fucking self-righteous ass clown. Everyone who watches this channel and feeds into the delusion can go fuck themselves and dye their hair Another color about it, America is back. I just read this as, I'm too stupid to understand that I will never get health care. And I also am too stupid to think that that's a, good thing. I'm too stupid, and I think that that is a good thing. I will never get health care, and I think it's awesome. Yeah. Another quintillion dollars. Hell yeah, dude. Your children are going to be learning from ChatGPT in a classroom that's 150 people because the Department of Education was cut. Okay? As the wealthy children go to schools where, they get to learn in 10-person classrooms. But hey, guess what, dude? F-47, America is back. Can't wait for a new innovative measure of lasering brown children overseas in one of the poorest countries on the fucking planet. The more we dominate them, the better I will feel about myself because I am a pathetic loser. I have no motion. I have nothing going on in my life. So I have to fantasize about incredibly poor people being killed for no reason other than, I don't know, supporting Israel, I guess. Who knows? Hell yeah, baby. America's back. Started this conversation by criticizing Ezra Klein's approach to it was because the ACA was not a left measure, okay? It was a liberal measure. It was initially a right-wing measure that the liberals adopted, that the right-wing immediately fought hard against, including Mitt Romney, who actually implemented it originally in the state of Massachusetts as Romney Care when he was the governor. And claiming that that is a leftist position, vouchers are a leftist position is insane. It is the most right-wing position. Depending on which country you're looking at, anyone that actually advocates for privatization and voucher programs is quite literally advocating to dismantle the pre-existing social safety nets. If you look at Europe, healthier social democracies that are also going through this exact same tumultuous period right now, people who are advocating for voucher programs are not the leftists. They're right-wingers. They're like actual out and about right-wingers. So yes, I'm also against the voucher programs, but I think me and Ezra are at odds here because he thinks that the voucher programs and the voucher structure and the subsidy structure is a leftist structure, whereas it's not. It is a right-wing structure. It's just that the liberals, the left party in this country, the left party in this country is the Democratic Party. They have decided that this is a, the most progressive, economically progressive initiative you can tackle. Okay. That's not the worst, but I mean, it's not entirely untrue. The problem is, if your solution isn't for the local governments to actively outcompete the pre-existing private capitalists in that housing market by offering affordable, if not free, public housing units to normalize the housing market, then you're not actually advocating for solutions. You're just advocating for deregulation. No, it's not just rent stabilized apartments. Chatters, come on, okay? I talk about this stuff too, and this is impactful. But tens of thousands of rent stabilized apartments being warehoused. This is the process called warehousing, specifically to eventually overcome the rent control initiatives, and then and use it as a way to reduce your tax liability, and then hopefully later down the line rebuild these houses without any sort of rent control, is not the only part. It's not the giant smoking gun that you think it is. Yes, there is absolutely a need for rent stabilization and rent control, and there needs to be enforcement for violators such as this one. Rent control is good because it works in the process of decommodifying housing. It makes it costlier to be a landlord. The goal should be to make it costly to be a landlord. The goal should be to make it as unprofitable as possible to be a landlord. That is how it is. Okay? It's only one of the tools that the governments have to enforce. It's only one of the tools the government can use. It's not the only solution to the problem. It's simply one of those solutions. But tens of thousands of rent-stabilized apartments is nothing when you think about the entirety of the entirety of Manhattan. Okay, it's not that significant. I mean, it's insane that this exists, right? But it is marginal in comparison to how vast this problem truly is. So don't miss the forest for the trees. Of some glaringly obvious problems, which is people leaving blue states in droves to go to red states. Why are they doing that? Dumb people think it's taxes. It's not. It's the cost of living. People think, oh, taxes factor into that. No. Normally, taxes are not supposed to factor into that because taxes are supposed to offer you amenities that make up for it. Okay? Rich people pay the taxes. Poor people get the social safety nets. It adjusts the cost of living for everyone. The issue is, of course, we don't do that in this country because our taxes don't go to that. It goes to either the military overseas, or if we're looking at local taxes, it doesn't go to the schools. It goes to the military domestically, the police departments, with their endlessly expansive budgets. I'm being reductive here. It's not the entirety of the problem, but I'm trying to explain it as to the best of my ability as quickly as possible. The reason why people leave blue areas is because they're heavily populated, and housing markets in heavily populated areas that tend to be blue are impossible to deal with. So you are looking at an option where, especially if you can work remotely, you're looking at an option of living in a much cheaper area where you actually can own a house or rent an apartment with ease versus possibly becoming homeless. So of course you're going to leave. You're going to leave states like California, not due to the taxes necessarily, but because of the housing market. Okay? That's it. That is the major reason why people leave. It's not any other reason. It's not whatever Republicans are telling you. Okay? Peace, brother. Eyvallah, eyvallah. Eyvallah. Let's continue with this abundance. Is there an excuse for property values in Austin? What do you mean? What do you think happens when people leave California and they want to have a California style, like as close to a California style lifestyle as they can? They go to Austin. What happens to Austin? Property costs go sky high. They're actually getting lower and lower now because people are still leaving. People are leaving Austin as well. Like a lot of people, I think, that move to different parts of the country due to remote work or thinking that there was going to be this like massive resurgence in other parts of the country, realized very quickly, like, no, never mind. There was a reason why we lived in California or New York. So now prices are normalizing in these places as well because it was a massive bubble. They just said the problem was, I didn't hear that they were talking about the problems being, that's not true. Donald Trump doesn't care about real solutions to the problems that allowed him to easily win the election. Because those solutions require anti-capitalist assessments and anti-capitalist thought and anti-capitalist legislation. Legislation that goes against, like directives that go against the very same people that the very same group of people that he's, one, a part of, and two, will always actively defend the interests of. He's a fucking real estate developer. Are you out of your mind? It's not because Donald Trump is like, too stupid. No, he's not. If he was stupid, he wouldn't have kept saying there's a cost of living crisis, I'm going to fix it. I think the real issue here is that his worldview in terms of deregulating and Donald Trump's worldview are not that far apart. This is the issue with neoliberalism. Like, these guys think, oh, deregulation is going to solve this issue. That's not the case. Deregulation is not going to solve this problem. Having said that, there are obviously like zoning restrictions in places like Los Angeles especially that are bad. I'm not advocating against abolishing certain zoning restrictions, especially ones that make it so that you can't build apartments or you can't build any high density housing. What I believe personally is fuck the zoning restrictions. Use the government. The government is all powerful at the end of the day. Build public housing. Build public housing. Reasons people leave blue states: cost of living, housing, and gentrification. Reasons they don't: taxes and woke. Reasons California expats leave red states: low taxes, ruining the state, and Republican policies. Ironically enough, yes. It is the social repression that Republicans advocate for that is the reason why so many people that go to red states then end up leaving the red states usually. I argue that a big chunk of taxes actually doesn't go to the MIC, military industrial complex, according to federal spending and budget graphs. Wait, what? My econ professor argued the taxes spending comment you made is not true. What is the taxes spending comment that I made? No, the biggest spending is social safety nets in the way that they exist currently. The military industrial complex has the largest expenditure, but it's only after Social Security payments. It's only after Medicare and Medicaid. I don't know what you told your econ professor was my position on the matter. But also, he's an econ professor, so... Yeah, on the discretionary side, the military budgets are the most expansive, but ultimately there are areas that you can cut from the insane budgets within the military that you could use elsewhere. That is my advocacy. Similar to how police budgets are expansive. The topic was that it's a misconception how much taxes go to the military industrial complex. Wait, what? Okay, I can't play telephone with your econ professor. I'm confused as to, like, just define exactly what you said to your professor and explain exactly what your professor said back if you want me to respond to it.
Financial crisis. The problem the economy had was demand. We didn't have enough demand. We didn't have enough jobs. We didn't have high enough wages. And everybody on both sides talked endlessly about demand. And in the background, for a long time, for decades, there have been this building affordability crisis in healthcare, in housing, in education, in childcare, in elder care. And nobody was really doing anything about it. And then the pandemic hit, and inflation hit, and the entire, like, Sauron's eye of American politics moved to prices. And inflation calmed in parts, right? It's not going up the way it was, although we'll see how the tariffs go. But
I think people that hyper focus on COVID like this miss the forest for the trees. COVID only exacerbated the pre-existing class issues in this country and the wealth disparity with the K-shaped recovery. It only made the problems that existed worse. So going back to pre-COVID levels does not necessarily solve the issue, especially because that discontent before COVID gave Trump a victory in 2016 over Hillary Clinton. Relative to some of the discourse, one thing I was surprised by reading Ezra Klein is that they are explicit that unions are not the cause of high public costs of building delays. They explicitly point out countries with far higher union density also build far more efficiently and cheaply. Okay, so there are, at least one aspect of neoliberalism that they're not choosing to eviscerate, even though what do you think voucher programs are designed for? They're designed to undermine unionized shops in general, like unionized schools, public schools.
The affordability crisis then was in full view, and it gotten worse, and it had gotten worse. And so we're in this era where people are
like, the affordability crisis for many average Americans was already here pre-COVID, was already here in 2016. It was already here. It was already here post 2008. It was here before 2008. And there has never been a serious there's never been a serious attitude within the opposition party, the Democrats, in addressing that. And that's how people became increasingly more that's how people became increasingly angrier and angrier towards the Democrats, resentful towards the Democrats. This is a major issue.
are going to have to figure out how to solve this. And yeah, this was a bad election. Like, we're in a bad place. Everything I was like having trouble deciding during your monologue, should I laugh? Right?
Yes.
Like, this stuff.
This is Ezra. This is the problem with liberals today. They're watching a comedy show being like, should I laugh? Should I think about it? How do I feel? Let me run some focus groups. What do you feel, Ezra?
I have felt like disgusted in these last weeks. Like, this has been.
So you talk about messaging. I get to the end of the book and you bring up Operation Warp Speed, and I'm like, oh, I forgot about Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah, so did everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about Operation Warp Speed is, like, you have a program that by some accounts saved 10 to 20 million lives around the world by inventing and accelerating the distribution of mRNA vaccines, and yet nobody talks about it.
Nobody talks about it.
I think the Democrats don't talk about it because it's kind of awkward to give credit to a program that was initiated under Donald Trump. But the weirdest thing of all is that Donald Trump doesn't talk about it. In fact, he's one of the biggest skeptics of mRNA science right now. So it really is bizarre. Like, imagine if we landed a man on the moon and nobody talked about the Apollo program because it just wasn't something that either party could bring up. We saved even more lives with Operation Warp Speed than we saved with the Apollo program, and no one talks about it. I think it's important to take really, really clear lessons from what Operation Warp Speed did. We set a very clear goal. We said in 10 months, we're going to develop a therapy that saves people's lives. We're going to get it to everybody if they want it. And we're going to make the cost of this world-saving therapeutic, maybe the best medicine in the world, $0.00. We set a goal. We identified what the bottlenecks were going to be. We took away the bottlenecks that existed, and we met the goal. Frankly, that's how government should work more often. We should have mayors and governors saying,
it feels like these guys want to do neoliberal China. Like, we gotta have a bottom-up approach where localities are more hands-on with the demands of their constituents, and then they bring it up the ranks, and the federal government has more power to be able to basically build whatever they want to. And it's crazy that the argument is just like, instead of socialism with Chinese characteristics, we got to do neoliberalism with Chinese characteristics. I don't know. I don't understand, like, how. I think this is a crisis of too much education, maybe. I don't know. Where you just, like, read too many books. This is a problem that also persists in the left as well, like Marxist-Leninist left as well, where your brain is so warped that you can't envision a world outside of, like, the hardline Marxist orthodoxy. Like, there's no evolution there at all. And for these guys, it's like, it's the same. There's no world beyond free market principles. Unleashing the free market upon the working class. This is going to work. Don't you blame books for this? No, this is too much. They read too many books. and they speak in a way that other people who have at least like read too many books or want to act like they've read too many books, they look at these guys and they go, "This is awesome. These guys are solid."
Mayors and governors saying, we're going to set a goal for housing supply. I want to add 100,000 units, and I'm not going to let anybody tell me no.
I mean, this is something that I've advocated for as well, by the way. For me, they're not wrong on this. It's just, I want that. I want that really bad. I want that as a publicly funded public housing initiative, not like deregulating housing and like allowing the private sector to unleash their own opinion on what must be done.
Care about climate change, so I'm going to add this amount of energy that we're going to create from solar and wind and geothermal, and I'm not going to let anybody tell me no. But for some reason, outside of a crisis, we don't have this kind of outcome-oriented politics. This book is about putting outcomes over processes. It's about setting a North Star with a big, bold, beautiful sci-fi vision in the first 3 pages of the book and saying, we can do this, but in order to do it, we have to get out of our own way.
But you're talking about long-term visions. You mentioned having this lens of abundance. It's sort of what you're proposing here. But I think you go out and you talk to people, and we are the politics of short-term results. Everything is about what can you get me now. We're not even thinking about the giant medical miracle of Operation Warp Speed from a few years ago. Like, how does something like this resonate with folks who are on their phones? They're flipping through. They want an answer right now. They want to be angry right now. They want action right now. How do you speak to a grander idea when it feels like the world is moving faster than that?
I'm so glad you asked. So you don't get long-term results in politics without short-term results. And this is a thing I think Democrats have really forgotten. We've been doing high-speed rail in California for a long time. Nobody's winning any elections on that. Under Joe Biden, they passed $42 billion for rural broadband. It passed in, I think, 2021, early 2022. By the end of 2024, you know how many people were hooked up to rural broadband? A couple dozen. We passed $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers to build a nationwide EV charger network. We built a couple dozen by the end of his presidency. You cannot win elections if you're passing billions of dollars that people cannot feel within 2 or 3 or 4 years. And that does not have to happen. In the time that California has not built 500 miles of high-speed rail, China built 23,000 miles of high-speed rail. We can do this, making sure that money through government flows faster.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that attitude. I don't hate that statement. There is one thing that China has that I think is something that Americans are allergic to or have been taught to fear, which is, of course, central planning. So, and also prosecuting wealthy and powerful people when they step out of line. You know, those are two things I think that play a role. Like, I'm sorry, the private public partnership for the high-speed rail initiative in California, if this happened in China, would lead to capital punishment for virtually every party member that collaborated with the private contractors that refused to build this railroad out in an expeditious manner. It would literally lead to like genuine criminal penalties for everyone, all the way from Gavin Newsom down to regular like local administrators and every single private contractor that they utilized along the way. And on top of that, there would be no like, oh, how do we reroute the high-speed rail? We got to take it through this locality or over that one. Like, none of that. They would just be like, no, you're building it. Shut the fuck up. We're the government. Yeah, Gavin Newsom would have been disappeared like Jack Ma, only to come back and sing the praises of the regime shortly thereafter. Forced to play ball.
is how you make sure that people know government actually matters in their lives. When it goes too slowly, they don't know. And then somebody comes out and says, oh, vote for me. I'm the strong man. I alone can fix it. I will make it work. And then you run the risk that they're going to believe him.
Mm-hmm. Now, in looking at the Democratic field right now, Democrats, I think, are hearing this message, and then they're saying, maybe we should go on more podcasts. Feels like they're taking baby steps to this. Who is carrying this message? Who do you see as somebody, like, we come out here and we talk to audiences in between acts, and more often than not, they're desperate for an answer, whether that looks like resistance or whether that looks like a vision of the future that they can get behind. And we're desperately missing some of those voices out there. Do you see this message being carried by anybody articulately?
I see people in Congress and the Senate and governors explicitly picking up this message. I mean, someone asked, a colleague of Ezra Klein's, the New York Times, asked, where's the Democrats' Project 2025? And Richie Torres, Representative Richie Torres from New York, just tweeted a photo of the cover of this book and without any words, just said, this is my idea of Project 2025 for the Democratic Party.
That feels lazy on their part. Wow, yeah. Oh, there you go. Just to take a picture of War and Peace. The second part. We'll just do the second part.
We're happy to do the work of writing the book if people are going to be taking up the ideas. But people really are taking up the ideas, and that's cool. But I want to say one other thing. You know, you talked about what's the value of a positive vision. And I think it's a fair question. Politics is incredibly negative right now. But I really do think that there's a lot of voters that are starving for not just a negative identity for their party, but a positive identity, right? It's easy for Democrats to say right now why Donald Trump sucks. You can do that over and over and over again. You could do 10 hours of the constitutional crises that he's starting.
You could make a television show about that.
You can make a weekly television show about it. What's the positive vision? All right, Donald Trump sucks. What are we going to place him with? What problems are we going to solve if we have power? Of the cover, as Representative Richie Torres from New York just tweeted a photo of the cover of this book, and
you shouldn't associate positively with Richie fucking Torres, dude. Are you crazy? That's crazy. That's actually wild. Positive association with Richie Torres? Oh my God. They hate us. Democrats confront their own Tea Party. Yo, Richie Torres being the face of the abundance movement is hilarious. You're right.
Lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans. Some Republicans facing heat over supporting the cuts from DOGE. Meanwhile, lots of Democrats being told they're not doing enough to push back against the Trump administration. CNN's Eva McKend is in North Las Vegas, Nevada, where Senator Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just wrapped up a big event. Eva, what happened?
Jake, what struck me about this Fight the Oligarchy tour is there is a very deliberate effort to be nonpartisan. You heard...
Oh, they weren't saying positively about Richie
without
Torres?
any words. Just said, this is my idea of Project 2025 for the Democratic Party.
That feels lazy on their part. Wow, yeah. Oh, there you go. Just to take a picture of War and Peace. The second part. We'll just do the second part.
We're happy to do the work of writing the book if people are going to be taking up the ideas. But people really are taking up the ideas, and that's cool. But I want to say one other thing. You know, you talked about what's the value of a positive vision. And I think it's a fair question. Politics is incredibly negative right now. But I really do think that there's a lot of voters that are starving for not just a negative identity for their party, but a positive identity, right? It's easy for Democrats to say right now why Donald Trump sucks. You can do...
I'll be honest. I like nothing that they said is that offensive. I just know their background. That's what motivates me into thinking that this is not going to be a positive vision for a real, tangible solution, and instead will be rebranded neoliberalism. Because the way they package their ideas is not offensive at all. They actually are doing a decent amount of room reading, I would say, in an effort to build a brand around abundance. It's basically like rebranding it, but with like leftist aesthetics almost. I think that's the goal here, is to capture the attention potentially of or it's a failed way. It's going to inevitably fail, because if their goal is to capture the attention of like the progressive activist left base of the party into getting on board with like deregulation being the solution to housing, for example, it's not going to work. It's going to fail. It might accidentally cause the Democrats to advocate for real change, though, even if their solutions are dog shit. So this is almost like a way to retriangulate the Democratic Party back to like Obama 2007, 2008. He wasn't talking positively about Richie Torres. I know. I saw that. It's fine. That's not the main point at all. That's what it is. Progressive aesthetics with no genuine interest of following through on any kind of policy that hurts capital and only doing stuff that Clinton would do as well is going to breed even further resentment, just like Obama did last time. Now, people will say it was because he was black, and there's truth to that. But I think if Obama had followed through on benefits that went beyond the ACA, for example, with a public option, moved us closer towards single payer, for example, Americans would not associate him. Americans would not have the most, the people that voted for him would not have gone the way of Trump. There wouldn't be so many Obama to Trump voters, for example. Anyway, let's get back to AOC and Bernie Sanders.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez say several times, no matter if you disagree with me on a whole host of issues, if you are willing to fight for working class voters, then you belong here. And that really flies in the face of how the left is often characterized as dogmatic and not pragmatic. But that is not what we are seeing here. Senator Sanders says that he understands
the left always
both parties
characterizes
are
that?
captured by big moneyed interests. And this is a real effort, regardless of ideology, to call back the working class and bring them into coalition.
This isn't just about Republicans. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us too. We, as a community, must choose and vote for Democrats and elected officials who know how to stand for the working class.
And so, Jake, you heard the Congresswoman there. She didn't spare her own party, even though she didn't mention Senator Schumer by name. This is just one stop over the next several days that they will make. And I'll end with this. There is clearly an appetite for this message. It's unclear if they are peeling off some of the conservative voters that may have voted for Trump. That is certainly the goal here. But the Democratic establishment cannot afford to ignore this energy center of the party. There may be some that try to dismiss this, but they have a lot of enthusiasm here on the ground.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
She gets it. That CNN journalist gets it. No, that's the point. No, that is the goal. And I think that a lot of people who have been yelling at me for the past day also don't understand it either. While I am also feeling as though there's a lot more room for directing this mobilization from both AOC and Bernie Sanders in this tour that they're doing. And it's not just about like talking about how shitty everything is and then leaving people directionless, leaving people rudderless. And I talked extensively about how to fix that. I think doing something similar to what Zoran's been doing in New York in the mayoral race is a much more solid approach here. But like mobilizing this support, this base of support towards individual causes where you can protest and agitate is a way to not only draw home the message, but it's also a way for you to be able to. It's also a way for Bernie and AOC to be able to basically show that this message is effective and can lead to tangible change. Okay? It's not just about like screaming tax the rich. It's about going like, it's not about saying we're not going to give another dollar to Israel. It's about going to and doing a rally outside of the courthouse where where Mahmoud Khalil has a deportation proceeding. Like, it's about facilitating real change. It's about using the momentum and using the popularity towards singular issues of harm in a way to possibly make change with this direct demonstration of support. I think this is the type of stuff that they could be doing. And I wish that they would do more of that. But I think right now, the goal here seemingly is to show the Democratic Party that there is still a lot of momentum behind Bernie's left populist politics. Now, will they listen? I don't think so. Is it a foolhardy endeavor if it stays in this? If it just simply is just doing rallies over and over again? Yes. That's why I'm saying I think it would be better served if there were direct organizing initiatives associated with this. Instead of just saying, join community organizations, work with the community organizations, and get people to support said community organizations at your rallies, for example. That, I think, is a better usage of the time and space that they have right now and the place that they're occupying right now, beyond simply just saying the Democratic Party needs to see the popular momentum behind Bernie's politics and reshape their message. Although I do think that, to a certain degree, Bernie has been able to make a lot of these ideas that were not even considered in mainstream media significantly more palatable.
Wages that Democrats would do a lot better with voters if they looked less like diplomats searching for a compromise and looked more like prize fighters for the working class.
This isn't just about Republicans. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us too. But what that means is that we, as a community, must choose and vote for Democrats and elected officials who know how to stand for the working class. I want you to look at every level of office around and support brawlers who fight, because those are the ones who can actually win against Republicans. Let's be real about that.
Brawlers. I assume you approve this message.
100%, absolutely. Democrats are in a crisis right now. They're on life support. They have a testicular fortitude problem. They're not fighting nearly as hard as they need to fight for the American people, as was seen last week during this CR vote in the Senate. It's a problem. And for me, it's not about the parties, because the parties are going to kind of do their thing. It's about the people rising up and holding the parties accountable. Democrats have fighters. Jasmine Crockett, AOC, Ayanna Pressley, the whole squad, Greg Casar, Pramila Jayapal, and governors and mayors across the country are fighters. But we need some of the OGs in the party to elevate, uplift the younger people,
or do they
and
need
take a step back.
Do they need to step aside?
And or step aside, because we need to hear new, fresh, bold voices. That's what the American people want. And if the party doesn't do that, the party is about to be finished.
I hope that AOC, Pramila Jayapal, Greg Casar, I hope they're the new face of the Democratic Party, because Republicans will be winning elections all over the country if that is the face of the Democratic Party. Are you?
I mean, y'all
listen, a district like mine that Joe Biden won by 10 points, okay, 10 points. Kamala Harris won by half a point. Okay, I won by 6.5 points, 24,000 votes in a district that has 85,000 more Democrats than Republicans. Why?
And you're right.
Because but you ran against a cornball candidate.
He was your friend.
He was not my friend.
He was your friend.
You
long
had
ago.
someone running against you who was not a strong candidate, and we still
that we agree on.
We still have consultants and big money controlling the Democratic Party, compromising
She did
it.
outperform Kamala Harris in her
Come on
district.
now.
Trump did
Sure.
Trump did better than.
But here's my point. The New York, look no further than New York, where issues like cashless bail have been a disaster, issues like sanctuary state status, congestion pricing. In districts like mine, where Democrats on paper should win big, they're losing. And so if the messenger is AOC, who, by the way, was originally from my district, she grew up in Yorktown, not the Bronx. If AOC is the face of the Democratic Party in swing districts all across this country, she will mobilize voters way more than Nancy Pelosi ever did.
Let me just add that.
Yeah, the thing that this man is refusing to recognize, because he's a moron, is Bernie Sanders. For one reason or another, Bernie Sanders is seen as an authentic figure in ways that AOC is not by swing voters. AOC has a lot of national prominence, but unfortunately, alongside that national prominence, she has a lot of haters as well. Bernie, on the other hand, seemingly, while advocating for quite similar opinions on issues, is seen as a much more powerful and much more popular figure. And no, I don't think it's I don't think it's entirely due to AOC being a woman and Bernie being a white man. No, I don't think it's just that. Although that certainly factors into the equation, of course. The notion that, like, if the entirety of the Democratic Party across the board were Bernie style figures, the Republicans would never even have a single fucking election that they win ever again. If the entirety of the Democratic Party resembled Bernie style politics and actively pushed for it and voted for it and demonstrated real change at the legislative level, there would never be another Republican election won. No, that's cope, to be honest. It absolutely is not cope. What are you talking about? We have We have a Bernie-style leadership historically in the Democratic Party that led to basically half of a century of Democratic Party dominance. What are you talking about? We still eat off of the advancements made under FDR. New Deal Democrats shaped the first half of the last 100 years, and the Reaganite neoliberalism has shaped American politics for the last half of the 100 years. When Democrats were dominant, Republicans would be forced to follow suit, would be getting their notes from the Democrats. The agenda was shaped by moving the needle in the direction of progress. And a lot of American prosperity took place as a consequence of that. And then the Republicans basically turned everything around. I would say Carter kickstarted that process fairly aggressively. And foreign policy played a major role in this as well. But Carter's neoliberalism made way for Ronald Reagan to stab the country in the heart. You're overlooking a century of Red Scare propaganda? Sure. That plays a role in this. But let me tell you, Americans who can be convinced on idiotic things such as concentration camps at the border will magically solve your cost of living crisis can also be convinced that anti-capitalist policies will truly solve the cost of living crisis if advocated for aggressively, earnestly. Bernie Sanders is unironically a living, breathing example of this. On the global stage, he does not carry himself nor present himself as a radical socialist or a Marxist-Leninist or anything like that, and he's not. But the policies that he's always firmly held committed to are all inherently anti-capitalist policies. They are policies that impact capital, harm the profit motive at the behest of improving social welfare. His popularity speaks for itself. That's it. So you don't even have to present yourself as a Marxist-Leninist because obviously, yes, Red Scare propaganda is incredibly powerful. America has a genuine force in terms of anti-communism that is irreconcilable. There's no way of dealing with that. But one example I will present to you is the accidental good policy that even the Kamala camp advocated for, which was price controls. She presented it in a way that liberals could also associate positively with. And that was her most successful policy because Americans don't give a fuck. When you say, I'm going to bring these prices down no matter what, they don't care. They're like, hell yes, I want that shit. I want it now. I want it bad. Please give it to me. I don't care what you do. That's why I used to joke and say, like, if she literally went on stage and was like, I am going to present to you a unique opportunity to make prices 10% cheaper across the board. And the only way to do that is by fucking, putting the Walton family in permanent prison or maybe even capital punishment towards them, Americans will be on board with it. You'd be scared of how excited Americans will be at that because they just want solutions. It's not that fucking hard. That's it. They just want solutions, man. The Democrats won't even broach that subject matter, unfortunately.
The counterpoint within the Democratic Party to what AOC is saying from, this is Elisa Slotkin. She gave the Democratic response to the State of the Union address much more of a moderate voice in the party. Listen.
I can't just chain myself to the White House and become an activist full time because you and others here are going to call me for things that you need. All of those things require me to be more than just an AOC. I can't do what she does because we live in a purple state.
Oh my, shut up.
And I'm a pragmatist. I gotta save things for my people.
See,
Things are getting messy.
Come on,
there.
son.
It's getting very messy.
That's
and
white flag energy right there.
Names are
That's
being
white
put on the
flag
table.
energy right there.
No, I think she's
Right.
right.
What do you mean you think she's right?
Because I think
First of
it's-
all,
I
even
think it's
choosing
easy.
her to give the response to Governor Trump.
That's your party
Governor
choice.
Trump. I should call him Governor Trump.
That's
President
your
Trump
party
was a
choice.
problem.
You should be the chairman, by the way.
I mean,
the
this
advice
is
you gave
crazy.
him.
All right, let me let Joe finish.
Go ahead, brother.
You know, she is right in the sense that it's easy to throw grenades. You can be a AOC and throw grenades all day in a safe district.
Republican running for Republican in office, Mike Lawler, sitting across from former Republican leader in the New York City Council, talking to fucking Jamal Bowman. Like, what is happening here? Why is the market so flooded with Matt Iglesias prototypes? Yeah, man, I think I don't want to hear from you as a New York Republican. I think your word doesn't mean anything about the fucking future of the Democratic Party. Like, why would anybody listen to you? Except that's all the Democrats listen to. That's why they keep losing.
District not have to account for anything. There's a huge delta between the hype of AOC and the accomplishments of AOC. And frankly, if you look at that tour she was just on with Bernie Sanders, right? It was called the Fighting Oligarchy Tour, right?
Yo,
they
it's so
essentially
shook.
traveled the country and spoke to an echo chamber of people who already agree with them. How is she and Bernie Sanders, with their message, going to attract people in swing districts
I
by the
guess what
Fighting
I wonder
Oligarchy
is
Tour?
maybe what they're looking at is actually.
I'm scared of AOC.
Dog, they're going to swing districts. Like, they were in Nevada. What are you talking about? The entire point of the Fighting Oligarchy Tour is to go to swing districts. Every place that they go to is a fucking swing district, dumbass. Sometimes directly right-wing areas. Why would you ever listen to this guy, man? Is it because you accidentally thought he was Matt Iglesias? And that's the only guy you respond to?
I welcome her to
There
my
are Democrats I'm
district.
scared of. There are Democrats
Maybe
I'm
what
scared
they're
of, not
looking
her.
at, Joe, is what the Republicans did, which is all of the guys who stood around screaming in Congress and not passing any legislation, those folks are in power now. They won at the end of the day.
I think that this is where I will actually agree with you. I do think that there is a difference between Bernie Sanders and AOC going and talking to our base, and a difference between the senator who was just elected, has to show results for her state, has to, in a swing state, a battleground state, and she has to deliver something, versus AOC and Bernie are just, they're talking about the base. I will say, I was at the DNC in 2017 after almost this exact same situation. Bernie Sanders asked Chuck Schumer, let me go out and talk to our base. This is exactly what he did in 2016. This is 2017. This is deja vu. You know what happened when Nancy Pelosi? Everybody was asking for her to resign. You know what she did? She embraced the new generation of the Democratic Party, lifted them up, and said, you know what? I'm going to step aside after the midterm elections, and I'm going to lift everybody else up.
And that's
We've
why
done
she
this
worked
before.
to block AOC
We've
from
done
becoming
this. We've
a
done this
ranking member
before.
of a
We can
committee.
do it
That also happened.
The tens of millions of people who are staying home, they're staying home because we're not elevating new voices in the Democratic
No,
Party.
you're not. Your
Those
chairs
people
are mobilized.
I
Maxine
think
Waters on
to
financial
Congressman
services.
Lawler's point, this is not just a Chuck Schumer thing. I think it's happening pretty broadly among some of the older contingent in the Democratic Party.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, no shit. That's kind of the fucking problem here. That's why we got Donald Trump in office. Yes, if you're at the bottom rung of society, you understandably see politics for what it truly is. Something that rich people are doing with one another that is not going to impact your life in any way and only will impact your life in a negative way. Doesn't matter if you pay attention to it or not. That's why I'm so glad I had those two conversations with two different Uber drivers yesterday. Okay? One was activated through podcast into believing a whole bunch of nonsense. The other one was completely tapped out of the subject after voting for Kamala Harris and not really liking the Democrats either. The reason why the second person was not really invested in politics is exactly what I'm talking about. If you can't activate people like her, I mean, think about it. Like, she's a black woman in the United States of America who's genuinely thinking about leaving the country, okay? Cost of living is out of control, and she sees the political instability, and she's like, maybe it's time to fucking leave. Like, we're literally seeing if we can penny pinch our way out of here. This is a person that drives Uber. In any case, the reason why that person, I think I demonstrated fairly well to those who have the capacity to understand what I was doing in that conversation. The reason why that person is checked out is because there's no association for her with any sort of tangible policies that will improve her life. She does not hear that from the Dems at all. She also doesn't think the Dems are being genuine when they advocate for things. She literally said, yeah, Trump does stuff, but when he says something, he's going to do something. That's weakness twofold. That's it.
It's not true.
He's not wrong. I mean, this is correct. These are two guys that I don't agree with, but he's right about this. I think the real problem with legacy media, however, is that legacy publishers have dropped the ball spectacularly over and over again for two reasons. One, for a good reason. Good reason as in, like, there's a good reason why people are saying, I don't trust you any longer, like Israel-related coverage, for example. And also for a very bad reason. A very bad reason why people don't trust legacy media is because of the faucet of misinformation that is infinitely easier to understand and read. These two issues work side by side with one another. If you are serially wrong in ways that people can comprehend quickly, they're not going to trust you any longer. Meanwhile, you have people hamming up parasocial relationships on the independent side of things where people genuinely think like, oh, Joe Rogan is my friend. Hasan is my friend. He's in my living room all day, every day. There's no way to compete with people like myself if you're a faceless journalist. That's it. Especially if the parasocial relationship-inducing commentary is also chock full of ridiculous misinformation that corresponds to the preconceived biases that people have. That's a huge problem. That is a huge issue. It's especially an issue for someone like myself because, like, I do work in combating misinformation with regular frequency. Ironically enough, my liberal naysayers and independent media consistently say I'm a misinformer. I'm the Alex Jones of the left. But There's a reason why a lot of these mainstream outlets understand my position in the independent sphere as someone who has an open position, who's not shy about revealing his position, but will actively go after misinformation and combat misinformation directly. Okay? So because of that, I can't work without real journalism. I can't work without real journalism. Joe Rogan can. He's just going to shoot the shit anyway. There's real journalism out there, and these guys still make shit up. Right? I can't just simply make shit up. That's not my job. My job is to look at media and analyze it with a critical lens. But that still requires there to be real journalism happening. Which is why I'm so fucking terrified. But my point is, it's very hard to try and generate support for someone who is serially engaging in parasocial confirmation bias. It's virtually impossible. Joe Rogan doesn't need to convince his audience of his positions. His audience likes him because of his positions. Someone like myself, on the other hand, has to convince the audience of the positions because these positions are not one that are readily available in the wild. And kind of the same goes for mainstream news as well. Like, they have to maintain, as a part of their job, mainstream news outlets have to maintain the neoliberal agenda. They have to maintain the idea that everything you're experiencing, whether it be the cost of living crisis or whatnot, is actually fine. It's actually normal. It's a normal and healthy part of the process of capitalism. It's okay. Things are not as bad as you think they are. They have to normalize the harm that you're experiencing. It's a big part of what the Fourth Estate does. So, in that regard, it's also very difficult for them to do that, especially in times of crisis. So when crisis comes around, and the media keeps doing the same things that they do all the time to normalize the harm and pain that you're experiencing, only hyper-focus on the viewpoints of, like, I don't know, small business owners or whatever. Ultimately, people like Joe Rogan, who are going to take advantage of that resentment and the anger that people feel, are going to win out against mainstream news, and they're going to do it with a chock full of misinformation. This dynamic exists in the duopoly and the last election cycle that took place. You have the Kamala Harris institution defenders running against a guy who wants to put a brick through the institutions. At a time when there's so much economic volatility, so much anger and resentment towards the living conditions that people experience, that they directly attribute to the institutions, yeah, of course people voted for the institution breaking party. Because the institution breaking party saw that anger and resentment and said, you're right to be angry, and you should be angry at, more appropriate targets, obviously, not fucking like, corporations of the powerful, but instead, gay corporations and the gay powerful, or DEI. It is, however, alarming that so many people primarily get their information from the likes of Joe, and that they get their notes from Joe. Like, the things that Joe cares about, they care about too. And because he's so susceptible to misinformation that corresponds to his biases, people end up adopting the most idiotic positions, like the first Uber driver that we talked to. We're talking about Trans Sesame Street. Terrifying prospect for the future of this country. I hate this. I hate that he represents the median voter here. What do you mean I'm right-wing? I just voted for the most right-wing administration of all time. after endorsing said administration. Joe Rogan is not a car guy? Yes, he is. You're wrong. He literally is a car guy. He's like a Porsche collector. He doesn't talk about it as much any longer, but he's always been he's a big car guy. He used to talk about it all the fucking time. Actually, that just unlocked old memories of me listening to Joe Rogan. He fucking loved cars back in the day. He used to talk about them nonstop. So many episodes. He would talk about his Porsche. He never actually talks about cars anymore. Now that you think about it, holy shit. Yeah, he's too busy eating Elon's dick every episode. Literally is more liberal than Joe Rogan on many issues. That is crazy. Like, Piers Morgan is definitely right-wing, okay? 100%. And even a guy that is definitely right-wing on 100%, definitely right-wing 100% on many issues, still can sometimes come across as more liberal than fucking Joe Rogan. What? It ended at the best part. Do we have more? I need to see what his left positions are. You know what's crazy? Joe Rogan still maintains this like independent media posture, and in some ways, I guess he is, because he's like, you know, owned and operated singularly. Like it's a one-person shop, right? So it is technically independent. He's not a mainstream figure. I mean, he is a mainstream figure, but he's not mainstream media. But what's really interesting about it is like, bro, you glaze up billionaires in the same way that fucking CNN does. Like, your output is not all that different from any number of different websites at this point, any number of different publications at this point. They also glaze billionaires. And it's oftentimes the same fucking billionaires that they're glazing. It doesn't make any sense. What's also very funny, to me at least, is this notion that right-wingers are so, still to this day, even as Trump is in office, it's so funny that right-wingers are so embarrassed to be right-wing. They're so fucking embarrassed to be branded as right-wingers, dude. They have to say like, oh, I have a lot of leftist opinions. I'm an independent thinker. I'm apolitical. It's like, dude, you voted for Trump. Like, what the fuck do you mean you're apolitical? You endorsed Trump. It's so stupid. Yeah, you're right-wing and you don't agree with a lot of the fucking things that the Republicans say, but not enough to not vote for them. You know what I mean? Your disagreements are not severe enough that you're like, I'm out. Fuck this. I'm not voting for these dipshits. That's it. Old school Joe. I used to hear this all the fucking time. Even though he said so many conflicting things about this now, with his like unconditional support for the likes of Ron DeSantis and wealth is a true demonstration of whether or not you have good moral values, whether or not you have a decent moral foundation. Because if you're rich, you're glorious, you're You're wealthy, you're successful, God has smiled upon you. If you're poor, you're a moral failure. When I say, like, guys, this is what I mean. When I say, oh, all this stuff is really shitty and I wish we could solve them. But also, I don't hate the Republicans enough for actively making things worse. My expectation isn't that Joe Rogan needs to be a card-carrying Democrat and be like, I love Kamala Harris. She's going to fix healthcare. But you're actively glazing the Republicans in a way that someone like myself, as an independent broadcaster, never will glaze the fucking Democrats. That's what's so frustrating about this process. He gets to maintain the idea that he is like apolitical, and a lot of people don't understand that, even after fucking endorsing Donald Trump. But my position is diametrically opposed to the Democratic Party, and they say I'm a fucking loyal, I'm a Clinton head. I'm a loyalist to the DNC, to the Democrats. Oh, you went to the DNC. It's like, I got fucking kicked out of the DNC too, okay? Trust. It's so stupid. Democrats can't confront their own Tea Party is so funny. This is not a Tea Party movement. The Tea Party was a AstroTurf movement funded by the Koch brothers. This is the opposite of a Tea Party movement. This is real, genuine anger and resentment from the Democratic voter base towards the Democrats for not doing anything, for not doing enough. Very, very frustrating. You've been historically kind of woke, bro. I know. I am, because I have real fucking principles. I have a real commitment. A real commitment to the things that I say. I believe them. These are firmly held convictions. I'm not embarrassed by them. That's why it never frustrates me when Fox News will clip something that I've said that they disagree with that is in context, such as Hamas is the lesser evil in comparison to Israel. That is not an objectionable statement unless you just don't know what the facts are, right? What I get mad about is when people clip me out of context to act like I am advocating for things that I'm not advocating for. That's what's very frustrating to me. And maybe it's a little bit of neurodivergence that really pisses me off, where I have to constantly explain and re-explain over and over again what I truly meant. I'm very sincere about my worldview. I'm very open about it, which is weird because most people are not. The more successful content creators in the political sphere, whether they're podcasters or Twitch streamers, are oftentimes very insincere about their worldview. Anyway, here's my goat once again. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum, who has 80% approval rating, has officially recognized Palestine as a state. By the way, Claudia Sheinbaum is Jewish. 95% of Jews believe in Zionism, bro. 95% of Jews. Mexico's Jewish President Claudia Sheinbaum, who is a Jewish woman, okay, Mexico, more woke than America, turns out, has officially recognized Palestine as a state and welcomed the Palestinian ambassador. This is very symbolic because Sheinbaum is Jewish. She supports Palestinian human rights and criticizes Israel's attacks. She's listening to her base? No, this is a conviction that she had prior to being the president. What are you talking about? Sheinbaum was pro-Palestinian from the jump. I shared this link the other day. I hate how my links get ignored only for them to appear later from another chatter. Dude, are you Ben Norton? No. Like, yeah, another chatter also saw the same link that you saw and linked it. Like, it doesn't matter. Anyway. Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to talk about the protests in Serbia. I haven't had time to cover it. Anyway. What? Okay. If only we had a Morena-style party in the United States of America that was actively doing things that are popular for the broadest majorities, you know, improving their standing in society, for uplifting the working poor, expansion of welfare, none of which is technically even socialist. It is somewhat anti-capitalist, depending on how you do it, if it impacts companies' profit margins. Having said that, seemingly it leads to a lot of popularity, broad popular support, things that Democratic consultants will never experience the rest of their fucking lives if they keep up this weird loyalty to third-way neoliberalism. Gary has been popping off a lot. Gary's economics. A lot of chatters like him. I think he's all right. You know, I haven't really seen too much of his stuff, but apparently his video went super viral. Let's take a look.
I think the reality is, for kids from poor backgrounds,
I genuinely think it's because he's British. I'm like, I think I honestly, the thing that's like stopping me from fully subscribing to Gary is that he's British, even though one of my favorite politicians is a British man, obviously Jeremy Corbyn. And I love Mick Lynch too. Like, there are plenty of British people that I do love, but when I first encounter a British man, especially one who I think went to London School of Economics, which my dad went to as well, there is literally like a little bit of bravophobia in me where I'm like, I can't trust you. I don't know what it is. Like, I have a little bit of an Anglophobia where it's just, it takes a while. It takes a while for me to cozy up to an Angloid, basically describing racism against the Brits.
it is almost impossible to realistically get even financial security, never mind wealth.
But why do you think you could do it, I could do it, he could do it, but you don't think other people could do it?
I won every maths competition I've ever been in. You know what I mean? Since I was a little kid, I was one of the top students at LSE, and I still had to win my job by cheating in the card game. You know, that's the world that we live in. I don't think that's a very replicable strategy.
What I see is most often the people who do really well financially who are young, they dropped out of school, they dropped out of university, they started learning.
Oh. Any rich guy, myself included, that tells you that you fucking that tells you that like this is a replicable strategy is lying to you. Okay? They're lying. Yeah, he did go to LSE, London School of Economics. They're lying. Or they're fucking deluded. Okay? This guy might be a little bit of both. Might be doing a little bit of both. I think he's more so just like lying, though. The whole like, oh, everyone dropped out of school and we're autodidacts and that's how they made millions of fucking quid. Like, no. They're lying. They're either exhibiting survivor's bias or they're just straight up fucking lying to you, okay? You cannot overcome probability. There is so much luck involved, especially with this current organization of the economy. For someone to uplift themselves from the very bottom rungs of society, become like a super wealthy person, is just luck. It's pure luck. Sure, you have to work really fucking hard, okay? Fine. But without luck, you are not going to get carried across the finish line. That's it. That's it. It's so stupid. Meritocracy is a lie. I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in currently if I didn't have an affluent beginning. I would not be in this position if I wasn't also lucky on top of the luck that I had being born into a family where I never had to worry about finances when I was going to school. It's so stupid. Are there people that actually go from the bottom rungs of society, like Gary himself, all the way to the tippy top? Yes. But even that requires a tremendous amount of fucking luck. And people who are not there literally fantasize about getting there one day, so they get fucking mad about at people like me for telling them the truth. It is so weird. It's like whenever I encounter a chatter that defends capitalism vociferously without owning any fucking capital. You said billionaire father? No, my father's not a billionaire, dumbass. I love that though. I love that people say, yeah, my dad is a billionaire. AI articles are a blight on society, especially with how fucking stupid people are nowadays. Anyway, so getting back to the point I was making, it almost feels like a lot of people who defend capitalism but don't have any capital want me to fucking advocate for capitalism. They're like, please tell me a lie instead. Please. Why are you not telling me a lie? Why aren't you telling me that, like, you know, as long as you do Sigma Grindset, like, you're going to be fine. Everyone's going to be fine. Yeah, I work hard. I still work hard to a degree that everyone says is unsustainable and also very damaging to my mental health. All jokes aside, I have tremendous fulfillment that I get out of what I do, so it's not like real work, and it's also not real work in the sense that it's not backbreaking labor, for example. Having said that, it's not because I stream fucking 10 hours every day that is the reason why I'm as successful as I am. That factors into it, sure, but it's also luck. It's a shit ton. It is a shit ton of luck that factored in to this equation.
How to do things by doing their own research. They start their own business or co-found a business. They take a very alternative path. When people sidestep that and say, okay, I'm not going to get into university debt, I'm just going to go off and actually figure out how the world works, there's actually loads of opportunities.
Okay, so I guess we've sorted it then. All of our viewers need to do just be more entrepreneurial. It's as simple as that. More entrepreneurial, start a business. Listen, my friends can't feed their kids, okay? And if it was as simple as going out and being an entrepreneur, I can bet you they would do it. I'm sick of multimillionaires telling kids who can't afford to turn the heating on, you just need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan. It's sick. But I speak.
Oh, damn, he's spitting. I agree. Holy shit.
This gives people mental illness. It gives people mental illness.
The thing that I know that gives people mental health issues is feeling that they have no agency in their life, that they can't do anything. Your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. There's no such thing as meritocracy. You're never going to be successful. To me, if I had have come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed. I'm so glad that I came across people who said, Daniel, you weren't born into a rich family. You don't have any bank of mum and dad, but it's cheap and easier than ever to start a business. Start by working for someone who's got a business, then figure out what's your opportunity. And there's a way. There is a way. I'm not saying everyone ends up as a millionaire, and I'm not saying everyone ends up equal, but I'm saying you can make improvements in your life. And the thing that causes mental health issues is the feeling of having no agency or no control.
Okay, the last part of this argument is correct. It's just not about overcoming systematic hurdles. Okay? I also say the same thing. He's presenting a false dichotomy here. These things are not mutually, I mean, these things are exclusive from one another, okay? What he's presenting to you. There are things that are within your control in your life, okay? And you should work to improve them because that will give you some semblance of control and that will help you become more confident, okay? What you do with your body, your diet, your health, these are things that, albeit with a tremendous amount of structural hurdles, you can still clear them as long as you repeat the same good strategies over and over and over again every single day. Okay? That part is correct. And I think that is very good and healthy to do. Okay? But working hard for another person or in the gig economy is not going to elevate your financial status magically. That part is bullshit. Okay? Does it happen? Sure. Of course it does. Does it happen does it happen to every single person, and that every single person that is currently poor is poor because they just simply didn't Sigma grind that hard enough? Of course not. It's fucking bullshit. That unironically, I think, causes more mental damage for people, because then they just keep chasing this dragon that they will never reach over and over again, and constantly say, oh, it's because I just didn't work hard enough. It's a fucking lie. That actually fucks people's brains up way further. It causes them to look for wrong answers over and over and over again. Yeah, I mean, this is a great take. Exactly. Where is it? Is he saying be a slave until it's your turn to be the master? It's kind of what he's saying, right? But the real goal should be to have no more slave masters and no more slaves. The goal should be to abolish this slave master dichotomy, or dialectic, if you will, rather. There's a better term for it. Instead of looking at the current structure and saying, one day I will no longer be a slave, but instead be a slave master.
All over your circumstances until the world changes the whole economic system.
I've never said don't work hard, okay? When I brought my book out last year, the hardback, I was at some event and I come out, I was drinking in London Bridge. And I come out late, it was like 1 a.m. And some guy come up to me when I was unlocking my bike. He said, oh, I've been watching you on YouTube. This guy started crying. On the street, right, in front of me. He's like, I work so hard, Gary. I work 2 jobs. My mum's sick and I'm trying to help. I'm trying to support and I don't understand why. And I'm sorry that I'm crying, but nobody ever told me that it wasn't my fault before. That's what he said to me, okay? And listen. I believe 100% aspiration, ambition, entrepreneurial spirit. I would never see a kid that has that and say, turn it off, okay? But the flip side of if you just work hard enough, you can make it, is if you didn't make it, it's because you didn't work hard enough and it's your fault. And I would like you to sit and think very hard before you send that message to young men and young women in our society.
I am tired that rich person means they are good, work the hardest and successful. If you're poor means you're not working hard or good. Money and status doesn't mean you're good. Yes, and in many instances, money and status oftentimes comes when you're bad, when you're being a bad boy, when you're being a real bad boy. Okay? Like, I think the truth is somewhere in between both of these things that were presented, which is that there are things that you can change in your life to improve your standing and to improve your mental health. Oftentimes we feel completely powerless, understandably, because we recognize our powerlessness in the face of such unimaginable cruelty. So that's why I always say work within and look within yourself and change the things that you have the power to change no matter what, even though there will be hurdles to clear, right? And the poorer you are, the harder those hurdles are to clear. Having said that, however, the reason why I advocate for self-improvement of that sort is so that you can be a stronger soldier that can then, piece by piece, dismantle the current existing hierarchies that bind us. It is still for a higher purpose in that regard. Because if you don't do that, then, and you're just simply selfish and decide, I've got mine, fuck everybody else, then yeah, we're not going to advance. We're not going to be a society that reaches Mars one day, or we're not going to be a society that eliminates the damage of anthropogenic climate change. we're just going to continue along this really scary trajectory. That's it. Who cares about Mars? I think it's cool. I care about it. But yeah, shouts out to Gary. The first person who put me on Gary was what's his face? The one who escaped the alt-right pipeline, whose videos are solid. We watched it. Jimmy the Giant, yeah. Jimmy the Giant. Jimmy the Giant loves Gary. Loves him. Anyway, Al Jazeera did a How Ice Raids Became Entertainment by the Listening Post. There's some real bangers on here that I haven't even been able to get to. Whereas a John Old Harris one, the U.S. is planning for war with war games against China. I want to do all that. So let's shift our folks away from some of the devastation. Also, there's Teen Vogue did a Vivian Wilson cover, Elon Musk's daughter that Elon disowned, or she disowned him. We have this funny meme by Yet Boomer of me giving Bernie Sanders a toy train. Here, let's watch this. There's the Harry Sasan drama too, but I don't even know if I want to cover that one. I just don't really give a shit about that at all.
I went to Japan and I got both of you guys gifts. This one's for you. This is a Palestinian movement in Japan.
Thank you.
Solidarity with Palestine. And this is a little train. Oh. For public transit. But,
all right, listen, great to see you. Okay, take care.
All right.
Fucked up what Yet Boomer did to me. Fucked up. The Fighting Cowboy one is pretty good too. I do want to watch this. This is him addressing like Assassin's Creed drama. And I also want to play Assassin's Creed as well. You are an awkward interviewer, A. That's not a real video, chatter. What are you talking about? That's edited. Oh my God. How many people watched that video that is like a meme video and thought it was real? I wonder. Sad state of affairs. Here's the Harry Sasan drama, which is so weird because like as far as I understand, like he was just a scumbag, but not like he wasn't like what do you call it? He wasn't like doing something that was like abusive or whatever. He was just being a bit of a what they would call a playboy, unless there's more that I didn't understand from the story. And as you guys know, I'm not a big fan of Harry Sasan by any means, right? But it is pretty funny that like the Republicans are losing their minds over it. Like this is a Republican state delegate being like, Harry Sasan invoked a lot of trauma against like a lot of people by lying to them and making them think that they were singularly dating him or something. And then I looked at the replies, and all the Republican men are just like, "The fuck are you talking about? Wait, Harry Sasan is not gay?" That was, damn. I kind of like him now. That's what they were saying. But yeah, I know exactly what fucking post you were gonna say. Yeah, this is the funniest thing that came out of the drama. Yeah, this reminds me. Harry was talking about you here. God, that ass is fat. He was. I sent him an ass pic. I'm one of the wronged parties here. Yeah, he's the 20-year-old TikTok influencer Zoomer was talking to multiple women and like getting nudes from multiple women, who then basically figured out a 23-year-old white guy's flirting with multiple women on Snapchat. Welcome back, 2016. Yeah. Basically, here, I'll just read it. Harry Hassan convinced 11 different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies, while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one from a domestic abuse survivor. When the woman discovered each other one by one, he called them all insane and attempted to coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake. A request to the readers: set political differences to the side. I believe both sides of the aisle can agree this is unacceptable behavior from a man-child with collectively over 2 million followers. Thread here. And then, like, several of the women involved have made their stances public, but the videos are not receiving much traction, while Harry Hassan continues to collect millions of views for his videos, claiming that he's a supporter of women and a champion of women's rights. Yeah, I think the only part about this is, did he leak the photos? No, not as far as I understand. He did not leak the photos. We don't know if he like ever even showed the photos to another person. And this is entirely just like people being upset that he, as a 20-year-old TikToker, was talking to multiple women at the same time. I feel like this is another like West Elm Caleb style situation where everybody got like really fucking mad at West Elm Caleb for ghosting a woman or something, right? What was the West Elm Caleb story? And then people were like doxing him and shit. But overall, it doesn't seem like it was. Stop sending me this fucking thing. God damn it, I can't escape this. Yeah, overall, it just seems like he was horny. And that's it. Like he's been charged with being horny and also saying that he wasn't talking to multiple women instead of I guess saying that he was talking to multiple women. And but I don't know. Has he even said anything about that? Has he even said? Read the Snapchat message on the top tweet. I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting. Damn, you're sexy. Prish, stop. Don't. I fuck you raw after wine tasting, but that's just me. Yo, they don't want to have white boys with swag no more. Bro, his Riz game is NPR, dude. How is that possible? What is happening here? He hit the NPR. Amazing. I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting, but that's just me. I got to get Harry Hassan on Chad Vice, I think. He's going to teach me a thing or two. You feel me? So, yeah, as long as there's no like actual, as long as there's no like real harm, and this is probably going to piss off a lot of Zoomers in my audience because like, I know I'm a fucking boomer and everything is trauma and I complain about that. But like, yeah, this is just like, you know, there's a difference between someone being an asshole, right? And a dick, which would be to like, talk to multiple women at the same time, especially if you're making it seem as though, especially if you're telling them that they're the only person you're talking to, then yeah, you're a fucking asshole. Okay. I'm a millennial, but this is predatory behavior. See, this is what I mean. No, it's not. Okay. I'm sorry. Unless there's something that I'm not aware of that happened here that I just simply have not fucking seen. Okay? No, it's not fucking predatory behavior. You can be a fucking asshole and not a predator. What is wrong with you motherfuckers, man? Not every instance of lying is gaslighting. Not every instance of someone being a fucking douchebag is being a predator. The words used to mean things. Why is there a term for predatory behavior versus being a fucking asshole? Like, what are we talking about? If it was 2, 3 girls, but 11, come on. No, it doesn't matter how many girls he's talking to. What do you mean? Is there like a number of girls after a certain point? You're like, okay, now it's predator status. What are you talking about? You don't say that. You're not like, you don't make that distinction in reverse. You're not like, oh, well, this person fucked 1 child. They're not a pedophile. But once you fuck 3 children, you're definitely a pedophile. What are you talking about? No, pedophilia is pedophilia. There's a difference between predatory behavior and being a fucking douchebag. If he didn't harm these people, and the number one harm he caused was like hurt feelings because everybody thought that they were talking to him exclusively, which I don't even know if he like told them that he was exclusive with them or whatever. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, what are we doing? I feel like this is a byproduct of just like everything being online too. It's a byproduct of academic language and pop psychology making its way into like normal colloquialisms. And it's also a secondary byproduct of like people just never being out in the wild. The same goes for women that talk to multiple men at the same time, okay? Incels fucking constantly chirp about that too. They're like, oh, she's talking to multiple guys. Like, who cares, dude? What do you mean? Who cares? The fuck's wrong with you? Like, I don't get it. Okay, don't talk to them then. Like, what do you, okay, you learned your lesson. This is a person that is not supposed to be with you. If they have not communicated with you that they're, that they're not interested in exclusivity. You know?
Don't read on live. Yeah, I saw about this. Like, actually lunatics. Like, genuinely, this individual in question is insane.
Wait, who is that?
And so, I'll send, I can share with Chris. I'll send screenshot. Yeah.
You didn't even say all these women are lunatics. You said one individual in question is a
Legitimately, Chris
lunatic, but I don't know who the fuck the individual is.
Figure out how I want to word a video regarding this. But I think what I'm going to just say is I've never been the woman that has called out behavior like this. I've never been one of these people. And if you have been, fucking props to you. Because I don't think.
So let me get this straight. They were all of age. They were talking over Snapchat. They sent their photos on their own. Now he's getting canceled because he's hoeing around and they're framing it as he convinced. Yeah. HasanAbi is wrong on this one. Yes, I'm wrong on a lot, but it is what it is. Some of these women are straight up just saying they loved their time talking to Harry for like 9 months. It was absolutely not predatory on anybody's part. Yeah, I don't
think anybody could comprehend how genuinely terrifying it is to do something like this. Yeah.
You just don't know the details? Okay, but I haven't seen any details that like seemingly are moving away from like this dude was just being a hoe versus this dude was like like a manipulative, abusive person. Carly, one of Harry's victims, has described like these are people who okay, I'm sorry. You have Republican state delegate and precinct chair on your fucking like bio on Twitter. It's a little hard for me to believe that you think these women are victims, especially because as a Republican, you don't think women are ever victims. You voted for a rapist. What the fuck do you mean? Like, clearly there's a very different standard for voting for president versus some random fucking TikTok Zoomer that you hate, okay? What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are we doing here? I hate this shit. It's the same thing that fucking Tim Pool does all the goddamn time. It's the same thing that even other liberal but still very reactionary people do all the time. They have no established like morality. It's so malleable. They'll just be like, well, the left does it to us, so we're doing it to them. It's like, no, you're just the same fucking asshole then. God damn. Maybe you hadn't considered that some people on the left do actually care about those things, okay? But you clearly don't. You're a fucking right-winger. Like, what are we doing here? What the fuck's going on? What do you mean? I mean, let's be real. This kid got propelled to the front of the Democratic Party during one of the most violate elections of our life. If you think he wasn't using that clout to get cheeks at 21, you either never chased Taylor or you're an idiot. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's the other aspect of this too. Is like any, I don't know, maybe my standard for abusive behavior is beyond just someone being like, I want to fuck you raw after a wine tasting, you know? Which is like reciprocated in the conversations that they're posting as they talk about how abusive he is. Ain't no fucking way. MAGA influencer Sarah Fields, aka Sarah is Censored, who's currently maliciously and illegally posting false allegations against Harry Sisson, is allegedly a child abuser. She got... I'm done, dude. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm so done. I'm so fucking done. I just like, I don't... It's every... Why? Why is it every time? Does it have to be every time? Can it not be like maybe 10% of the time the person is not like convicted of child rape or child abuse or some sort of like abandonment issues? Can it be that like maybe 10% of the time the Republican person who ran for office is not the worst person you have ever fucking encountered in your life? I swear to God, it literally feels like your ideological convictions do not matter for the Republicans. It's like, have you done a rape? Is it against a child? If so, yes, please join the party. What the fuck? This person also did child abandonment, okay? That's it. That's abandonment, endangering a child with intent to return. Trump talks about fucking rapist immigrants and then has Conor McGregor in the White House. They bring the fucking Tate brothers into America. What do you mean? You don't have the best track record. She knows about you too? What is this? Oh God, this was the lamest edit of all time. Palestine. I hated this edit. It was so whack. Oh my God. She has child advocate in her bio. Wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, she's a parent/child advocate? Bro, stop. I agree it's not that serious, but why you and other men defending him got to baby him so much? He looked and sounded ridiculous in those messages. I'm not even defending him. I don't give a shit about Harry Sisson. He's a fucking DNC operative who's yelled about me quite a bit. I personally am defending the principle of not calling someone, unless they've like done something abusive, not calling something fucking abusive. It's very frustrating. And it does have secondary consequences. Not to sound too much like a fucking reactionary old man, but the consequences are other normal people that are not as ideologically invested hear you go off on that shit and go, what the fuck are you saying? What do you mean? Even Republicans were like, well, what are we talking about here? What happened? Gaslighting women is abusive. I know. Yes, you're right. Gaslighting women is abusive. When the fuck did this turn into? This is what you just did the thing that I was joking about. I hope you know that. Are you aware? Like, are you doing this as a joke, or are you just like honestly saying this? There's a difference between someone being a fucking douchebag and someone being abusive. There's a difference between someone lying versus someone gaslighting, okay? And the distinction is important to recognize. No, I don't think gaslighting is just lying. No, gaslighting is not just lying either, okay? No, there's a separate term for it for a deliberate reason. Gaslighting is when you aren't just lying. You're lying about it so aggressively that your goal is to basically make the other person refuse to reckon with reality beyond, like, it's extra lying. It's something more than just lying. I don't know how else to describe it. But you do it in a way where you make the other person feel like they're insane. Carly decided, what is it? Carly had recently been through a traumatic car accident, was dealing with depression at the time. Carly stated that Harry pounced and took advantage of her sadness. What? Carly decided to go live on TikTok, share her story, and this is when she discovered that during the 9 months that she was talking to Harry, Harry was leading multiple women on. What the fuck? What? She was in a car accident. According to Carly, Harry wooed her from the very beginning, convinced her that he respected her far more than her physical appearance. She said, even though she's embarrassed to admit it, she created a private chat, the chat with Harry, that was meant for his eyes only, where she shared explicit photos of herself with him. He loved it. He loved that I was not entertaining anyone else in the way that I was entertaining him. Harry told her that she was wifey material and was sold on her wife applications. So he never even said like he was exclusively in a relationship with this person. After 6 months of this behavior, he told her he didn't want a commitment. She accused him of leading her on, to which he admitted to doing, but also said he should have made his intentions clear. He said non-exclusive specifically. Yeah, when you got Sean defending Harry Hasan, that's all you need to know, okay? At least on this issue, not any other issue. Make no mistake. I'm not defending Harry Hasan's political opinions or actions, but like this seems to me like a Al Franken situation on steroids almost, where it's like, oh, let's just fucking go after this guy because his audience is woke and use terminology that they will respond positively to. And some people do eat that bait hook, line, and sinker. He a cheater? But he wasn't even cheating here. This is not even a fucking... What do you mean he's a cheater? So the thing that sucks here is that he led her on, which I agree is fucked up. Okay? But it's not cheating either. What the fuck? There's no relationship. Directly after this, Harry posted a video of a thirst trap of him and his new girlfriend on TikTok. The video shows him lying in bed with a girl. She provocatively swipes her hand across his face. Prior to the thirst trap, Carly watched Harry go live and observe hickeys on his neck from a different girl. She confronted Harry and he told her she was overreacting. Carly had recently been through a traumatic car accident. I don't understand what the traumatic car accident has to do anything with anything, but he told them the exact same things. He convinced them to send him explicit messages through the Snapchat platform. Harry had told the other woman that he had no roster. Receipts of Harry Snapchats. What the fuck? Oh, even if he was cheating, yes, that does not mean he's a predator. There's a difference between cheating and being a fucking predator. Holy shit. But it doesn't even seem like he was cheating anyway. Like, he was leading her on. Well, like, certainly, what desire you? Bro, what is this Riz? I never lied to you. We were not exclusive, and I made it abundantly clear I didn't want that, and you said that was fine. I haven't done anything that wasn't allowed within the parameters we set. What and why are you screenshotting? Wait, what do you mean? These receipts don't show him in a negative light. Why is this person who apparently was convicted of a real crime of child abuse posting this shit to be like, see, we have to cancel this man? One in particular states, I'd fuck you raw after the wine tasting. That's pretty funny. You're hot. Feels pretty great. I can't lie. The verdict is you look sexy as fuck. Court adjourned. This is fucked up. Dude, first of all, I want to say no one looks good when their sexting material is revealed. No one is cool when they're sexting. I've yet to encounter a singular instance where someone is sexting and they look fucking sick. Okay? But this, like, if you were to tell me, Hasan, write a joke where Harry Sasan is rizzing another TikToker, how would he rizz them? This is what I would arrive at. Like, without knowing anything else, this NPR style, you, the viewers, are the sponsors of this broadcast ass fucking message, dude. The verdict is you look sexy as fuck. Court adjourned. It's so good. Mine is, yeah, okay. Okay, Nick. Yeah. Here are other receipts of Snapchat provided by other accounts. It's unclear who these Snapchats were sent to. This person thought she was doing investigative reporting. Lemao, see, your opinion is the only one that mattered. God, that ass is fat. Looks amazing. Couldn't agree more, beautiful. What the fuck? Quote from Carly, I'm fighting for accountability, not only for myself, but on behalf of everyone who believed this guy was someone he's not. To this day, he has yet to acknowledge that he did anything wrong, and that's really sad. However, I have to say I am beyond blessed and frankly shocked to have connected with so many amazing people over this horrible experience. What's the attitude that people have on TikTok over this? Are they canceling him? I bet they're fucking canceling him. Zoomers are so crazy. This is like... I bet Zoomers are going nuts over this. They're like, yeah, Harry Sasan, your days are numbered. Liberal TikToker Harry Sasan currently being exposed by 11 women for playing them at the same time. They call me Mao the way I be laying Zedong. Another victim of Harry, Sarah, provided a long, detailed video of her experience. I clipped it for the sake of time, but you can find her full video on the TikTok platform. Sarah's a domestic violence survivor. She has posted about a domestic violence experience on October 24. Receipts are of her and her ex. Following this experience, she was convinced by Harry to share explicit photos of her. Wait, what? No, that's a fucking gross way to mischaracterize what. No, that's disgusting. She's literally saying, she's making it seem like Harry was like, oh yeah, this is a domestic violence victim. It's time to pounce. Like, that's fucking insane. She even said this woman was a car crash victim. Harry took advantage of her car crash. The fuck? I don't know. This is Hannah. Unfortunately, many content creators on X embedded her video from my thread last night and misconstrued the truth about what she said. Last night on Space, we held to give the girls a platform to share their story. She clarified everything. Summary, Harry Sasan worked for a young man named Camel Maroon. Wait, what? Camel was potentially coaching and grooming a 14-year-old autistic teen in Australia. According to Hannah, she informed Harry about Camel's behavior. Harry acted as if he was appalled and said he was going to report the issue to the FBI. Once he said those things, Hannah was happy and said, okay, I'm glad we can be friends again. Harry then immediately asked Hannah for news. However, Harry lied. He did not report the issue to anyone. He stayed silent and continued working for Camel. The fuck is this? I don't know. What? He worked with a pedophile? Who is the... Didn't another TikToker have a car crash defense when facing criticism? Yeah, it was in that situation. Here's a TikTok take, Lamau.
Today we are talking about Gen Z's favorite.
Okay, no, I don't. No, this is fucking Brett Cooper, dude. This is new Brett Cooper. Like, what? So the way this works is he was like, yeah, I reported that pedophile. Can you show me your titties? Like, is that what happened? Like, because that's pretty fucking insane if that's the case. That seems a bit far-fetched. Hey, Queen. Hey, Queen, I reported that pedophile for you. Can I see them titties now? It's a bit far-fetched. I'm sorry. While we are not accusing Harry of a crime, it is important that everyone understands that knowing of a crime and not reporting it for your own benefit is considered a crime in and of itself. So you are accusing him of a crime. This one was so all over the place that I couldn't even figure it out. From what I understand, they were already in an intimate relationship. What? She shows printed out screenshots. I don't even know. She has printed out screenshots?
Harry.
What the I'm not saying anything. Okay. That's okay. She has more than one. You didn't see this? No, I did not. You want to know why? Because I'm fucking 33 years old. And also because pretty sure she's a HasanAbi head. I mean, she was dating Harry. She couldn't have been that much of a HasanAbi head if she was dating Harry Sasan. Right? Are there Harry Sasan heads in this community? Are there girlies in the girly pop nation that are sending news to Harry Sasan? You almost said 40? No, I'm not. I'm 33 years old. You can see why the DNC likes him. He's got the Bill Clinton fire in him. No, see, that's what I mean. No, Bill Clinton did infinitely more abusive shit. Like, what are we talking about? At that point, comparing Bill Clinton to Harry Sasan isn't making Harry Sasan look worse. It's making Bill Clinton's crimes infinitely more normalized, okay? You're reducing Bill Clinton's crimes in that regard. This is what I'm talking about. This is the other side of saying everything is fucking abuse. Do you see what I mean? Like, what is the pedophile thing seems like to be the most significant and more most severe of the allegations other than all this stuff. What is this? This is Camille Thomas Maroon, owner of Impulse, previously thought to be the girlfriend of Harry Sasan based on his name. In the video below, Harry's ex refers to him as an employer, implies that he has an inappropriate relationship with a minor and Harry's aware of it. What is these? Dude, I'm sorry. A guy that fucking ats cat turd? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this is. I feel like we're diving into like, this is the issue when you got like right-wing Twitter blue checkmark power farmers that are doing investigative reporting. Yeah, also, Harry's a DNC operative. He's worked for tons of pedophiles. How is that news? True. I didn't even think about it like that. You know exactly what's happening here? The right's going to exploit and farm this into oblivion? I don't know. Maybe. This is the kind of story that would do numbers at a high school. Yeah. Well, that also does make sense, to be fair, because, like, we have devolved pretty dramatically. So, like, we are trapped in a high school mentality. Harry's video on his thirst trap isn't clear that his new girlfriend is aware of the other women, but after today, I'm pretty sure she will be made aware. Harry's not apologized for his behavior and he called all these women insane as seen at the top of the thread. I think he just called one of the women insane, but that doesn't really matter, especially if that person is, has a valid claim, and calling her insane is inappropriate and completely unacceptable. Yeah. The thing that I think is the most fucked up is if true, the whole working with a pedophile is ridiculous. It's completely unacceptable. You already know Candy Owens is covering this for 2 weeks. Doubt it. Maybe. The biggest political content creator on Twitch already made a video on it. Wait, no. Asmongold covered it? No, you're fucking lying. Let me go to my favorite. Political content creator. No, he hasn't. You guys are such fucking liars, dude. Nah. He has not. He covered it? Bro, if you go to Harry Sison's TikToks, he has one saves where it's an edit of you and it's shirtless. Maybe bro likes cucumbers and you know. What? It does seem like he's taking advantage of women in vulnerable situations. I don't think he did anything specifically abusive, but it's an alarming pattern if true and could signal more nasty behavior. Why? Because one of the women he was talking to inevitably got into a car crash, and another woman he was talking to at a certain point in her life was a victim of domestic abuse. That is an insane way to design a pattern of seeking out victims that are vulnerable. Oh my God, he did.
So basically...
Oh my God, he did. Oh my God, he did. Oh my God, he did. Oh my God, he did.
This guy, we all remember this guy, right? You know, the white dudes for Harris, super big Democrat guy. It turns out this dude convinced 11 different women he respected them for more than their bodies while persuading.
Oh my God, the woman respecter has joined in on the fun, dude. Oh my God.
Waiting them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat. When the women discovered each other, he called them insane and attempted to coerce them into telling the public that the photos were fake.
Dude. This is like not even news if a right-winger does it. It's news if a right-winger does this because they're like, oh, finally, consensual adult relationships in the on the right-wing media ecosystem. What are we talking about right now? I'm losing my fucking mind. Like, are we on the same planet right now? Like, this only makes the news because they're shocked that a right-winger got, like, laid by 11 different women consensually. A right winger doing this is dog bites man. A lib man doing it is man bite. No, a right winger doing this is not even dog bites man. You want to know why? Because right wingers actually do abusive shit. And sometimes liberals do abusive shit and leftists do abusive shit too. Abuse is not like simply ideological. The difference is there's like this doesn't meet the standard of abuse in my opinion, unless I'm like missing a key detail of this entire thing that everyone else is seeing here. Because if your thing is like, oh, he's woke, but then he also was like sexting numerous women at the same time without being in an exclusive relationship with a single one of them, then that's not abuse. Like what? That's not abuse at all. The fuck?
women tonight, people voted for it. We failed our daughters, our mothers, our sisters, our wives. America failed them.
I don't think anybody could comprehend how genuinely terrifying it is to do something like this.
I mean, 11 girls all finding out they're just all side hoes. All of them are.
Found somebody who
The woman respecter has logged in to talk about how Harry is a hypocrite. Dude, it's awesome. Being a right winger is so awesome. You have no values. You don't have to have any values. You could just be like, I'm apolitical. Yeah, these fucking whores. How dare Harry not respect these bitches? Like, he's not even trying to present himself as he's not even trying to present himself as a person who is pro-women at all. It's just pure, look at how hypocritical this fucking stupid idiot is. That's it. Oh my God. Oh, the fucking, the beauty of coming across as nihilistic and not remotely associated with any sort of ideological boundaries or morality. It's fucking awesome. It's so good. It's fucking awesome. Yeah, guy who tweeted about hoflation, talking about how devastating this is. I'm sure he's gonna, at the end of it, be like, these women are being crazy or something, right?
I thought respected me for more than my physical appearance.
Yeah, he's manipulating them. I care about women. I respect women. No, you don't. You say that so you can find more of them. It's like, you know, the angler fish, they have like the little light in front of them.
When we asked, when all like a fucking dozen of us asked, hey, are you talking to anybody? He lied and that he was not talking to anybody.
Like, have you ever had like a girl you talk to like in text a lot? This guy is doing that 11 times.
Okay. Asmongold, I don't think people in your audience have girls that they talk and text to a lot, unless it's their mom. And it's usually just sending the same text message at the same time every day. Hey, mom, where are my dino chicken nuggies? Or, hey, mom, the dino chicken nuggies were a little cold in the middle today. Can you please fix that problem? Outside of that, I don't think there's a lot of consistent texting of women that you want to fuck going on in your community. Oh, no. Oh.
Times. That's like doing 11 sets of daily quests every single day.
Stop! Oh, this is good. Yeah, no, definitely. A community that understands that reference definitely is talking to women to have sex with them. Talking to women is just like a daily quest that you got to do. And wow. That was a banger joke for his intended audience, though.
This guy was farming. This is like 40, 50 hours a week he's spending talking to these girls. Oh, man. White dudes for Harris are breaking up. You know what this really reminds me of? COVID Minecrafters. The moment that one of them gets exposed, everybody else immediately in that group just instantaneously roaches out on them.
Okay. This is also funny because, like, you're shitting on the dude, and then you're shitting on other dudes for also shitting on the dude. So what's the expectation? If he actually did do some serious, like, crimes or whatever, why is the expectation to double down and protect him? Like, come on, bro. It's, like, kind of ridiculous to say that while you're at OTK or were at OTK initially. Like, that's insane. That's insane. No Rich Campbell video on his channel? Weird. Yeah, like what happened?
I'm not friends with Chris and Harry.
Damn. It's over.
And that's it.
Wow.
Honestly, right now, I'm tired. I'm defeated. I've gone through so many emotions in the last 2 days.
It's not complicated. He's just a weird manipulator. So many of these cases, these are just emotional manipulators that are taking advantage of a situation like this while simultaneously.
Oh, God. Of course, he hit the angle of like, he's being a feminist to get pussy. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. Okay. Let me tell you something. It is the biggest lie. It is the biggest fucking lie that right-wingers tell each other all the time, that men are being feminists to get pussy, okay? I don't think women care about whether or not you're outwardly feminist, okay? As long as you, like, show basic grooming capabilities, and I mean grooming in, like, the literal, not the way that people understand it online. I mean, like, literally self-grooming capabilities, and you're kind of clean, and you're not, like, a fucking asshole. The bar is so goddamn low. The bar is so fucking low. As long as you're not like outwardly misogynistic in a violent fashion, most women are going to be like, okay, I'll fuck this guy. It's so cataclysmically low. The bar, I keep telling people, is low. Fellas, is low. You don't have to do much. You don't have to do much. Some women will fuck you even if you don't actually reach that bar. Honestly, they will. It's so crazy. The same guys who say men pretend to be feminists to get women say that women don't want beta feminist men. So which is it? That's also a good point. I never really thought about it like that. You're right. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, dude. You're only presenting yourself as a feminist to get pussy. Like, that's also another thing that I find very funny when people say that to me, especially. Okay. Yeah. The thing that I find especially funny is when people say that to me. It's like, no, I think it'd be okay. I think I'll be all right. I don't have to be a feminist for that reason. This is before Asmongold came out of the this is when Asmongold was more apolitical, let's say, as responses from parties that now probably have a very different opinion on him would imply. But Hasan, please stop saying how the bar is low. We need to get that bar higher and not just get a bunch of guys to start barely clearing it. Okay, first of all, if guys were to barely clear that bar of don't be a fucking asshole and like demonstrate basic basic grooming capabilities, you would be happy, I promise. The dating pool would be better than it's ever been. Because they're not even fucking clearing that bar. Most dudes refuse to clear it.
Patronizing you, talking down to you about their high-minded.
No, they say you're a misogynist. Yeah, I know they say that, which is really funny. Yeah, sure, I'm a fucking misogynist. I don't. It's like, I wish misogynists actually thought I was a misogynist. I get so much fucking clout. It's only fucking rap fams that say I'm a misogynist, and then it's right wingers that want to shit on me that say I'm a misogynist. I'm like, if I was, you'd be a fan of me. The fuck do you mean? Ay, ay, ay.
political values. They only hold to attract more of these girls. If you're talking to 11 girls at the same time and lying to all of them, you don't give a fuck about women. Like, what are we talking about?
America failed women tonight. So
Yeah,
I'm
wash your balls. They smell sometimes. Yeah, I'm proud of you, Nick. That's a good message.
sorry by what may come.
So the entire video was just like, the male feminist turning out to be a creep stereotype remains undefeated. This guy, how much you want to bet? Dudes who write stuff like this are in the fucking DMs of every sex worker on Twitter being like, come on, please, let me get a smell of your coochie, queen. And then, like, when they don't respond, they go, I'm going to fucking find your house and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you dead. Many such cases. Many such cases. And then they're like, oh, yeah, these fucking guys, these fucking idiots, dude. Look at this fucking gay ass. He's a creep. Not me. Shuan said recently the biggest red flag in the world isn't a guy being right wing, it's him saying he's a feminist. Also, for the record, there was a real meta in like 2016, like around that time when I was branded woke bay as well by BuzzFeed. Even though I was not the biggest fan of that moniker. The idea of like over the top male feminists that were just like rapists and shit. And that was a real phenomena for sure. Like I will admit that. There was definitely a lot of dudes who were just like straight up rapists and they would masquerade in public as though they were huge allies of women or whatever. Having said that, I mean, as far as I understand, there's not even an inclination here that Harry is a rapist. So I think that's fucking insane. Buddy, if you're a socialist, please be consistent. Stop buying expensive things, Louis Vuitton bags, pack up and go to Turkey, your home country, and fight for socialism there. If you want to, you can come to me in Russia. Here you are also need to fight for socialism. And please don't forget to bring a Louis Vuitton bag and Dior pants. But dude, I wear a lot of branded shit. It's just funny that you're pointing to two brands that I never purchase. It's just that we have an average salary of $680 per month in Russia. I can't afford this. Buddy, if you're a socialist, please be consistent. Stop buying expensive things. Louis Vuitton bag, pack up and go to Turkey, your home country, and fight for socialism there. A body. No, Louis Vuitton is way too logomania for me to purchase. Yeah. He's trying to fly me out. But he makes $680 a month. How is he going to fly me out? Socialism. Wait, if socialism is about being poor and you're saying that the average salary in Russia is $630 a month, doesn't that mean Russia has socialism? Maybe the dumbasses were right. Russia is still Soviet. Russia is still socialist, I guess, because, you just said you're broke. So I guess you guys have true socialism in Russia, it seems. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't think so, but maybe that is the case. Body. What about Golden Goose sneakers? I work there. Let me hook you up. I'm not a big fan of Golden Goose. Socialism is no money. Please come bring Russia socialism. We have no money. It is actual existing socialist Russian Republic. Pre-trash shit is a little whack. I mean, I have some pre-trash stuff. Like there's, you know, you got acid wash and stuff like that. When's the Yoji collab with Ideology? That'd be so sick. That'd be fire. Is Color your favorite Japanese brand? No, I only found them this time when I was in Japan. It was sick though. I mean, they got some really cool shit. Dave Weigel says Bernie drew the largest crowd he has ever had, and it's not even an election year. Yeah, there's 30,000 people at the Denver rally, which would be a record crowd for any Sanders event, including both of his presidential campaigns. Hard to get a good shot of this Denver rally size, but it's got to be a record crowd to hear an FTC commissioner. I wanted to go to this, but I thought it would be... March and I talked about this. We were going to go to this today, but we were like, I think we're being a little too... like, we're being a little too available if we just, like, chase Bernie everywhere he goes. You know what I mean? He also said most people are not already Bernie fans. One thing I noticed talking to attendees that was many hadn't voted for Sanders in the primary. Sure enough, Sanders told me half the RSVPs for these rallies are not from their very large supporter list. Yeah. Perhaps there is a lot of appetite for people who are representing the anger and resentment that many Americans feel. I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I'm only a dumbass political commentator on Twitch. The Chapo boys chased them around during the 2020 primaries. Yeah, I did too. I was there with the Chapo boys. It was very sad, especially after the Nevada stop. Because it was very good after Nevada. It was very good at Nevada. It was like the peak. The last time I felt hopeful for the future of this country. Don't fucking bring that up. Oh, this morning routine. This was awesome. Dude, people are becoming freakish in really funny ways, and I'm here for it, okay? First of all, if you got titties that look like that, put a bra on, okay? I'm sorry. I don't make the rules, except I made that rule just now, okay? You got titties looking like that, you have to wear a top. That's illegal, okay? You cannot be freeing the nipple. That's number one. Number two, this is the funniest video of all time. Let's take a look. This guy, the short and sweet of it is, this guy basically spends the first 4 to 5 hours of his day doing absolutely nothing. Right after we just talked about Americans and their yearning for Bernie Sanders, I'm going to show you what Americans actually yearn. This guy's morning routine. 2 minutes of meditation.
So we're going to be serious about the Lord's business.
What? I guess that's like, is that a digital sermon? Is that what it is? He's just like listening to a...
About the Lord's business.
I like that he also exclusively drinks this water, which I suspect is very expensive. It looks very expensive. Isn't a anne? No, listen. Uh-oh. Oh, you're gonna take her on a walk? Okay. Her tits are insane. Yeah. Saratoga spring water. That's Saratoga water it's from upstate New York and very expensive law. Yeah, I don't know if he's got a pile of these somewhere or if he's just simply reusing the bottle because it's like a $9 water. This part broke me because like all that money and no swag. Look at this. Like, what the fuck? What is this fit, bro? Also, why did you put the Van Cleef on to go work out? Who puts jewelry on to go work out? Like, he put a fucking nice watch on to go run and sprint on the treadmill. The fuck? Who does that? That is truly sociopath behavior. Oh, now you took the fucking rollie off, dude. Oh, no, he still has it on. He still has it. This dude, bro. This part was crazy. This part is I've never seen that. Your face has to smell so rank after that, dude. I feel like banana peels, they smell weird. Like, you put the banana peel on your face. Does that have any healing properties? Like, is that real? Also, who eats a banana in the bathroom, bro? In front of the mirror while flexing your fucking pecs? Like, what is happening? Like, I know he designed all of these shots ahead of time, but it's like, why did you choose this? His wife brings him another bucket of ice to put his face on.
So looking at it, bro, we got to go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
Wait, what is he doing? I assume he does a course, right? He does a get rich course. Is that what it is? You don't choose this. This chooses you.
Looking at it, bro, we got to go ahead and get in at least 10,000. Thank you.
I have that. I have the hot honey. That's hot honey. It's good. Ben de değil. O şeyde Kitchen Island'ın orada. This is like the girls that do the get ready with me to start in their underwear, or they start with peeing like something should be private. No, this is like the Patrick Bateman Sigma Grindset lifestyle. I think you're a real fucking freak if you're waking up at 3:52 a.m. and he's got the nose tape and he's got the mouth tape. God, I fucking hate this shit so much, by the way. The TikTok is constantly serving ads of this shit. And I hate it. Like, I assume that it's like it pegged me as like a self-help guy because of, I don't know, my interests of like working out and stuff. But I can't stand this shit. It's such a dumb trend. It's a mouth tape thing because it has every healing property of on the planet. If you breathe out of your nose while you're sleeping, you become a Sigma Grindset. You will become a Chad. No, it's not anti-snoring. No, it's not just for anti-snoring. Maybe it was initially for anti-snoring, but the way these guys sell it as like tremendous healing properties, okay? They say it fixes everything, the mouth tape. Everything. Like, it makes your jawline more pronounced is what TikTok tells me. You don't sleep with the nose tape, mouth tape, and butt tape. Got to keep that locked up all night, brother. This one's from a woman is insane. We have too many things. We need to own less things. If this is what it takes, then we shouldn't be beautiful, I think. There's just too much going on, dude. What is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What? Yo, what the? No. No. What does that do? What does that do? Chat, you know what that does. What does it do? Come on, tell me. Is that to get you to do better blowjobs? Is that what it is? Morning peel? Some sort of de-wrinkling bullshit? Not the Glug Glug 9000. Diva Cup, you misogynist. Let her suck blood residue. Okay, shut up. Ew. What? What was that? What? She has fake bills? She has fake bills to wipe her face with? Novelty oil blotters. This is our generation's version of grandma sleeping in curlers, but on meth. Just admit you hate women. That's okay to say it. I mean, I was shitting on this fucking guy. You wouldn't understand Girly Pop Nation? I see something similar from The Ordinary. It's probably an AHA cleanser she used. Yeah, I think self-care has moved beyond like actually taking care of oneself. It's become something entirely different. I just don't like I don't even believe this guy does this every day, by the way. Especially because I hope he doesn't do this every day, because what utility is there? He doesn't have to do any of this. Why does it take him so long to do all of this stuff? And also, like, he starts work at 9 a.m. and his work is just the Discord server that he operates with the boys. What good is it to have? I mean, this is no life to live. He does, I fear.
This is the blueprint to success. There's people who are already killing it, people who are already doing well. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You need to go see what's making them pop. You study their game. You don't take their entire game. You get the inspiration and then you apply it to yours. You can use a bit of their strategies, but just make it true and authentic to yourself. I see so many people trying to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is already there, bro. Just do.
Who? I don't. Bros on trend, Winstrol, D-ball, and every roid out there. Yeah, I mean, this dude has done a lot of steroids. I mean, he looks great. Like, he does a lot of steroids, and he definitely works out a lot. You can't look that way by just doing one. You can't look that way by just working out really hard, and you can't look that way by just doing steroids, right? He's done it both. And he definitely puts a lot of effort into it. But like this other Sigma Grindsay shit is just so, I don't know.
Do what they're doing and make it better. That's it.
Like, why the expensive bottle of water? Like, why can't it be just like regular water that you dump your face into one time? I don't understand.
Thank you. She's out.
Wait, wasn't his girlfriend black in the first video that we watched? Now he's got a white girlfriend. He's got multiple girlfriends. Yeah, no socks is gross.
I would have fainted had not I believed.
He's in the car. He's in the car with his homie, and his homie is like, he's making it seem like his homie is a servant for some reason, and his driver as well. And he's in the car watching TikToks. Like, watching TikToks. Bro's an iPad kid? Yeah. What is he? He's just constantly watching TikToks. Where are they going with the bags?
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, bro. Hey, go high. Good. Jump. Backhand. You got this. You got this.
Appreciate you, bro.
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. He loves that water. Oh my God. I teach people in my private community strategies to build their personal brand, social media. Join me. Let's grow. Link in my bio on IG. Oh, he's putting different stuff in it all the time. He's putting salt in it this time. He doesn't just put water and ice cubes. Sometimes he puts lemon in it. Other times he puts lemon and salt. And then he just sprays his eyes with this salt lemon concoction that he made. What the fuck? Dude, I love this guy.
Thank you.
We used to do this all the time. I used to look at guys like this all the time. What happened? We got to get back to that.
Thank you.
He never wears socks. Oh my God, the shirt is so tight. It's so fucking tight. He looks so stupid.
Cool.
Going down.
Who's he talking to on the phone? Dudes in the Discord server that he runs? Dude, I'm so for real when I say this. This is everyone in fucking Miami, okay? Brickell, Fort Lauderdale now as well, Miami, South Beach. Every motherfucker is this guy. And I have no idea how this economy runs. It does not make any sense. Like, these dudes who just don't do anything. Nothing at all. You're asking, is he from Miami? Yes, bro. He is 100% a Florida guy. This is the most Florida ass behavior. Why is he watching other people constantly do the ice bath stuff? That's all he does is just watch other people. Wow, we got a big day ahead of us.
It's the same design and everything.
This is $2,830.
Oh, big day today. Got to get my servant to drive me to the fucking Louis Vuitton store so I can buy all cash a Louis Vuitton bag. And I will also make sure to film the person saying the price so you know how fucking rich I am.
10K didn't look like anything.
He's always talking about 10K. Look, 10K is his thing. He's always got a $10,000 deal on the line.
10K didn't look like anything.
Which is funny because like that's not saying much for a guy who's that wealthy, right? Like $10,000, who gives a shit? Why are you having a phone call about $10,000? A guy that is that wealthy is not doing a phone call over $10,000. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
So we'll go silver again.
Why is he buying so many backpacks?
Much love, bro. Thank you, bro.
Why is his house like that? That's another thing I don't understand. Like, why his house looks like a hotel, like one of those like hotels where you have to have sex in the room. You know what I mean? It's a waste. You have to at least jerk off. It's a very, very strange. Like, it's so dark. you have to like, you try to turn on all the lights and you're like, there needs to be more light in here. Like, I'm hitting every fucking outlet. I'm trying to press every button on the wall with the hopes that there's more lights because there's no way that they made this fucking hotel room so goddamn dark.
Thank you.
Oh, he finally has socks. Oh God, the Amiris. Oh my God.
Good seeing y'all.
Dude, also, one of the funniest parts about this is, why does he have a 2-door? Like, why did he not purchase a different car if he's gonna have someone drive him around? Of course it's Miami. Wait, this is an EV? No, it's not an EV. You can hear the fucking engine. What are you talking about? Is the EV 4-seat? Oh, he balls in Amiris? Ain't no way. He's got a decent form, though, to be fair. He's got a good form. He balls, which I respect him for. But also, if I saw a dude dressed like this on the court, there's no way, dude. That's crazy. He's got his water boy waiting for him in the suit. The real version of this that I actually love, I happened upon my timeline once and I was captivated by her, is the chick in Thailand. The thank you, Kategi. You know who I'm talking about? That's the actually funny version of this, like the cool version of this. I'm sure someone in here has seen her. There's got to be some girly pops in here that know who I'm talking about. What's the name of her? No, there's got to be one. What's her name? I need to find her. I need to show her to you. How do you know about that? I know about that. I know about the story. What's the chick? The chick from Blackpink even linked up with her. And they did it together. I know the whole plot line. I know all of it. Okay. I'm fucking girly pop. I'm tapped in. What's her name? Aeon? Oh, okay. Thank you. Here. This chick. Aeon Samrutai. This is all she does, and she's dope.
Kutegi. I'm home. I like Abbas. Thank you, Kutegi. This one. Bit more, Kutegi. Thank you. How are you, Kutegi? Good? Thank you, Kutegi. This one. And I have some more here. Thank you, Kutegi. Hi, girl. Yes, ถึงบ้านแล้ว shopping a little bit. See you, girl.
I don't think she knows how to drive. She just sits in the car. I don't think I've ever seen her drive. She just sits in the car in the garage.
Girls, bye. Thank you, Kutegi. I feel so good today เราไปกินเค้กแตงโมกันต่อค่ะคุณเจกี้เอาไหมคะเดี๋ยวออนทำเค้กแตงโมให้ค่ะ Thank you, Convene. Nice to see you again. Okay, this
She
one
just goes
there.
shopping and buys everything. And she also buys stuff for Kategi. She's always buying shit for Kategi, and she's thanking Kategi all the time.
Convene. This one as well. This one. This one. Oh my. Beautiful bag. This one.
This is all she
Oh
does.
my god, hi.
I don't know why this video is so captivating. It's so stupid.
Zeki, I wanna try this one. So nice. Wow, I like it. Can I try? Okay, I take this one. This one too, green color. So, like this, I take all these shells, okay? And green and blue, I take all. Oh my god, it's very good price. Wow. I like this one. You think this one good, Kajagi?
She also buys stuff. Listen, I'm tapped in. I'm 33 and tapped in. Unk is 33 and tapped in. Unk knows ball. Okay, she sometimes will buy stuff for Kategi. That's the first one I ever watched. Was when she was like walking around with her servants, and she was just like buying them all bags. Bags very clearly meant for her, but she was bags very clearly meant for her that she was just buying them as well. But anyway, comments say Kategi's been replaced. Yeah. Oh, this is the one. Look.
Are you ready to shop today?
So she is Lisa from formerly of Blackpink. Also was a fan of Aeon Samrutai. And I've done a deep dive. I've watched numerous AI videos from indecipherable Indian AI TikTok accounts that have that noticeable AI pattern to try to figure out oh, not formerly. Sorry. She's still in Blackpink. I thought Blackpink disbanded, but I'm wrong. But in any case, apparently, god damn, everybody got so mad at me. Okay, I'm not that tapped in. Okay, Unk is not that tapped in. Unk tapped out. Calm down. My bad. But I did a deep dive on Aeon to be like, what is her deal? Like, who the fuck is this person? And the videos that I watched gave me zero answers. There are hundreds of videos describing her background and like what the suspicion is that whether she has a rich husband or what her deal is. Is she that rich? Is she actually that rich? Or is she not that rich? How was that brothel asshole? Wait, what? Why? You're trying to go to Artemis, the legal brothel in Germany that is still in operation? It was all right. I mean, it's not the best experience overall. Is that why you're asking? Because it's kind of a rude way to ask. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So He's been saying this, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Bro's in the brothel with you, Lamau. He brought it up. That's why creeps are here. That's so funny. Cause like, I'm pretty sure he openly talked about it on Leftovers in the past, back when he was woke and he was pro sex work, about how we talked about how like the brothel was rated for tax evasion. All these fucking weird Nazis constantly say it was actually rated for like sex trafficking or whatever, and that the brothel actually successfully sued the police department and the city for defamation and won. Yeah, he defended that fact on Leftovers, but I guess he's just completely forgotten all the things that he used to say back in the day. Anyway, yeah, I've told the story on Leftovers. But so, Girly Pop Nation, we're locked in. So, Lisa is a fan of Aeon and has like done the like thank you Kategi stuff on TV before. So they finally got together and did this video together, and it was a big deal. And that's what I wanted to tell you guys, Girly Pop Nation.
Kategi, you want something for today? I can buy for you. We can buy. This is so cute for you. You want? For ski?
I want R. I want R.
You take R?
Take R.
Oh my god!
Oh, look at
that.
So beautiful.
Oh, so cute.
Oh my god.
Mad, did it caught you off guard? Man, that caught you off guard, didn't it? Yeah, I've never heard someone fucking chirp at me before about a brothel that I voluntarily revealed I visited when talking about my pro-sex work position. A brothel that I voluntarily and readily admitted that I went to in 2010 that was rated for tax evasion in 2016. That has successfully sued both the Berlin government and the police force since like 2020. You really caught me off guard, big dog. You fucking destroyed me. There was a chatter who was talking about how they were 10 in 2016. And yeah, there was a chatter who was talking about how they were 10 in 2016, which means that they were 4 when I went to this place. It's so funny though that this is like the big own. Okay.
The green one. Oh, so cute. Kategi, try. Yes, darling. Oh my god. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ สบายดีไหมคะ ขอบคุณค่ะ Cheers. Okay, today we're so happy. Maybe we take for the store.
Okay.
Okay.
I want the building actually.
Oh my god, you take this building?
Yeah. Donnie, can you call Alice?
Write the check now.
Cheers.
So happy today. You prepared this one for me. So cute.
So beautiful.
Okay. We take?
We take.
Okay, maybe we take R here.
We take R.
Okay.
We take
Thank
R.
you, girl.
Lisa is a main character in the new White Lotus. Yeah, I know. And I'm very worried about her relationship with the best boy. I'm worried that she's going to break his heart. Gaitok and Mook.
Thank you. Take Viviani. And Viviana. Thank you. I love Louis Vuitton. Me too.
I don't even know why I watch this. I don't even know why I like this. I don't get it. Like, but when it comes on my TikTok for you page, I'm like, oh, what will Aeon purchase today for Kateki? That's what it is. For me, it's like, is she going to purchase something for Kateki? How's Kateki doing? It just like, it doesn't make any sense. Why is it fascinating? I don't understand it. Nothing about this is supposed to be interesting for me.
Maybe we buy this one too for William Hart. You want this for the family? I know you like pink, Donnie. He does like Lily. Yes. Kiteki, you want some too? Okay. Bye for Kiteki too.
Maybe you want to be the Asian women? Yeah, I'm the dude from White Lotus.
So happy today. Thank you. Yeah.
Her husband was kidnapped for... What the fuck is this website? Who is Dr. Noparat Ratanawaraha? Facts on Aeon Sumrati's husband. He performed Aeon's nose surgery himself, question mark. He was kidnapped for 25 days? He proposed to Aeon in New Zealand. He's on Instagram. He loves running. He's a fan of luxury cars. Where does it say? Oh, he survived kidnapping in 2022. Yeah, no shit. Kidnappers were like, damn, Aeon's got hella fucking cash. We can get a lot of money for this man if we kidnap him. She keeps posting all the crazy amounts of money she has. No shit, he got kidnapped, dude. If I was a kidnapper in Thailand, I'd kidnap this guy too. What do you mean? It's like you got to kidnap someone with money. She's flaunting it around. Also, imagine being a guy who survived kidnapping and it's the 7th most significant fact according to this website. Like there's 10 facts. How is this number 7? I feel like this should be number 1. That is the most insane fact about him. How many people are getting kidnapped for 25 fucking days after paying ransom money of 5.7 million baht? That's crazy. It should break top 3. You know what I mean? Like it should break top 3. If you're getting kidnapped, you should be in the top 3. That's $200,000. Damn. He got, dude, that's a lick. That's nothing. $200,000? Bro, she buys more shit for Kategi in a week. These kidnappers know they fucked up. After they got the $200,000 check cleared, they were like, damn, we could have gotten way more for this motherfucker. Kategi gets more just by being her security guard. Here's a TikTok explaining it. Why you gotta ruin fun time? Now I'm gonna go back to drama. Now. Take a day off. Okay? Take a day off, damn it. Kidnapper was Kategi. Oh, then they actually hired him because they were like, your prowess. This is so funny. Dude. Whatever happened to that guy you give a free lifetime poop sock? Oh, you mean Hassan's poop sock? He's not. He hasn't used his poop sock privileges yet. In Shadows news, oh yeah, I was going to talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Here's where we're at, by the way. Assassin's Creed Shadows, the anti-woke crowd has run out of things to complain about, from Yasuke kissing a non-binary person, Yasuke having sex with Nobunaga's sister, to now the credits are too long. That's what they're complaining about. And I don't understand why there is so much motion for this. If you are 35 years old and you fucking despise video games and you talk about video games, all you talk about is how much video games suck now because of woke, you should stop playing video games. You should stop tweeting. You should get a fucking job. You should get gainful employment and possibly find a wife. You should start a family, okay? You should focus on self-improvement. Stop fucking bitching about how video games felt much nicer when mommy was bringing Dino chicken nuggies to you every time when you were in your jammies. Yes, it's never going to be as good as when you were 12, okay? It's not going to happen. You're 35 now. Life sucks dick. But you are in control to a certain degree of your own life. Take some ownership over it and fix it, instead of fucking crying online all the goddamn time about how video games are no longer as fun because there's black characters and women in them. You're a fucking freak. Tap out. Tap out. I hate these motherfuckers so much. I hate them so much. I hate them more than they hate video games. And they really hate video games. Anyway, here's Fighting Cowboy. Also addressing these losers, okay? Here's Fighting Cowboy, who I have relied on for many of his Dark Souls and other From Software adventures in the past. Great content creator. Here's him doing a live stream playing Assassin's Creed Shadows, where he's yelling at these people who are yelling at him to fucking yell about the game, but he's not.
I don't give a fuck what your opinion is of this game. I don't care. Your opinion is worthless to me. The quality of health of my morning shit had a bigger impact on my thought process today than you being upset that there's a black guy in Assassin's Creed. So shut the fuck up. All right? We're not doing this shit. It's a fucking video game. If you are upset that there's a black guy in a video game, fuck off. I don't want you here. I don't care. Stop.
Oh no, he's been captured by the wokes, dude.
I'm not doing this fucking argument. Every goddamn game these days. Oh, it's woke. Oh, there's a black guy. Oh, there's a...
Dude, I know. Oh my God. Preach! I fucking can't stand it. Every video game release has to have some outrage dedicated to it. Kingdom Come has a gay character. Kingdom Come has a black character. It's not sufficiently anti-woke. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Shut up! Not every game is going to suit your fucking weird racist goals, okay? As a matter of fact, none of them are going to do that. And you pick and choose anyway. That's the other thing. They're not even consistent with their racism or their homophobia. That's also what pisses me off about this process. They're fair weather racists. They only get mad when some 60-year-old fucking loser who has never been able to finish his video game successfully, Grums, Mr. Breast Milk Enjoyer at Blizzard, formerly, will come out and be like, this game is gay, it's woke, it sucks, and then they get mad because there was no smoke for Baldur's Gate. That was the gayest fucking game of all time. You could be non-binary, slinging dick, fucking goddamn bears and shit, and everybody loved it. How can you be a fully fledged adult human being in the year 2025 and get your outrage notes from an outrage merchant who is balding and has an avatar of a balding fucking maid who hasn't ever made a fucking successful video game on his own? He's a scammer. You're a fucking moron. You're even a bigger loser than the 60-year-old who's constantly talking about fucking how video games are woke and gay now. Imagine getting your nose from a 60-year-old man who's constantly chirping about video games, dude. God, you are so fucking pathetic. You are such a goddamn loser, and you know it. That's the other thing. You know you're a fucking loser. You know you are a fucking ginormous loser, and you got no motion in your life. So anything you like, you spend every waking moment trying to fuck up other people's lives. That's all you do. All you do is run around and try to ruin other people's enjoyment, ruin other people's fun. Oh my God. Go to the gym, dipshit. Go fucking work out. Fix your life.
A trans person. Shut the fuck up. Either play the game or go the fuck outside, bro. It's not that hard.
Thank you. Yes.
God damn. I've been on this earth 37 fucking years. When I was a kid, guess what? If a game came out and I didn't want to get involved with it, I didn't fucking play with it. I didn't go on the internet and cry like an entitled little child. Wah, 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 wah. The game doesn't have stuff that I want. So shut the fuck up and leave, bro. Are you that much of a fucking loser that you're seeking out streams of a game you don't like just to be like, wah, I don't like this. There's a black guy. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That's all. This is the only rant. I'm getting this shit out of the way now. Stop. Because any comment, any fucking comment, I'm just going to ban you. I don't care. I'm just going to fucking ban you. I don't care. I don't have time for it, bro. I'm here to play a fucking game, not listen to you cry about a black dude that existed in history that was brought over to Japan as...
Yeah, ironically enough, Assassin's Creed is historical fiction. And until this game, you've never actually played a real historical figure. That is the inherent irony here as well. Every other game, you play around historical figures, which you can, beat the fuck out of, obviously, which is, not what happened in history. Like, there was no fucking Leonardo da Vinci flying machine that you could actually fucking fly in, right? Nobody complained about that shit. That was awesome, because I guess he wasn't black. What's hilarious about it is, like, this is the one time where you do actually play a historical figure, ironically enough. Fist fighting the Pope, I'm fine with that. That's historical fiction. That's appropriate. Black guy that actually existed in Japanese history? Oh, absolutely not. Why would you let me play this?
As a slave and then taken on by Nobunaga and made a fucking retainer. All right. If that upsets you, if that makes you not feel like you're in your special place, that's not my fucking problem. Go talk to your therapist about it.
It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. Like, this is the type of shit that I expect from babies, okay? From a child, This is the type of shit that children do. And now we have mentally and emotionally stunted fucking adults that have been babied their whole goddamn lives. And they're sad and they're whiny and they're annoying and they never shut the fuck up. Oh my God. And it's a cycle that they desire too. Like, they want any kind of fucking reaction they can get out of it where they lose their minds. They're like, oh, like they misinterpreted a LDP Japanese politician who's an upstart trying to fucking make a name for himself, which ironically I mentioned as well to the JCP guys when I was there. Remember when I talked to the Japanese Communist Party and I was like, does our brain rot actually make its way to Japanese politics and actually impact Japanese politics? Turns out, yes, it does. That was my suspicion. And apparently that is the case. There's a dude in the LDP named Kato, okay? He's trying to make a name for himself. And in the process, in a Diet session, he gets up and he talks about Assassin's Creed because he's seen so many people on Twitter talk about it. Japanese people love Twitter. They use Twitter quite frequently. It's more popular in Japan than it is in America per the population percentage. Like there's more active users in Japan on Twitter in comparison to the rest of the Japanese population than there is in the United States of America in comparison to the United States population. Okay? So he comes out in a Diet session and he brings up the Assassin's Creed thing. And the prime minister responds to it. And in the response, he basically says, like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Our concern is that maybe people will get their notes from the game. You can deface Japanese landmarks in virtually every fucking video game, by the way. It's not new. The prime minister basically says, we hope that we take it very seriously to deface our real cultural landmarks in the real world, not in the game. And we hope that people will not do that. We hope that people won't try to like scale the walls and do parkour on our fucking shrines and shit. That's it. And you know what's interesting? Ubisoft patched it out immediately on the day one patch. But it didn't end there. Every single disgusting Angloid piece of shit with a lolly avatar fake Japanese account that LARPs as a Japanese teenager online, and there are many accounts like this. There are so many people that have ironically never even been to Japan. They just live in like England and they LARP as though they're Japanese conservatives in English. Every single one of those accounts mistranslated the prime minister's statements to make it seem like Japan was taking a strong stance against Assassin's Creed Shadows. And these fucking tweets have thousands of likes. Thousands of likes. Because nobody fucking cares about the truth. I'm losing my mind. Okay? I'm losing it. It's something so innocuous and so marginal and so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but it still pisses me off because it goes along with the broader trends that I see all the goddamn time, all around the internet. Here's what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Where is it? Yeah, fuck around and find out. Tomorrow, Japan, Mr. Hiroyuki Kata, a member of the House Councilors from the Liberal Democratic Party, will address the AC Shadows issue in the national diet. This will be broadcast nationwide as well as live streamed. Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, they have literally invented a completely alternative reality. And they think that this reality is where like the Japanese government is genuinely fucking mad. They think you're defending it because you took the ad. I know. I don't care. I don't care that they're fucking thinking that. I hate people who lie like this. I hate it. I hate it so much. It might be a little bit neurodivergent of me, but when I see something like this, I can't let it go. It makes me so mad because I can't stand how fucking stupid people are. I can't stand it. It's like and then that lie materializes and turns into this like this thing that can actually impact the real world. Like developers getting harassed as a consequence of this. Like that shit pisses me off so much. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, it's so funny how Assassin's Creed has never been anywhere near historically accurate, but this is the first time there's a black guy. Everybody turns into anthropologists. You fist fight the Pope in these games. Yeah, a black samurai with a relationship with a non-binary person. Yuck. And it's like, you don't need to do this. This is your own personal choice. Except, I know for a fact you didn't even you ripped this video off of someone else. Someone else who's also an outrage merchant. You know? Because I know you didn't play the game. I know you didn't play the game. You're just a fucking outrage merchant. You will never play the game. You probably don't even like video games. But if you did, you would know that you pressed the buttons to get to this option. You press the buttons. There is literally a fucking canon mode where you don't have to make any of these choices if you don't want to. You don't have to fuck anybody as Yasuke if you don't want to. You chose to rizz up the fucking non-binary person, and now you're mad that you can do it. You didn't accidentally arrive at the sexo run. You chose it deliberately. And now you're mad that it exists. Yeah, this is the guy I'm talking about. Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper. Educating Westerners on Japanese politics and gatekeeping anime and manga from censorious Puritans, Japanese nationalists, anti-communism, Shintoists. He's not even fucking Japanese. He's never been to Japan. Many such cases. There are so many Ian Miles Chongs now online, and it's very frustrating. It's a unique phenomena. It's very strange. Back in the day, you just had Ian Miles Chong, who LARPs from Malaysia as a guy who lives in Portland, Oregon. He's never stepped foot in the United States of America. Okay? Everybody knows his background. These guys now are all anonymous accounts, and they act like they are Japanese right-wing nationalists. This dude is a pedophile living in the UK, okay? It's so fucking annoying. You were talking about confirmation bias and you pulled this dumbass to represent anyone offended. So are you saying people aren't offended about the game? What is the lie? If you're offended by this game, if you're offended by another installation in the Assassin's Creed franchise, okay, you are a pathetic, weak loser. I'm telling you right now. You are the biggest fucking loser of all time. And under normal circumstances, you probably would not have gone this far in your life, okay? It would have ended a long time ago if that was a real thing. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying that people who are, okay? Nobody is forcing anyone to play the fucking video game. I'm angry, especially because... Wait, what is this?
Do you remember when you first got into anime? You knew something was different about it. It was not like other cartoons.
Is he trying to do a fake Japanese English voice? Oh my God.
It was ambitious in its storytelling. It was detailed in its visuals. It made the other cartoons look silly back in Palace. Eventually, you'll find that these shows
Dude, I can't. It's so hard for me. It's so hard for me to not use some of the previous tokens that I've collected because we unfortunately still don't live in a world where you have kill yourself tokens. Okay? Because if we did live in a world where you could get kill yourself tokens whenever someone sent one to you, I would be using so many. Okay? And because we don't live in that world, I can't use the kill yourself tokens, and therefore I can't cover the story with the real feelings that I have in my heart. You know what I mean? It's genuinely, this is one of the hardest things. It's genuinely one of the hardest things where I have wishes in my mind. I have passion in my heart. And there's no way for me to openly communicate how I feel about this. You know what I mean? There was a time and place when people used to fling the R word freely, okay? And I feel like in that time and place, and maybe even use gay as a pejorative or the F slur as a pejorative. And I felt like in that time and place, that bullying that came along with it kind of kept these motherfuckers at bay. Not saying that that was the only thing, but like clearly there was a point where these dudes were kept at bay. I don't know who or what was doing that. Anthropologists are going to come back and look at this time and space and find out maybe bullying wasn't bad. Because there was shame. People had shame. This is shameful shit to openly do a political movement around Stellar Blade not having the same 56 outfits that it had pre-first day patch is a shameful thing. It's the type of thing that even if you felt in your mind, you're supposed to immediately squash it. You're supposed to be like, I shouldn't be thinking this way. What am I, a fucking weird, psychotic sex pervert? Like, no. No, I shouldn't feel this way. This is embarrassing to feel. I should stop feeling this way. This is what you are, at a certain time and place, this is what you were supposed to do. If you had like a weird, intrusive thought like that, you were like, what the fuck? What did I just think? Gross. Now, this is at the forefront of people's political activism. Okay? Like if your first thought when you see the new Assassin's Creed game featuring Yasuke, a black character, and a woman, and you're like, oh, dude, this shit sucks. Why is there a black guy as the main character? If you genuinely feel this, okay, you should be embarrassed to say it out loud. I can't stop you from feeling that way, but oh my Lord, this is one of those things that you should feel great shame for even thinking, let alone saying out loud. And now, people are rewarded for saying it out loud. People are rewarded for saying it. And it's just like, it shocks me to my core because I feel like if you said these things in the real world around other human beings, they'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? Unless you're at a fucking clan meeting. And in which case, they would still probably be like, who cares about video games, dumbass? You know what I mean? Like, there is no outlet for this kind of behavior in the real world. This is the only place where you can get mad about something like this and be rewarded for it. It's wild. That's what shocks me to my very core, is that these guys get their notes, once again, from a genuine fucking loser, okay? A guy that is 60 years old who said he wanted to make his own video game and has failed spectacularly at making this video game. He has not been able to successfully make it. It's a Gundam style game. I didn't even need to know about this dude's existence. And now I know because he's an outrage merchant that other people actually follow on. And then guys like Asmongold will hype this shit up. They'll just sit there and farm it, knowing full well that they're farming. Knowing full well that they're farming these fucking dumbasses. I saw something funny though, because Asmongold, I think, also started playing it, and he liked the game, and his audience wants him to hate the game. But after he farmed it over and over again for all of the controversies, it turns out he likes it now. Look at this video. It's only 11 seconds, but here.
Yeah, sure, I'll beat the game. Why wouldn't I? Don't force yourself to? No, I'm not. I've been enjoying this. I've been enjoying this. Do you plan on beating Shadows?
Didn't Ubisoft lie about the historical black samurai? I thought it wasn't real after all. No, it is a real person. What the fuck? No, Yasuke is a real historical figure. He was a retainer for Nobunaga. It's a real thing. Ironically enough, even if he wasn't, who gives a shit? But he is real. That's what makes it even funnier. Props to him for not fake hating it. That's props to him. He farmed it for months. What the fuck are you talking about? No. I thought you were being hyperbolic when you said these fellas would get mad because there's a black character. I didn't think you were being 100% genuine. This is wild. Oh no, I'm unfortunately, I hate to report this to you, but yes, I'm being very sincere. These guys are genuinely fucking. They say the wiki page was fake. What? Oh. Yes, in many vids. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, I swear to God, it is. People are violently stupid, bro. Asman is just on basic grifter who would never see any of his own grift through unless it involves deplatforming someone. No, he will. Dude, the funniest part about Asmongold is he often will cop to it. Like, Asmongold will routinely cop to him just straightforwardly not saying his true opinion. Like, there is a honesty in the way that he does the grift where he'll just be like, yeah, I don't care. It's popular. And the dumb fucks still eat it up. That's how this works. That's how right-wing commentary works in general, where you can just basically say, I'm lying to you. It's like cryptocurrency schemes. You can have a cryptocurrency shitcoin called griftcoin or shitcoin, right? And people will still buy into it. It's similar. It's the similar dumbass mindset that people have. It is literally the same mindset where people are like, oh, am I being grifted to by this guy who doesn't have a genuine take on this issue? Well, as long as he's repeating the talking points, I'll still could keep consuming it. What is this?
Hey, dude. Ew. Are you playing Assassin's Creed 3? Yeah. This game is an insult to the history of the American Revolution by not making the main character English. This is just more woke DEI garbage being pushed down our throats.
So you would want Connor to be white instead?
Yes, that would be more historically accurate.
But there were a few Native Americans who fought on both sides.
That's just obvious pandering.
Well, Assassin's Creed has never been historically accurate. It's been more so historically inspired. No one complained when Ezio fought the Pope in the Vatican, which obviously did not happen.
Right, but that's not about
race. So the only time that we complain about historical inaccuracy is when race is involved.
But
or how about when Ubisoft tried to be more historically accurate by giving Altair a Middle Eastern accent in Assassin's Creed Revelations and got criticized for not keeping the American accent from Assassin's Creed 1? Seems like there's some double standards going on.
Whatever. I'm gonna go watch more Asmongold.
Are we sure he's not a flesh suit stuff with the roads to control it? I don't know. There's zero proof that an assassin didn't fistfight a Pope historically. True. He did a video about this chat. He did. It's wild how the right is just the annoying SJWs of yesteryear. I remember these exact rants, except from those who woke scolded random people for playing problematic games. Girlfriend reviews had to make a public apology because she didn't enjoy Last of Us 2 because Radlibs called her a bigot. Like, what is this shift? I think it's crazy because, like, Radlibs have definitely aggressively pursued certain things, and they still do to this day. It's not like they stopped doing that shit, right? Having said that, more often than not, the woke SJWs were at least like advocating for something that made sense. Like their underlying position is not entirely incorrect, right? Their advocacy and their activism was fucking idiotic and incredibly stupid, and worse than all, very annoying, okay? Very, very annoying because it's all immaterial bullshit. But at least it was, one, consistent, and two, it was on issues like systemic racism, which is real, as a real thing, right? Systemic racism is a real problem. You're not tackling systemic racism by fucking complaining about a video game that doesn't have like sufficient representation. You're not. You're just being fucking annoying. These guys, on the other hand, are like, no, we want less representation. So they're both on the wrong side of an argument and also arguing about something immaterial and fucking crying about it. It's like a triple whammy. It is just so mind-boggling to me. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. The premise of Assassin's Creed is that aliens uplifted monkeys to be human slaves with mind control tech. You killed the Pope in a battle where he uses the alien mind control tech to do shadow clone jutsu. Oh, yes, the immortal is your father, Pythagoras. You were led there in part by conversations with your best friend, Herodotus. And you were part human, part alien, which led you to access the city. In AC3, you play as a white guy, Desmond, reliving the memories of a white guy, Hatham, and his bastard half-Mohawk, Connor. In it, the American Revolution is being controlled by two factions, the OG Illuminati, fighting over control of alien artifacts. You have to grow up. Yeah, besides the central thread in the in-game universe, that's why you get a blade pistol and a tank bomber from Da Vinci, because of a commitment to historical realism. I love Assassin's Creed, clearly, but you're huffing sewage if you think there's any fidelity to history in these video game series. You don't play this game because it's historically accurate. You play it because it's an open world simulation with historical skins. There is exactly one game where you play a character who actually existed. Does anyone want to guess which one that is? It's Yasuke. Yeah. Normies are getting tired of this constant whining too, man.
Listen, I can already tell people in chat.
We just watched this. We watched this whole rant earlier. I don't understand. Like I truly don't understand why this is even a meta. Like, what is this? You're just like sad and angry all the fucking time, dude. You're just so upset all the fucking time. It makes no sense to be this upset over such immaterial things all the fucking time. Like, I get it, you're racist, but like, I don't know, use that energy for something. Like, go find a racist congressperson and like door knock for him or something. There's plenty of them in the Republican Party, and hell, there's some in the Democratic Party too. Like, why are you doing this instead? Like, be racist the normal way, please. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's just like, be racist in a way that matters, at least, so I don't have to see it. I hate this fucking whining. I literally had a 10-year friendship fall apart because of he became hyper anti-woke. Last time we talked, he bitched about Casey Dude, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 gay, and I called it dumb, like, bro, oh my God. It's easier to turn your self-hatred against everything around you than it is to address the fact that you hate yourself in your life and do something to fix it. That's why these people are such losers. I never really thought that like we would get to this place where people would genuinely think that this is like a political cause that they're on board with. Like, it is so fucking immaterial and so embarrassing. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, from the party of common sense, folks. I guess Gamergate never actually ended. Yeah, it didn't. Also, here, speaking of like leopards eating your own faces or whatever the fuck, parents of unvaccinated 6-year-old girl who died from measles said they're still not convinced that vaccination against measles is necessary. Texas Tribune. Don't do the shots, say parents of West Texas child who died of measles. They said contracting measles strengthens the immune system in the long run and makes a person less likely to develop cancer. Recently saw a conversation between some people who were from Southeast Asian, Eastern European countries. They were relating experiences of how the central government came to their families' rural villages and, in their words, made them less backwards at gunpoint. All of them said it was the greatest thing that ever happened to their families. It ended generations and generations of misery, broken bodies, short lives, arranged marriages, and disease. Wish we had that here. No, straight up. I mean, we did it in America. We did it in America. You want to know what's crazy? We did that in America. We literally would go to apartments where people have smallpox, and we would fucking lock them down, slam them into a fucking chair, and forcibly inoculate them. Because guess what? People are stupid, okay? And stupid people are just going to be like, nah, I don't want that. In the United States of America, we entertain that stupidity. And now, those fucking idiots run the HHS. It blows my mind, dude. Sometimes you got to trick these people. That's it. You got to trick them. They're stupid. Trick them, okay? Maybe not at gunpoint. Just trick them. Just be like, hey, look over there. There's an elf. Oh, what? Boop. Immediately. Hit him with the fucking vaccine. That's it. Trick them. They're stupid. They're fucking dumb. Be like, this is a vaccine against homosexuality. If you take this vaccine, you won't be gay. Okay, give it to me. Oh. Yeah, it won't save the dead child now. Yeah, that fucking baby's dead. Yeah, just go out there like you're in the fucking Serengeti, all right? Just get one of those fucking things and just dart them. It's so dumb. I think you underestimate how many hogs would literally rather die than get the vaccine. I don't care. There's a reason why the government has seatbelt rules, okay? That's it. Because people are too stupid. There's a reason why we have a law against drunk driving. Because people are too fucking stupid, all right? You just have to do it. You don't have to do it for the smartest person. You have to write legislation for the dumbest person. That's the whole purpose of the social contract. That's the whole purpose of living in a society. It's the whole purpose of living in the formations that we live in. Okay? People are stupid and fucking selfish. So someone has to force them to do things they don't want to do. They would probably end it after realizing they got a vaccine. Okay, well, who cares? Yeah, classic
Any
video.
attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
It's kind of getting common is when a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours
This is California.
a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to.
Bro, you got a baby in the front seat.
You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Video of the parents.
Doctors with the home turn.
She says they would still say don't do the shots. There's doctors that can help with measles. They're not as bad as they're making it out to be.
And also the measles are good for the body, for the people, because the measles are getting the what is it?
What
Entzündung. Infection.
Infection.
Yeah, they get an infection out and...
Du meinst das immune system?
Yes, immune system.
They're trying to say that the measles actually helps build the immune system in the long run if they get the measles now.
Nej, krigen är inte så lik krig in the long run.
In the long run, the krigen inte så lik, like, just the krigen inte så lik krig.
Yeah, the krigen så lik.
Are they related? Am I crazy? They look related. What's going on here? I didn't know they were like also, what are they, German? Are they some kind of fucking Scandinavian? What is going on here? Nah, bro, you just racist, I guess.
Okay, so in the long run, he says they wouldn't get cancer as easily, and like it fights off a lot of stuff, the immunity that they get.
Oh, they're not tourists. They're just straight. They're Amish. They're Mennonite. I think they're Midwestern Hutterites like Amish. Oh my God. Plautdish, a Low German dialect with Dutch influences.
From the measles.
Okay, so I wasn't off base when I said they might be related. They're Mennonite. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. West Texas measles outbreak, one of the biggest in the state in 30 years, has infected more than 270 people and hospitalizing dozens of them. Public health officials have reportedly told Texans that studies have said time and time again show that the safest and most effective way to avoid contracting the very infectious, life-threatening diseases is to vaccinate with the measles, mumps, or rubella MMR shot. The channel that interviewed them is children'shealthdefense.tv. Let's look at Children's Health Defense. Children's Health Defense. Breaking. Hospital workers in Texas measles death released to CHD. Our mission. Our mission is ending childhood health epidemics by eliminating toxic exposure. We will restore and protect the health of children by eliminating environmental exposures, holding responsible parties accountable, and establishing safeguards to prevent future harm of children's health, protecting children, exposing harms, seeking justice. Tell Mark Zuckerberg to restore our Facebook account. Vaccine mandates and exceptions. Oh, so I guess that the entire purpose of this was it was an anti-vaxxer front. Oh, got it. It's a fucking 501c3, by the way. Look at his page on the site. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the founder. I just want healthcare for everybody, man. Why is this the way? Dude, I started this shit. I started fucking doing political commentary in like 2013, 2014. And I had hopes. I had dreams. I thought like maybe Americans will wake up to the reality. And in 2016, when Bernie Sanders became like a prominent national figure, I was like, oh my God, there's a guy out there that finally is getting the national stage and people are responding to it. People are responding positively to him. Maybe we're closer than ever before to get fucking free healthcare, free college, you know? It's 2025 and things look darker than they ever have. We are further away from that reality than we were in 2016. In that last decade, people have gotten alarmingly dumb, like dumber at an alarming rate. Oh, I don't. What is this?
Even think to create a shirt like this.
Amy Stabile's father was killed in the September 11th attacks. She was beside herself when ads came on her.
How you?
What? There is no way. What the fuck? Woman who lost dad on 9/11 targeted by insensitive
Even think
ads.
to create a shirt like this.
Amy's
9/11? Yeah, I'll take 9/11 orders of lasagna. What the fuck? I mean, this is a banger shirt. I would wear this. Don't laugh. Come on, bro. It happened in 2001. What are you talking about? Don't laugh. You can't too soon 9/11, okay? Once 9/11 was eligible for alcoholic beverages, is a wrap. It's been not too soon. 9/11's almost 9/11 is about to be able to rent a car, okay? Also, this is the funniest thing to get upset about. You're laughing. A second Garfield has hit the lasagna towers and you're laughing. Anyway, that's the fact that a child's health boils down to the ego of the parent is wild. Only in America, man. This is truly a unique American phenomenon where selfishness and idiocy is seen as like not a vice but virtues. Anyway. All right, I'm done for the day. I wanted to watch the rest of these videos because there's really good ones on the docket, but I'm tired. I still got some sleep debt from yesterday's shenanigans. So I'm gonna end it. I'll get back to gaming tomorrow. I'll play more Assassin's Creed. Don't worry.
Starting off the day.
But that's what I got for today. Love you all. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC.